Order up. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I hit the wrong button when I went to go unmute. And I was looking over at the music trying to figure out why, where it was coming from. But hello, hello, welcome everybody. So many people, hi, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Simply Ross. Hello, Intern, hi, Denko, hello, Blood Beardington. Hello. How's everybody doing today? I didn't get a chance to see. Do we have people over on the YouTube side? I don't think anybody has thrown into the chat yet, but hello to everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our hidden menu, the Streamiversary event. 2 years of donut, 2 years of things. And yeah, yesterday was very fun. I hope for anybody who was there that it was either educational or entertaining, at least one of the two, right? Because I can say for sure, as expected, for anybody who wasn't there, I've learned that an hour is definitely not enough. I will be holding these, it's pretty much guaranteed that we're gonna hold these again in the future, because I don't think an hour for a person is nearly enough time. I think that people have so many things to say and people are so cool, and limiting them to an hour is simply unfair. So we will be doing this again in the future. But hello everybody, welcome. Today we are having the Hidden Menu, which is an interview series where I talk to various creators about things they do and things they're talented in and things they're passionate about. Today we'll be talking to Catlophe, is going to be our first interview. I'll go ahead, or Denko, can you do me a favor? Can you shout out Loaf, please? We're going to be talking to Catlophe first for talk about essentially art and stuff is going to be the general vibe. As well as they have a very unique type of stream that I want to kind of ask them about. Then we'll be talking to the one and only Denko, who does writing. And we had a surprise change of topics. There's going to be something we'll be talking about that's kind of relative to current events. And you guys will see what I mean when we get there. And then the third interview for the day, the final interview to close out this series of interviews, is going to be Intern, patron of mischief, collector of you, runner of VTFM. So they sound extremely skibbity. So what's going to happen is we're going to yap for about 20 minutes. I'm going to talk about a handful of things, and we'll go over the telonym. For anybody who doesn't know, I guess I can link it again. But we're gonna go over the telonym, where we had a handful of questions, some for specific people and a handful that were for me. So we're gonna be going through those. If you'd like to take a look, there it is right now. I cannot go over to my YouTube at the moment to go pin it, but I will pin it over here in the Twitch chat. But hi, again, for anybody who doesn't know me, my name is Donut, and I typically play a lot of Souls games. I do a little bit of voice acting content. You can find that I do audios over on YouTube, if you enjoy ASMR roleplay type stuff. And then other than that, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a goofy little guy. The snacks on the bench look so good. Yes. So let's first, let me pull up. I set it up differently this time. I've straight up just pulled up the telonym because I figured that is the easier way. So hold on, let me adjust this. Move my screens around. But yeah, I'm very excited for today's interviews. I think yesterday's interviews went really well. I think they were very fun. I think they were very interesting. And as always, it's really a joy to have everybody just come in to hang out. So let's take a look at the telonym real quick. Hello? There it is. So let's just go over a handful of these. Somebody asked, what do you hope your VTubing/streaming will look like in a year? Do you have any goals or aspirations? Honestly, yeah. I'd like to we hit our follower goal just now of 200. Ideally, I think in a year I'd like to be, I'm not super ambitious, but I'd like to at least hit 500 next year. But I'd like to cultivate more of a community of people. Let's go 200. Yeah. I'd like to cultivate a nice community of people who are supportive of each other, and I'd like to get into a better place to help new streamers kind of get their footing in the, like, get their foot in the door and kind of get the ball rolling. So that's kind of where I'd like to be. Ideally, by that point, I'd also like to somehow find my way into a voice acting role, but that's unrelated to VTubing. So yeah. The next question was, were you expecting to get close to some of your followers? If so, why? Honestly, I wasn't. Bro, your VA goes so hard. Thank you. Yo, 200. Yeah. Honestly, I wasn't really expecting to get close to anybody. I'm a relatively closed off person, right? In terms of like connection to followers, and I mean this in the best way possible, right? I don't want anyone to feel like I'm, how do I put this? It's not that I don't, hello Cam. It's not that I wouldn't be open to getting close to followers, but it's kind of a different dynamic, right? It's a lot easier to get close to streamers, other streamers, because we kind of share a hobby and we do a lot of things together, and it's very easy to kind of get connected over those shared experiences, right? And I'd say really the only there's only a handful of followers / viewers, right, who I feel I've gotten close to and can appropriately say that like are my friends. And it's because we share, again, it comes down to sharing similar experiences. So I wasn't really anticipating it, but there have been a handful of people I have gotten close to. So yeah. A random question for me. Favorite D&D class? Uh-oh. Some of you are gonna look at me a little funny because I really only have like 2 types of characters. Yay! Thank you for 300 bits. Thank you. I'm very much I like to play weird wizards is probably my favorite D&D class. I could play weird sorcerers or weird warlocks, but no, I like to play weird wizards, by which I mean I like to take a wizard and turn it into a tank. Was that a Dark Souls soul collect sound? Yes, it was. I'm a Souls streamer, and I like all my sounds to be Souls related when possible. Weird wizards, yeah. So I'm definitely, ideally, I like to play wizard in D&D, and I like to make it as little of a wizard as possible. My last wizard I made was a Dex wizard who specialized in, I forget what it's called. It's the protection magic. It's like the Aegis magic. And my whole thing was using dancing sword to fight while I cast cantrips from a distance and get into the fight using shield. So that was the whole gimmick. It was very fun. Was it good? No, it was the anti-wizard class. It was the anti-caster wizard, because I would go in and I think I forget what it was I took something, and I had like silence and counterspell, shield, and then a handful of like somatic spells. It was definitely like a very interesting time. Was it a good character? No, definitely not, but it was fun. I think we talked about these next 2 questions already, which is, do you feel using a VTuber model makes it easier? How much did I spend on microphones? And again, for anybody who missed the amount I spent on microphones, I've spent $1,000 on simply microphones, just purely microphones. That actually sounds sick. Yeah, it was really fun. I love Dark Souls. My one brain cell went. Yeah, same. That's why I love it. And it's funny because I know I'm not the only one who uses Dark Souls sounds for things. I believe Noe, Starlight Noel also uses Dark Souls sounds for their alerts. Oh yeah. Oh, and this was a good one. Did you have any type of stage fright when starting streaming? And if so, how did you overcome it? I think this is something that a lot of people kind of struggle with when they're getting started streaming, is you either fall into the category of being a streamer who is not nervous about streaming. Oh, sorry, I realized you guys are kind of hidden behind the thing. Sorry, my bad. I've realized that most people kind of fall into either being you would play a cracked out wizard, yeah. You should refresh telling them because I've asked a follow-up question. Oh. Okay, hold on. But yeah. I fall into the category of I don't really experience stage fright, but I do get nervous about people not enjoying what I'm doing. Going live is not the hard part. Hitting the go live button's easy. Coming up here and talking, easy. It's the post-stream section that I struggle with, which is after I'm done with the stream, I usually sit there and go, was that actually good? Did people actually have fun? So yeah, that's my stance on it. And honestly, it's still something I kind of struggle with. The best way I've found to kind of deal with it is if you have friends that are in the chat, the best thing to do is check in with them and be like, hey, be honest with me. Was that stream good? What do you think I did good? What do you think I could have done better? Right? And check in. And that kind of grounds you, at least for me, right? The post-stream stressing, yep. 24-hour donut yapping. Eventually, one day. Endless Q&A. All right, let's see. Oh, what cursed mod would you create for Elden Ring? Excuse me? So, follow-up D&D question. Okay, hold on. Excuse me. We answered this last time. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Who keeps asking this? Jira, are you here? Jira, did you ask this again? So, a cursed mod that I would have for Elden Ring, honestly, it would probably be something that has to do with like, hoyeah. Can I get a hoyeah? Okay, sorry. All the sound alerts will be off once the interview starts. So if you want to get them out of your system, get them out of your system now. If you want to, is gambling on? I'm Mimi. Can I get a hoyeah? Gambling is on. I'm Mimi. If you want to get your gambling done, go ahead and do that now also. I think it should be somewhere on the screen. I'm Mimi.
Let's go gambling.
Oh, it's kind of hidden.
Let's go gambling.
Oh God, they're all freaking out. Oh no, what happened? Gambling? Oh.
Aw, dang it.
Hold on. The menu's in the way. Where's the menu? That's not it.
Let's go gambling. I can't stop winning.
You can't stop winning.
Aw, dang it. I can't stop winning.
God, maybe I shouldn't have said get it out of your system. Maybe I should not have said get it out of your system.
Let's go gambling.
That's so funny.
Aw, dang.
So, sorry, the aw dang it immediately cut off is so funny. Okay, anyways, sorry. So, what cursed mod would you create? Honestly, I would have my most cursed mod would probably be like a random chance of something happening just randomly. Like, I would like it if just occasionally it'd be a slight chance that every time you walk into a boss room, it's just
hey guys,
it's just something unhinged.
In Monster Hunter Wilds?
You walk into Horalu's room and it's just him twerking. That would be my cursed mod. But it's like a 1% chance. So it's like, unless you keep replaying the game, you'll never know it's there. And you'll never know where it is. It's just random. So what have you spent on VTubing in general? The average is around 3 to 5K for many as a frame of reference. So generally, most of my stuff is spent in mesmer twerking. Mongrel intruder. Yes. Yeah, the other mod would be that various bosses randomly follow you around in the overworld, but every time you turn around, you only catch a glimpse of them right before they hit you and then they disappear. And then one time it happens and it's real. I'm Mimi. So I got 7 minutes. Hold on. So, most of my money is spent on audio equipment. So I'd say I've spent maybe a total of about 2K in audio equipment in general. And then in terms of like model stuff, it's probably much lower because this model was like $50, and then I've probably only spent a handful of other things in terms of like model related things. Maybe like 1 to 200 in terms of like assets and backgrounds and stuff. And then I think that's really it. I've probably, so yeah, I'd say no wonder Mike is so nice. Yeah, I have various mics. I have a total of 5 microphones that I use for various things. You'll most often hear this one, which is the this is the MX7 I'm trying to find the model number on this mic. It's the Shure M. What is it called? But this one was like 250-ish. It's the MX7 or MV7X. It's something like that. But this is the version that's specifically an XLR mic. I also have 2 Rode paired mics. They are the M5 paired mics, and those are the ones I use for audios most often. You guys can hear it real quick. Hold on, I'll show you the difference. Let me adjust in my chair. I actually have to turn off sound suppression. Thank you. Hello. What do I call you? Phantasmagoria is a very long name. Is it Taz? Where's my stuff? Hold on. I have to adjust my mic because currently it's, well, you know what? Whatever. It's set in binaural mode. Whatever. Whoa! I just broke everything. Sorry. Okay. So I'm gonna switch mics real quick. I gotta turn off my sound suppression. You guys will hear it, and then I will. You guys will see. You guys will see. Okay. Let me just leave it at that. I have to do a couple things, so I'm gonna mute for a second. Hello? Hello? Hi? Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello? Can you hear me? So this is the, things are gonna sound a little weird because I have it set up for, I have it set up for my binaural mode. So, this is, I like to call this the strong mic. It's got a lot more clarity. You can probably hear pretty much everything. Like, that's like me rubbing my hands. That's my shirt. This is what I call the strong mic. So I have to actually be a little more careful when I'm talking with this one. And then I have one more mic. I can actually turn that one on real quick too. Uh-oh, it's picking up a fan. Hello, hello? This is the 3DO. This is the mic that I got and have never used for an audio. But this is the 3DO mic. This is the one where like, I've actually got like the ear cups and everything. So this one's it's got similar qualities to the paired M5s, but this one's more specifically, can you touch the ear cups? I can, but I don't have monitoring on, right? I don't have monitoring on, so I can't really, I don't want to explode the mic, but like I'm gonna try. I'm sorry if be ready, it could explode the mic. I'm sorry. Could you hear that? Just bash the mic. So anyways, that's the 3DO. Let me switch back to my normal mic. Which one is it? Uh-oh. Which one's the mute? Okay. Everything should be normal again. Hello. We're back from the strong mics. But yeah, so I have a lot of mics. Those are all literally just set up and ready to go. I can turn them on whenever. Headphones haunted. But yeah, so yeah, Kem has the Xbox mic, the crunchy mic. That's the one mic I don't have. I don't have crunchy mic. The closest thing I have, you guys have probably heard this, is I have a voice effect I can turn on for the mic. I spend a lot of time on my audio stuff. I'm not joking at all when I say that. The audio portion of streaming is like my big thing that I enjoy fiddling with, finding things for. So here's BitCrush.
Hello! Greetings, everyone. It should be a bit crushed, ideally. I actually can't hear it, so I just have to hope and assume. You win. Round 1. Anyways.
So we have various things like that. I love these things. I like having all these things available to me. They're my favorite things. Sounds like a 1920s radio. Yeah. Atlantic accent. Old-timey gamer announcer. But yeah, so anyways, I think I've killed enough time. We did not get through all the questions. There were many. The follow-up D&D question was, have you seen the new wizard from 5.5? I have not. I actually haven't looked at anything in the new updates for D&D right now, so I honestly have not seen that much. But one day. Okay, let me turn these off. If we have time at the end, we'll go through it, but also there's potentially the time that there's potentially a chance that I will we might. Okay, sorry, Loaf, I'm gonna ask you to wait just a moment so I can explain this. I'm sorry. So there's a topic we're gonna be talking about during Denko's section that once we're done with the interviews in totality, right? Once we've finished up interns, if it's not too late, what I'm probably gonna do is open up to anybody who would like to come in and say a piece about it, because it's gonna be a pretty, it could be a heavy topic. It's gonna be a little, it's gonna be probably the most serious portion of the interviews because it is current events. And if you guys have been paying attention to things going on over at TwitchCon, then you might know what I'm talking about. And we're gonna talk about it. So it could be, yeah, you're right. It's gonna be the most heavy section of this. So we're gonna be talking about things that are going on over there. Yeah, it's gonna be well, we're gonna lock in. Okay, let me turn off all of my redeems and stuff. I gotta turn off all the audio cues, turn gambling off. Thank you all for getting it out of your system. Fishing, I'm going to turn off. I know we did not get to do any fishing, but it has to go. I'm sorry. I cannot allow it to be here. I don't want it to get in the way. Who? Kem. I literally stopped to take a second to look at something. All right, get that mackerel out of here. Get it out of here. Be gone. Okay, I'm hopping into the VC and we're gonna turn on what's going on. So let me go ahead, hop in the VC, and then let me get Loaf on screen. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hold on, let me adjust your volume a little bit, and then let me get your
volume a little bit.
There. Okay. And where's your cup? I made everybody cups, and I'm not gonna forget it again. I could never forget it a second time. There it is. Yeah. So. So, everybody say hello to Loaf. And Loaf, would you please introduce yourself while I get your questions up?
Hi, I'm Loaf, or Corey. I have 2 accounts because I'm indecisive and cannot make decisions. Don't ask me to make one. I am a professional tummy ache survivor.
So important.
So important. And I have somehow managed to turn VTubing and VTubing adjacent activities into my entire life in the course of about 3 years.
Yes. Yeah, so for people who don't know, Loaf is a very, very, one, talented streamer, and two, talented artist, and just generally highly talented. It's kind of insane. So,
thank you. I put all my channel all my
all my
character
channel
points into Queer Audacity.
Oh God. Well, you know what? It's the way it's got to be. Could you, on that note, also, could you please tell everybody what your preferred pronouns are?
They, them, for lack of better vocabulary.
They, them, for lack of decision making. It's fine. Yes. Okay, so you said you've turned this into basically your career over the past over about 3 years. Is that how long you've been VTubing, or has that been a different duration?
So I've been VTubing for about like 3-4 years. I've changed obviously the I've been Loaf for about a year. Space Trash has been around for 2. I am an indecisive individual. Space Trash isn't even my first identity in VTubing. I started off as a Skull Goblin. Because I would play a lot of Rust. And instead, I can't say instead of being toxic, because I would also sometimes be toxic. But the majority of the time, I was just going around going, hey, can I have your skull? No reason. I don't want to steal your stuff. I just want your skull for my museum. Please and thank you. Goodbye. And I kind of just ran with it. But I mean, I started around like late 2020, early 2021.
Oh, got it. So like right at the boom, basically.
Oh yeah. I got the butt end of it.
Nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people, because I know like me and Jira were talking about how we were kind of keeping tabs on the VTuber space at the time that like the big EN boom started, and we kind of regret not hopping in at the time. But like I personally, I wasn't in the space. But do you feel like that that helped you kind of like get your like the experience?
Absolutely. Like I mean, like when I was playing with the concept of Catlophe, I didn't initially just go, hey guys, I'm rebranding again. Like, I left it as a separate thing, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just see how this plays on its own and see like how it feels, and then I'll decide whether or not, you know, like I want to keep it around. And it's definitely a lot harder. People take it a lot more seriously now than they did in 2020. In 2020, we were all just memeing.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Sorry. So this is something that like I've kind of me and Jira have talked about this a lot, and I think we kind of briefly talked about it yesterday, but she likes to say that when the VTubing boom started back in 2020, it was very easy to just kind of be like, you can kind of coast a little bit on the uniqueness of VTubing, but now it feels like everybody has like, you have to have kind of like a niche if you want to make it, basically. Is that,
I mean, it was definitely like an easier entryway. Maintaining people was still fairly hard.
Yeah.
But I mean, like my initial start with all of that was honestly a little bit messy because autism. I entered the space and I was just like, yeah, everybo's super nice, right? It's great. Everything will be fine. I'm just here for a good time. And then I was like, oh, this is a really weird interaction. I don't know how I'm supposed to deal with this. Like, I kind of started because I was like in between friend groups.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this sounds like a fun way for me to occupy my time. And so then I was like, oh, friends, everybody friend. And then it was like, no, sweet baby angel, everybody not friend.
Yeah, it's funny because like, I feel like that's what I've been slowly, okay. A lot of people have kind of joked that I'm a little, I have good sense of people, but I'm also very trusting of people. And I always go, well, they can't be that bad. They probably don't mean to be mean. And then they're like, no, they definitely meant to be mean. It's definitely something I've been learning very slowly over, like, even now 2 years into this. Okay, sorry, to bring it back, why did you choose VTubing? Like, what was the draw to it?
So it's kind of funny. So I don't actually like engage in like content creation as a consumer pretty much at all.
Oh, okay.
I was playing Rust with my friends, and Rust does these like Twitch drops where like you can get like skins for different content creators.
Yeah.
And I had seen oh god, what Ash Plays LOL on the Twitch drops list, and I was just like, whoa, what's that? And I sent it to one of my best friends. I was like, look, they've got like a little character and it moves. That's so cool. How do they do that? And Bones is like, oh, that's a VTuber. And I went, what's a VTuber?
What's a VTuber? What?
And I was just like, it just became like just a pile drive into it at that point. I was just like, I'm in the Google rabbit hole. I'm learning everything there is to know. And it is a fixation that never died.
It's honestly, and I feel like a lot of the people who I've talked to, I know Kem kind of agrees with me on this, is like because originally, before I got like this live 2D model, right, I was like, oh, I'm fine with being a PNG. And then as soon as I got the live 2D model, and I was like, oh, it's schmoovin'. Oh no, I like looking at this.
No, literally every time I make a model, it doesn't matter if it's a commission or if it's what I'm making for myself. I think probably half the time of actually making it is just me going forever and ever and ever.
It's kind of addicting in a way that, like, I feel like if you've never like turned on VTube Studio or anything and turned on a model, you don't really understand. But as soon as you do, you realize, oh, there's a reason people do this. God. Okay. I'm gonna jump a little bit because I'm curious about this. Is you do art, right? Were you doing art before the VTuber thing?
Oh, I've been doing art since I had any sort of fine motor skill. There has not been a point in time where I have not gone, let me just doodle the thing real quick. Probably one of like my parents' favorite stories to tell growing up was that my mother used to put paper, like I don't know if where you are there's like crab shacks and stuff.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so where I am from, a very specific area in the mid-Atlantic, where our whole identity is crabbing.
Yeah.
And so you've got these crab shacks where they'll put down big rolls of paper onto the table because they're essentially just pouring buckets of crabs.
Oh wait,
onto your
no,
table.
I do know what this is. I've been to one once, and it was the worst experience of my life. Yeah. But that's because I don't like shellfish. They upset me.
No, so my mother would take big rolls of paper like that, and she would tape it up to the walls.
Yeah.
And she would let me draw whatever I wanted.
Oh.
And it did not occur to my little baby brain that's only okay when paper.
Oh, yeah.
So I ended up drawing with crayon on my parents' wall, and that they couldn't figure out how to get that crayon off. That stayed there for years.
It's the wax. I know this because I had younger sisters, and they would do the same thing. And when we moved out of one of the houses we were renting at the time, we had to sit there and be like, "What the hell do we do about this?" I think we ended up just taking like because you can do this thing where you like take a chip of the paint, and we just took it to like a shop and was like, can you just give us a new thing of paint? We gotta paint over something. It's a little don't worry about it. So God, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. When you shifted into VTubing, do you think you because like I feel like it's a different skill doing like VTuber art versus like standard art. Like how did that shift go?
So what I was doing before was I was mostly on Instagram at the time, because that's where there's a lot of like indie comic artists. That's where a lot of them hang out at. And so I had a fairly successful webcomic on Webtoons. And I would make like these like little stinky skits of just like my life. And that part I wasn't doing too hot over there. I was really struggling. Surprise, surprise, the general audience has a hard time relating to an autistic NB who's just like, I'm just a little potato man. I don't know what you want from me. But no, it's been, and I'm still adapting, really. Like when I first started my art style, and this was before like the like VTuber like cartoony boom happened. So my art style was much more westernized. And while, you know, like I didn't need as much income at the time, so it was like the little bits I was making was fine. It was like, well, why isn't this working for me? And so it's been just like 3 years of just like throwing things at the wall. And going, okay, these are the things that work in this niche. This is what works here. This stuff doesn't. And just constantly like trying to learn more about that.
Got it. And I realized we kind of like breezed over this and didn't really say, but could you tell everybody, for anybody who doesn't know, who made your model and who rigged it, please?
Me. I did that. I did it. I did all of it.
I realized that we were talking about it, and some people might not be aware that the reason I'm asking you all this is that you did this.
Me, I did it. I even have another one.
Yeah.
Because I can't pick. Like, just, oh, would you look at that? That's crazy. That's crazy. A raccoon in pajamas? Who's that? Why are they here?
Yes. So just to kind of, for anybody who might have been a little lost and confused why I'm so curious about this whole VTuber art thing, it's because we have a genuine artist and rigger, and you do assets too, right?
Oh, I do everything.
Yeah, you're literally full package.
Yeah, I do overlay sets, I do stingers, I do logos, I do hand animation, I do live 2D animation. What else do I emotes? Yes, all of the things, many things.
Yes, literally, if you need anything for your guys' stuff for VTubing, you've got a literal one-stop shop right here.
I do all of the things. I can't help myself.
So, kind of circling back, while we've got now that people have seen both your models, what would you say is kind of like, how do I put this? What do you think is like the things you like most about each model? Because you have kind of said you keep shifting around. What's the things that you like about each of these? And what's the things you kind of focus on when you're making a model?
I think, and I haven't used this model in a while, so I don't know how well it's going to work with this green screen. But I think my favorite part is this little man's. I got a little Mothman. He's just a little guy. He's just having a good party time. And then, hang on, let me swap back over. I can't have thoughts without the thing in front of me.
Yeah.
It simply does not work. I think this one's probably the boots, if I'm being honest.
The boots.
The boots.
The boots.
I like the boots.
They are good. They do good steppy.
They make me suffer when drawing them. However, they are very pretty and I like them.
Fair. So fair and valid. And then really quickly in the chat, Kem asked, do you have a VGen?
I do. I don't use it often, and honestly, quite frankly, I kind of forget it exists sometimes. I also just have like a generalized card with all of the information. There are so many things in there that I simply cannot put it on a single page. I think I was in batch 5 of VGen. And honestly, at the time, the site was a little So I was just like, no, thank you. No. And then, I mean, like, in general, I'm just more established outside of VGen. So, like, I have it as an option for people who would feel more comfortable working with me through VGen. But 90% of my clientele is outside of VGen.
Yeah, that makes sense. So kind of on the topic of your services, the things you've got in your card and stuff like that, one of the things you do, I know, is character concepts. How do you help, like, generally speaking, what would you say is a good way for people to come up with their own original concept? Like, what are the things you usually walk people through?
So typically what I ask people to show up with is a general idea, like some sort of theme, an aesthetic of some kind, and a color scheme.
Okay.
Typically from there, I can kind of just like work with what's there. It's a lot of back and forth of like, and it's like, typically I'm very like limiting on, what's the word? I'm blanking. Alteration periods. Like, I have to be very strict with them just because of how some people can be. But with character designing, that's the one spot where I'm like, as many revisions as you want. As many as you want. Like, let's make it sure that it's something that you absolutely love.
Yeah, because the concept is going to be the thing you're going to carry through the whole way, basically.
Yes, and it's something that you should absolutely be in love with.
Yeah.
It's something that you can age with. Hence why I've changed 3 times, because I realized it wasn't something that I could age with. And what ends up happening a lot of times is people will come to me and they'll be like, oh, well, I have this idea, but I don't think it's very marketable. And I don't think it'll be popular. And I'm like, bestie, I didn't ask if it's going to be popular. I didn't ask if it's like on the market. I asked if you like it.
Yes.
And I've actually, I've been told, you know, it's only 3 nickels. But it's weird that I have 3. I've been told 3 separate times that my character design service feels a lot like therapy. Because at the end of the day, you know, like, you're the one paying for it. You're the one that's going to have it forever. You should be the one that's happy with it. I don't care if it's marketable. At the end of the day, the thing that's going to be marketable is you. I'm just an entryway point. This is true. Den cried a lot. But yeah, so I mean, like, it's a lot of just like making sure that like the client walks away feeling like confident and happy, so that they can go do the stuff that they want to do without worrying about whether or not they feel like they look right.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people kind of get hung up in like what's something that they kind of look at all the popular VTubers, what everybody else is doing, and they kind of get pushed away from doing anything unique, right? Like, and I mean, you see this, I guess, with like art styles and stuff, is like there's a very specific art style for VTubers, generally speaking, and people are usually, I feel like, afraid to stray away from that. You very rarely see anybody trying anything new with like styles or with like themes and things like that. It's always kind of like in the same categories. At least.
Yeah, and I mean, like, a lot of people seem to think that like that keeping in that category is going to help them, when in reality, a lot of the times it doesn't help you. It hurts you. It makes you blend into the crowd. So like, there's really no point in trying to be something that you're not, and to be something that like you don't like just because you think that it'll be popular, because everybody's going to know.
Yes. I think at the end of the day, you're very right in that the biggest thing that people should be looking for is like finding a model that feels right to you. Because at the end of the day, like, it's basically your second skin, and if you don't feel right in it, you're not gonna be right on stream, and it's gonna come through that way, I think.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I have 2. Is that, like, you know, when I started with a persona that was very much like my personal like online identity. Yeah. And then fun fact, I am very aware of my analytics for what my audience looks like for my art and my content creation. They are 2 completely different analytics. There's no overlap. My art is popular amongst girls and women ages 13 to 35, and my content creation is popular amongst men 18 to 35. There's no overlap there. And when I was first getting started, like that made things really difficult.
Yeah.
Having such a like personal identity as the forefront of my content, because like you'd get these dudes that would come in and go, a femme presenting VTuber, let me be weird. And I'm just like, I am so incredibly uncomfortable. I need to separate my identity. And so I made, at the time, her name was Nadir, which is now Space Trash.
Yeah.
And that was meant to be like a separate thing. And then eventually that also became my personal identity. I'm even wearing a raccoon kigurumi right now. And so it was just like, I need something else. And I mean, like, me making like Space Trash my personal identity happened after I decided that I wanted something more in between. And that's what Loaf is for me.
Yeah.
Is like, Loaf is enough of me that I feel comfortable using the model, but not so much that I have that personal connection when people come into chat and are weird.
Yes. And I get what you mean in a very different sense, right? Just because that's part of why I made that shift. For people who don't know, I have 2 different YouTube channels for audio. The one that I normally use on the Hidden Donut, I do most of my streaming on, and I do like some basic audios. And then I do a separate type of audio, nothing crazy, on my other channel. But I separated it out because I started getting some people being a little strange. And the Hidden Donut has literally been my persona for the last 15 years. It's just now that I have a thing to it, right? But it's weird when people start to get weird at me because it's so connected to me. So I get so much of what you mean.
Oh yeah, no, and I mean, like, it's especially awkward when you're the artist, because then it's like people will frame it like they are paying my art a compliment. And I'm just like, this is just sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Like, why did you think that was okay to say? Please leave.
People feel strangely empowered to say the wildest things online. And I don't know if it's worse than it was before, but it definitely feels like it.
Honestly, before VTubing, I had only ever really engaged in 1, Gaia Online RP chat rooms, and 2, the like OC art community. And I don't know, I felt like people, I mean, like, granted, the art community as a whole has changed a lot in the time from when I started being left alone with the internet to the present day. But like the art community used to be like so much more connected. And like just like looking out for one another. And I mean, like, we're still trying to do that, but it's not the same as it used to be. And so I mean, like, if somebody came in and was weird, everybody was just like, nah, dude, get out of this club. This club isn't for you, go home.
Do you think that comes from the fact that like this art has kind of like grown as a thing? I feel like you see a lot more people trying to get into it now, just because like the internet's more accessible, getting things to do it is more accessible. Do you think it's just like it's just that there's more people means more bad apples, essentially? Or do you
Honestly,
think
I don't think so. Because even when drawing online was not accessible, I mean, like, we started this stuff in like 2007. We were still out here doing it. You couldn't get a graphic tablet easily at that time. We were out here doing it with mouse.
Yes.
For fun. But what I blame what the current online space looks like is the commercialization of the internet. The internet used to be more of like an open forum type of environment. And then corporations started coming in, people started commercializing their content online more. And so now, even if you're just doing stuff for fun, there's always that thought lingering in the back of somebody's mind, of like, this could be commercialized instead of just, I am just here as a little guy on the internet.
Yes. And I have a friend who he's very like, how do I put this? He's very dedicated to streaming, but he's the type of person, and I mean this in the best way possible. I know he's not listening because he so rarely is in my streams, but he does it. He has this like feeling of obligation, like, oh, well, I can commercialize this. I can try to make money off this. I should. And if I don't, then I'm making a mistake. And it almost like, you can see it kind of like weigh on people like that, where it's like you can tell they're not enjoying what they're doing, and everything's very I don't know. I agree with that though. I agree that it's definitely a big thing of like people commercializing just their presence online. Like you're constantly essentially performing or selling something essentially, right? And there's all this push for like clout and stuff like that. God, I just feel like the internet's such a different place than it was like 10 years ago.
Oh, absolutely. It's a completely different landscape.
Okay, so to bring it back towards art, off of that tangent, we were talking a bit about like your commissions and stuff. Do you have any pet peeves that people have, like when people come to commission you? Any things that like really bother you?
So many, Donut! So many! So many! Like any other job, there's always that. Then we don't need to talk about it. There's always that corner of the job where you just go, man.
Oh god. Oh, ads have started. Oh no, thank you. Somebody. Oh no! Hello? You exploded. What happened?
I exploded.
You disappeared and cut out, and now you're crunchy.
Oh no!
Everything. It exploded.
Wow, it really just said no you.
Okay. You know, everything was working fine, and then your rage broke everything.
It heard, oh god, they're upset.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. The last thing we heard was you yelling at Den not to talk about it.
So, you know, like, I love my job.
Yeah.
As a disabled individual, I can't imagine doing anything else.
Yeah.
But there's always that corner of the job where you just go, man, I wish this was easier. And for me, that's the customer service aspect of it. Which, pretense, okay? I have over a decade of customer service experience under my belt. I am not foreign to customer service. However, sometimes people just,
Sometimes the customer is very not right.
Sometimes the customer is wrong and I contemplate a refund.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's times where like people will come to me and they want a slot now, but they have no clue what they want. Or like Den brought up, I had somebody not understand the concept of color theory and got mad at me because there was sun in their outdoor themed illustration. And I'm like, do you want me to turn the sun off? It's gonna look dumb. You want me to turn it off? I'll turn it off. You're buying, buddy. But I'm just like, man. And actually so content creation is very much like a side thing for me, for the most part. And you know, like I do content creation as Loaf, but I'm also doing it as Space Trash for instances that are art related, because I very much want to keep like my Loaf content and my art separate. As much as I can keep it separate, considering I make all the assets. But I've got like a Word document right now of a bunch of videos that I plan on putting out on the YouTube for Space Trash. One of them being my top 10 peeves of clients.
Yay! Keep an eye out, guys. You don't want to be that guy.
Don't be that guy. And I mean, like, a lot of them are just like personal things. Like, they're not things that really like matter at the end of the day to like everybody. But a fair bit of them are just like, man, you could have been so much nicer about this. You wouldn't be feeling seen in this video if you were just polite with me.
Those people just looking at this, I'm in this and I don't like it, but it's my fault.
Yeah. And I know it. I'm gonna put out the video. I'm gonna link it on my Twitter, and then somebody's gonna come into my DMs like, Corey, that's not about me, is it? And it's just like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's about you. If you feel called out, maybe you should do a little bit of self-reflection. I don't know.
God. Okay. So, on the topic of art, this is kind of a pretty hot button topic, which is AI. And it's caught a lot of flack for being unethical because of the way they scrape for their models. So do you, as an artist, think that, what do you think it would take to get AI to a point that is ethical and usable, or is that even a possible thing?
So I have a, how do I put this?
Okay.
An unexpected insight on this particular topic. I can't disclose what it is, like where my partner works. However, my partner works for a very large company in tech.
Okay.
And so this is a conversation that comes up a lot because while the art field is absolutely under fire right now because of generative AI, the tech field is also under fire right now because of generative AI.
Got it.
There have been mass layoffs across the board, and a lot of it comes down to corporate greed and think that they can replace people with AI.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking, there is multiple levels of immorality happening amongst the sense. Oh, hi, love! There's multiple layers of immortality.
What?
Immorality.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm so word jumbled. But like, even if we took, let's say that we took the unethical data scraping off the table.
Yeah.
Okay. The amount of energy that it takes to handle these generative AIs is so high and requires so much like physical maintenance that it is completely unethical in the form of the environment.
Yeah.
And it's not even self-sustainable. So we were talking one time about how typically when you are setting up a server for any sort of like online service, you want that server to be placed somewhere convenient.
Yeah.
Somewhere where it's going to be highly used for latency reasons and other stuff. And they can't do that because of the amount of like power that they need to be able to draw. So they are having to put it anywhere in the power grid that they can. And so, you know, like even the scraping off the table, it is not going to make it like it's already on death's door. It's 1 foot out. Like they can't afford to be able to maintain it. And that's the thing that really peeves me, is that like the only reason they're pushing this is because they are making a fast buck now.
Yes.
Realistically speaking, if they even decided to do it like in a moral sense where they're going through and they're like asking for consent and all of this other stuff, the amount of art that you would need in order to make the bot viable is in like the hundreds, thousands range. Realistically, they are not going to get that, and to be able to get an end result in which it's actually viable. There's a lot of ways where AI as a general subject, not generative, is incredibly useful.
Yes.
Even programs like Live2D has AI like within the program, and I mean we all use it at this point. Like there's, even when I don't use like the thing where like it sets up like, okay, so like it's got like a new feature where it sets up like a base XY head turn for you so that you can just get that part out of the way and get into the nitty-gritty details. I personally don't use that just because I like going haha burr. However, when setting up physics, there's times where like you'll duplicate a physics table and then you'll swap out a like one parameter in the physics table for another, and it'll go, hey, you have these other parameters that have similar naming to the ones that you just replaced. Do you want me to replace those with those? And I'm like, yes, absolutely, thank you. Get that out of here. This is the most boring part of the job for me. And I mean, like, there's a lot of ways in which AI is useful as a generative topic. However, the only people that are benefiting from generative AI are corporations and greedy, stinky tech bros.
Yes.
And I can't say the words of what I would like to do to the stinky, sweaty tech bros.
Yes, I get what you mean though, and I think that that's kind of like where it feels like it is that generative AI is, generally speaking, just, I mean, it's struggling now because they're under fire from everywhere at this point, but when AI is used to replace something is where we seem to be running into the problem, versus where AI is used to supplement the tedious parts of things. People seem to appreciate it pretty well. Like it has its uses. It's just that they're not listening to the uses people want.
Yes.
So
also, like in a utopia setup of AI being present in everyday life.
Yeah.
Who's out here going, oh yeah, the people I want to replace who are just like working way too hard and should pick a different career? Yeah, that's the artists and the writers and the actors. The people, you know, who are in it for passion and not for a paycheck. Yeah, let's replace those guys and not the people working in, I don't know, mines. Sure, children may yearn for the mines. They don't belong there.
The children yearn for the mines. Would you deny them?
Yes. They don't know what they want. Their frontal lobe is still baking. They don't need the mines.
Oh god, we were just talking about frontal lobe developing. And the moment you realize you turn on at like mid-20s, if you're lucky.
Oh, dude, I'm convinced that there's several frontal lobes baking in my oven, because I've had that click a couple times now. Like, it was like I had it for like general logic sense.
Yeah.
At like, I don't know, like 25.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I don't know, maybe like last month, it's just like social status has been updated. Congratulations.
It's like, oh, another update. Cool. Okay. Let me see. We've been jumping a lot. Let me see if I can find a spot to pick us back up.
No worries, dude.
Okay. So, shifting away from art, we've talked plenty about art. Let's talk a bit about your streaming, because you have a very interesting setup that I'd like to get into. But first off, how long have you been streaming specifically?
I think a little bit over 3 years. And something like that.
Do you know what? I'm gonna skip that one. I don't like that one. I don't like that question. Moving that question. What do you think, for anybody looking to get into streaming, what do you think are some useful skills or traits that they should look into, basically?
So I have kind of a one answer for this and the other like art adjacent question. Yeah. That you would put in the list for this one, where it's not really an answer anybody really likes when I give it to them. However, this is my authentic truth, and nobody can take that away from me. The most important skill that I believe that you can have in anything that you set out to do, because I fuel my entire life on queer audacity. I see a thing, I want to learn about it, I learn about it. Nobody can take that away from me. Nobody can stop me.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Is the concept of being comfortable and happy with being what I like to call a forever student.
Yes.
You have to get really comfortable with the concept of that there is always going to be something that you do not understand, that you don't know about, and going out there and figuring it out.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you're looking to get into streaming, if you're looking to get into art, if you're looking to get into culinary. If there's a topic that you want to know more about, you have to go out there and get it and be able to dedicate the time to get those character points, those precious character points to develop your powers.
Yes.
And if you're not willing to go out there and get it, then you don't really want it that much.
I think that's fair. I think the thing is, right, is a lot of people look for an easy solution to something and kind of neglect the idea that, like, even, again, I've been doing this now 2 years, you've been doing this about 3 years, a lot of the people here have been doing this for a couple years, and I feel like all of us are constantly still looking for new ways to improve, looking for new skills to learn, to add, and figure new things out, because it's just like, you always need to be, no matter how good you think you are, you have to also have this kind of mindset that you could still be better, and it's up to you to figure that part out. So
yeah, honestly, in my opinion, anytime I've heard anybody be like, oh, I'm a master in this, I don't have anything else to learn, I'm just like, the biggest fool is present. Like, there's always going to be somebody that knows more than you, and that is okay.
Yes.
And I mean, like, really getting, and it's like, I can't tell you how many times over the years, because I mean, like, I've been drawing commercially for about a decade. Like, and I say that as in, like, I've been taking, like, some sort of commission for a decade.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many people have walked in and out of my life where they've gone, Corey, I want to know how to do what you do. Can you show me? And I'm like, I absolutely can show you. However, you are not going to like what I have to tell you, because they're always looking for a quick fix.
Yes.
And that's the thing that really kills me, is like, if you're going into something because you love it, you are not looking for a quick fix.
Yes.
Because you don't want to rush through it. You want to make sure you're actually really good at it. And you're really good at anything by rushing through it. And I mean, like, I've had people be like, oh, I want to learn how to do art like you do. And I'm like, okay, we can have lessons, but you're starting at the fundamentals, bud, until you show me the way to move past them. And they're like, I'm tired of drawing circles and squares. And I'm like, well, cry, I guess.
Don't you understand? Circles and squares are everything. Occasionally.
It's true. It is everything. That SpongeBob episode where he draws a face and then he turns it into a circle, that's actually just true.
At the end of the day, it all comes back to the circles and squares. You gotta...
It all comes back to circles and squares.
It really is so true, though, with a lot of things, right? Is that the people misunderstand how important, like, the basics are for things. And that goes for, like, any skill, whether it's, like, you know, voice acting, art, writing, singing, whatever it is. Like, if you're trying to get to, like, essentially point Z, and you're gonna skip all the other points before that, you're not getting there, buddy. It's just not happening.
Yeah, no. Like, I've been friends with several artists where they've expressed like, oh, I didn't learn the fundamentals. I learned through tracing or just like freehanding. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's great. Like, I'm proud of you. You've gotten really far for that. But then they'll look at me and they'll go, I get really like stuck with trying to come up with like new poses and stuff. How do I do that? And I'm like, well, you know that skill that you skipped? You gotta go back and do that, buddy.
Yeah. It's so true. And I think that, like, it's definitely something people can learn, is to kind of like, you're never, no matter how good at something you think you are, you're never going to be too good to learn the fundamentals and practice the fundamentals. They make up everything you do. That's why they're the fundamentals. Yes. Okay.
You're playing on hard mode when you skip the fundamentals.
Yeah. It's like, oh, what do you mean I never, what? Block? What's that? I never learned that. Got it. Okay, so on the topic of streaming, and this is kind of something that I've heard a couple people kind of mention to me, who are in like the streaming sphere, is they worry that not having a skill like art or music makes them less talented as a streamer, because they feel like they have less to offer. Do you have any kind of like words for people who feel like that?
I mean, bestie, if I'm being honest here, I don't like streaming art. There's a reason I don't do it. Which, yeah, some people say that I'm really just kicking myself in the ass there for that one. But I mean, like, you know, at the end of the day, bards are an entirely different class.
Yeah.
You can put all of your skill points into being a bard, and that is good enough. And
Yes.
good enough is what we aim for here.
Mm-hmm.
There's, you know, like, I could be good at art all day, but there's still days where I sit and I go to start stream and I'm just like, all I can think is to stare into the camera. No thought, head empty. I have nothing to contribute right now until somebody talks to me. And that, you know, being able to do that on its own is its own separate deal.
Yes, I agree. Okay, and then what I would, again, for people who don't know this, for people who haven't seen, if you haven't seen Loaf streams, they're advertised as gacha streams. Could you kind of explain what that means?
So and actually, on the topic, another feather I am adding to my cap is game development. Because I've realized that the gacha on its own is so much more complicated than if I were to just learn a game engine. But essentially what I do is I have an endless stream of ideas. Part of my lore is that I go AU hopping. If you don't know what an AU it is, it's an alternate universe. There's an endless amount of loafs out there in the world. We just have to find them. And so I set up a bunch of commands in my stream so that people like Den can go in there and they save up all of their points. And I essentially set up skin banners.
Yeah.
Where like every like 3-4 months it rotates, which granted we're swapping that now because it's a little bit much for me.
Yeah.
But we're still keeping the gacha aspect.
Okay.
But they get to go in. They try to unlock skins. It's a really great community building exercise.
Yeah.
Like everybody gets really, really excited about it, especially when there's like only one skin left on the banner. And they're like, I only need one more part for us to get this skin. And then we're golden. And then they're like fighting for it for that last month before the banner rotates. And I'm keeping the gacha aspect.
Yeah.
But the gacha aspect is changing. Instead of being able to unlock AU loafs, which actually I'm like putting out like a new model. There's gonna be like a whole new lore video assigned with it. But we're doing, you get items now through the gacha.
Oh.
And then we are having raid community loaf battles.
Oh.
Where everybody gets to have like they get to like buy like weapons and potions and gear, and then the chat gets to fight a loaf boss, and once that boss is defeated, then they get a new loaf AU.
Oh, that's
and
so
with that they get new lore, a new model, overlays, the whole 9 yards. But if they fail the fight, then they have to be like, they have to save up for a rematch. Got it.
That's real interesting because, okay, for full disclosure, there's another streamer that me and Jira, our group, watches called Owlin, and they have something kind of similar that they do with like raids, where it's like, oh, if you raid in or you donate subs, you get to participate in their little Owlin, yes, the Our RPG, and it's like you have a chance of winning, and then if you win you get art. And that's the only other time I've ever seen that aspect. So that's the idea of essentially gearing up to do that raid is such a unique idea. I'm interested to see where that's gonna go, because that sounds actually really cool.
Yeah, my game engine of choice apparently for this has become Godot. Which apparently is supposed to be like a really great entry level game engine. And I'm already pretty comfortable in the art aspect, so I just gotta get the game dev points. Because originally, like the main gacha, I do that entirely through Mix It Up. It's just a series of commands that I've set up to play when they go to purchase like a digital item in chat. But then I went to go set it up for the raids, and I was just like, God, I could do it through Mix It Up. If I really, really wanted to, I could do it through Mix It Up. But at this point, it's just easier and like more worth my time to just teach myself a game engine.
Got it. Yeah, and for those who don't know, a big chunk of where the gambling little thing that I have set up in my stream, that was very much inspired by the way Loaf runs the gacha over on their stream. So you can thank Loaf for that. If you enjoy doing enjoy hearing the let's go gambling, dang it. You can thank Loaf for that, because that was the idea I had. And then I went to Loaf and was like, hey, how do I do this?
Yeah, and actually, it's something that like a lot of people have been like, wow, you know, like that's really interesting. Like I'd really like to do something like that myself. And so at some point I do plan on putting out a video where it's just like a tutorial on how to set it up.
I think it could be super useful.
Yeah, and I mean like there's even like so with Mix It Up, you can set up a series of commands and then export that series of commands. So alongside with the tutorial, I'll probably also release like a gotcha template.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That
basically
people
something
can just import. Yeah.
That makes sense. I think that'd be super neat. I think it'd be very helpful for people who are looking to add like this sort of interactive element and kind of expand what their streams could be. And I think it'd be super useful to have just like a template that you can then be like, okay, I'm just gonna make some adjustments here. So.
Oh yeah, no, I mean like, so Den was here for this. Bloodbeard was here for this. So my current iteration of the gacha like channel setup is so much more intricate than it was when it started.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of trial and error to go, how can I set this up in a way where I don't have to set up 50 new commands every single time I want to do a banner rotation.
Yeah.
And so now I've got like the main gacha banner where that's the actual command that they redeem in chat, and it just clicks through several other commands that I have set up where I can just go in and edit those commands instead of editing the entire banner.
Yes, which I think is kind of the advice you gave me when I was trying to set up my things. You were like, yeah, just set it up so that you've got those basic commands, and then you have a separate command that chat gets to use that pulls from that list. And I was like, that is so much smarter than the thing I was gonna attempt to do, and was so much less work than the thing I was gonna attempt to do. So
dude, the first time I did it, I spent like probably like 8 solid hours just going, I guess I'll just edit every single one. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. This is for chat. I love chat. Chat deserves nice things. Here you go, chat. And then I was just like, chat, I'm stupid. Chat, I did a dumb. Look at my dumb, but also look at my big brain. New idea.
It's like, on the downside, unfortunately, I was very dumb. On the bright side, I'm now very smart.
I love that moment. Like, there's so many times where I'm like, God, that was just like the dumbest way I could have done this. But then just the high of my brain is enormous.
Got it. Yes. I've definitely had that moment. Okay, one second. I thought I saw something going on in chat, and I just wanted to really quickly go through, make sure I didn't miss anything. Don't do that. Yeah. Guys, remember, take the easy way. I haven't seen this on either channel. Can we see yours? The gacha? I can show you guys the gacha real quick if that's what you mean. Again, mine is set up very differently from Loaf's. I have mine that's set up, if you've seen that meme, that's let's go gambling. I set mine up after that. I have it disabled right now. I'm gonna turn it on just so I can show you guys real quick. But this is what I have.
Let's go gambling.
Thank you.
Oh, dang it.
So it's just a quick little thing. I have learned that I definitely need to put chat outputs for it. Because sometimes I'll miss when people win, but luckily I don't need to see them win for them to get their tokens and stuff. But I have mine set up because yours kind of gives out points. You have like a lot of things on yours, right? It's like points, the banner stuff, and then I think
so we've got what's essentially just like point gambling. Like there's a certain amount that you have to pay in points to be able to get out, and sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. You can get VIP. I host regular movie nights when my memory is not bad and when I don't feel like I'm dying. Where you can get movie tickets so that you pick what movie we watch instead of me making everybody watch The Visit for the 87th time. We've got an origami star jar where I will write whoever redeemed its name on the star, put it in the jar, and once the jar is full, we'll do a raffle. We've got you could pick out like custom, like I'll make like a custom emote or something. I also do like Utau voice banks. It hasn't been in the gacha role for a while because I really want to record a new voice bank. But I've also got it set up so that they can redeem for me to do new songs.
Oh, that's neat. Okay. That's see, and that's the thing, right? How do you come up with the ideas for the things that you've been adding? Because again, you've got probably one of the most like chat interactive streams because of this like gacha aspect. How do you kind of like come up with these ideas?
I have autism. I don't know. I mean, like, Utau voice banks is something I've always wanted to do. Like, I grew up with Vocaloid and Hatsune Miku and Gumi, and so little baby me was always like, I want to be a Vocaloid. And I mean, like, a lot of what I do for myself in adulthood is like, I like to nurture my inner child.
Yes.
If I have the means to do something and it's something that I think would make my inner child really happy, I just do it.
Got it.
I don't tell her no if I don't have to.
I think that's valid.
So like, yeah, and so like the moment I realized like, oh, I can make my own voice bank, I was just like, here you go, baby Corey. This one's for you. And so that's just like a new thing that we added in as something for me to do. And then I mean, like, the movie night tickets, everybody really likes movie night. Yeah. So like you wanna pick something that's not The Visit? Go ahead. Run it through
gotcha. I mean, honestly, it's like one of the, again, when I first started watching you, the gacha aspect, and again, I'm gonna admit to something. I definitely lurk in your streams a lot more than I'm active. I'm probably in a good half of the last, probably like, I don't know, 20, 30 streams you've done. I've probably been lurking in at least half of those.
Well, I appreciate that.
And the gacha aspect has always been kind of like a thing that was very, very interesting to me. And it was one of those things where it's like, I really want to have a more interactive environment with my chat. And so I sat there and was like, how does Loaf do this? What do I need to do?
So like, I set it up because like, it's one of those like, again, I pay a lot of attention to my analytics.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable with checking my analytics.
Yes.
And even with things, I mean, like, I can't even like manually check my analytics anymore with like things like Twitter because I refuse to give the muskrat money.
Hell yeah.
And so it's a lot of just like manual calculation.
Yes.
And for me with streaming, part of that manual calculation is going, what do we all have in common here? It's autism and ADHD, isn't it? You guys are only here because you got ADHD. And therefore, I've got to jiggle the little key for you.
Here you go, so jingle, jingle.
Jingle, jingle. And the jingle, jingle was gotcha. I think it was like I had enough members in my community go, okay, but when are you going to play Genshin? And I'm like, listen, I'm very aware that Genshin exists. I'm very aware that miHoYo exists.
Yeah.
I am also very aware that I am a loot goblin, and if I play gacha games, I will fall into addiction.
Yes.
And so I don't touch it. But you want to know what? I can be Genshin for you guys. And so I set up.
We have Genshin at home. That's so goddamn funny. No, chat. We're not playing Genshin. We have Genshin at home. The Genshin at home. Lope is my favorite Genshin Impact the third rail.
Genuinely Wally gets very upset when the gacha gets paused.
I know. I've seen it happen.
Honestly, it's getting to the point where it's like between like Den and Bloodbeard and a couple other community members, they're just like, how much for us to start paying money for gacha? How much? How much need? And I'm just like, don't ask me that question.
But what if need more gacha? This is not enough gacha.
Just, no, please, my wallet, it cries for gacha.
The children crave the gacha.
They do, they crave the gacha.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, we are about at the end of our time. Do you have any suggestions for people who are looking to kind of, because again, you have a very specific niche. You have a very unique stream, and kind of like the space you fill is, I'd argue, one of a kind. What would be your suggestion for people who are looking to find find their niche, find their thing that'll make them stand out?
Feed your inner child all of the loot. If there was something that you always wanted, I don't care if you wanted to be a Transformer, a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, whatever it was that you were like, God, I really love this thing.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like I get to engage in that in adulthood. Free will exists. You are the only one telling you that you cannot engage into that in adulthood with your adult money.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, just go for it. Not everybody's gonna like it, and that means you're doing your job.
Yes.
If you work for everybody, then you work for nobody.
Yes. And I think
so just go do it.
That's a very good point, and honestly, it's kind of how I've been running things here. Like, for everybody who's been here, you know that I have all those the little like audio sound bites. They're all disabled right now, but like the I'm Mimi, all the other ones, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wild, right? All of those things, while yes, we have chat a redeem so people can make me record these things, but the idea of just being like, man, I just want to have more sound redeems was just a thing that like I wanted to do, because again, voice acting was always kind of like a thing I wanted to do, and so I was like, maybe I don't have to do it professionally. We can just do it here. We have voice acting at home. So yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that's very good advice. If you guys want to find your own little like niche, enable your inner child. Do the things you always wanted to do. Because again, I think this is kind of a thing that's been echoed by a lot of people, is if you are your most authentic self, you're going to have the best time. And if you're having the best time, the people around you are going to have the best time. Okay. Thank you very much. Again, we did not get through all the questions. There was a handful of stuff we didn't get a chance to get to. But
oh no, we'll simply have to come back again.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I guess you're also on the list for when I go, okay guys, I'm opening up interviews again. So I guess you can hear this. A handful of people have heard this now. The way I'm probably going to do it when I come back from my long hiatus through October is I'm going to have Kem help me set up kind of a sign-up sheet, essentially, where people can just like send me in like what they're comfortable with, things they would like to talk about, and then I'm going to just kind of hold like a monthly or bi-monthly interview with people where it's going to be just one person. We're going to have anywhere from 1 to 6 hours to talk about things, and people can just throw that at me and participate. I'm gonna be a little more open than I have been in the past about letting people come in for, you know, collab type stuff for this, because I just think people have a lot of things to say and people would like to say things. So yeah, if you're interested, if anybody else is interested, keep an eye out in I guess November. I'll throw those out there eventually. But yeah, thank you for stopping in, Loaf.
Well, thank you for having me. This was very fun.
Yeah, so far every interview has been like so much fun, and for the record, I've only interacted. Me and Loaf have only been on a voice call one other time when we were playing.
This is true.
When we were playing, God, what was it? God, why am I blanking on the name of it?
I think it was probably like Dead by Daylight.
No, it was the vampire game.
V Rising.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
You were on that server. Yes.
We were playing V Rising, and I got dragged into that call. It was Literally, I was sitting there going, I'm just gonna play a little bit of V Rising, and then they were like, hey, you want to join our server? I'm like, sure. And then next thing I know, like, hey, get in the VC.
Coming out with us already.
Yeah, I got dragged kicking and screaming in. But yeah, so it was very fun having you. And I think, I hope for people who were looking to know a little bit more about art or just know a little bit more about Loaf, I hope you guys got your fill, at least for now. It'll happen again, probably. Okay. Thank you for stopping in. I'm gonna wait now for the next person. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay, so yes, thank you for shouting out, Loaf. Yeah, you're next. I need to take a quick break. My room is very warm. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually step out for a minute to go like get a little bit of ice for my water. Maybe check if I put a drink in the fridge. I'm gonna see if that's cooled down, and then we will pick back up in like 5 minutes. But I'm gonna leave you guys here unattended. I'm gonna turn on the gambling. I'll turn on the fishing again. Try not to break the gambling again. That's probably not a good. It's gonna break. I already know. Here, everything's back on. You once again have all the sound bites. Gambling is on. Fishing is on. I'm Mimi.
Let's go gambling.
Oh, I'm Mimi, not work.
Oh, dang it.
Oh God, it's already breaking, guys. See, this is why I need to put.
Hey guys.
Oh God.
Did you know there's a baby
Let's
pookie
go
pookie?
gambling.
Oh my God.
I'm Mimi.
Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling.
I'll be back.
Oh, dang it.
Please don't break my computer
let's go
with doing
gambling.
things, okay? I'm
Oh,
begging.
dang it.
I'm on my hands and knees. Please
Oh,
don't
dang
make
it.
everything break, okay? I'll be back.
Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning.
I'm Mimi.
I
I'm
can't
Mimi.
stop winning. Let's go gambling. I can't stop winning. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling. I can't stop winning. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. I can't stop winning.
Hey guys. Did you know there's a baby pookie in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Oh, dang it.
Can I get a hoyeah?
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it.
I'm Mimi.
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it.
Hey guys. Did you know there's a baby pookie in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Hoyeah?
Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. I can't stop winning. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling. I can't stop winning. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling. I can't stop winning.
Hoyeah? Hoyeah?
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it.
I'm Mimi.
Hoyeah?
Oh, dang it.
I'm Mimi. Mimi. Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Can I get a hoyeah?
Let's go gambling.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Aw, dang.
Rawr! XP!
I
Get
mean,
glumped, idiot!
What the hell is happening?
Did you know there's a baby
My-
Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in
What
Monster
the
Hunter
hell
Wilds?
is happening?
In Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys.
Oh my
Did you know
gosh,
there's
I
a
didn't
baby
even
pukei-pukei
know they
in
could
Monster
layer
Hunter
like
Wilds?
this.
Monster Hunter Wilds?
I can't stop winning.
Oh my god.
Aw, dang it.
That's so goddamn funny. Oh my
Aw, dang
god.
it.
Okay,
Aw, dang it.
hold on.
Let's go gambling.
I have to turn it.
Hey guys.
Oh my
Did you
god.
know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys. Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm gonna tell you guys,
I
when
mean-
I opened my door, oh my god. Oh god, that was so funny. When I opened my door, I heard all the noise and I was like, did somebody join the VC while I was gone?
I'm Mimi.
Oh my god. Oh,
I'm Mimi.
Jesus, I'm Mimi. I'm turning it all off. It's all going
Let's
off
go
now.
gambling.
Okay.
Aw, dang it.
Oh my god.
I can't stop winning.
Oh, can't stop winning.
Aw, dang it.
I'm so sorry.
Aw, dang it.
It's all good. Hold on. I gotta get
Stop
everything
winning.
working.
I was fine until we learned that the I'm Mimi's could stack.
I heard. I literally. Okay. Again, what happened was I walked out of my room, or when I walked back in, I could hear all this noise, and I was like, what the hell is that? As soon as I put my headphones on, all I could hear is everything exploding. No, it's all off. It's all off. It's all off now. Fishing has to come off too. Here it goes.
No,
It
do
has
new
to
content.
go.
New content. You do interviews, but the I'm Mimi's are stacking in the background.
It's the how well can you separate out real people talking from the recordings?
The answer is
Yeah, the answer is you don't. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Did you send me your Fugi? I can't remember.
I think so.
Okay. Oh. What
God,
the hell?
I have
What's
to-
the other thing you sent me? Oh, never mind. I know what that is.
Don't worry about it. It's
Okay.
definitely not something that was Yarhard off the internet. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I got it. Hold on. Fugi. Yugi. Is this?
It might not have worked because I was not in the voice call at the time.
We will see. Oh, it appears to have worked. Okay, hold on.
Yep, there it is. There it goes.
Let me go throw you in the Fugi spot. That way you are sitting in your chair peacefully. Let's flip you. That way you're not looking out the window.
Yes, true gamer posture.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. Oh my god. I did come back with some ice water and
Yes, good.
also a semi-chilled, if you guys know what the brand of flavored water is, ice.
Oh,
I got an ice caffeine.
hold on, wait. I'm also grabbing one, but don't worry about it. It's literally 2 steps away. Because like a true streamer and gamer, I have a mini fridge within arm's reach.
As gamers do.
Yes, of course.
Should I DoorDash Red Bull? I mean, sure, Ken.
Oh
Go
my
for
god,
it.
do it.
Okay, Cam, can you do me a favor? Can you shout out DenpaDenko?
Don't do that. Nobody needs to know that.
Please
No.
do me a favor.
No.
I have to go pull something else to have ready.
No.
Because I actually have things for you guys since you guys run businesses basically.
Oh no.
So
It's funny because I definitely was like, oh yeah, Donut's doing interviews. I'll do one of those. And then it was like, oh no. I have to be perceived, don't I? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's your turn to sit in the hot seat and be perceived.
No.
Yippee! Okay, so for anybody who might not be aware of you and who you are, can you please give a brief introduction as well as tell them your preferred pronouns?
What's a pronoun? No, okay, but like honestly, gender is really weird and wild for me specifically, because I don't know what that is. For whatever reason, that my brain decided that that was the one thing that I was not going to have any weird conceptions about. So I genuinely like accept all pronouns like she, he, they, it, but I will also accept the use of neo-pronouns for people who are not comfortable with calling me an it.
Which I think
and just for...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just for clarification on people who don't know what neo-pronouns are, they're basically non-binary, non-conforming pronouns for people who have identities outside of the usual, like, outlying gender identities. So ones like Z, Zer, Z here, AM Air, and like Fey Fair. If you would rather use one of those, then that's fine. Do you identify as genderqueer or gender fucked? Yes.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing because I also kind of fall into that weird little category of like, I very rarely feel like I let people call me like him, right? Like I'm never gonna tell somebody they can't call me any pronoun really, but I very much feel mostly weirdly, I think to most people is it. And it's weird to explain to people like yeah, I the closest thing I feel is not is creature.
Oh yeah, no. Kev, like I know, like I've only it's very weird because on some days I'll wake up and I'll be just like, yeah, gender, I get it, and then on other days I'll wake up and I'm just like, what the fuck is that? What is that specifically? I don't know what that is. But other than that, hi, I'm Denko. Denko is Denpa is a genre. Denko is my name. So that if you've ever called me Denpa and I've just kind of like digitally stared at you in silence for like 5 seconds, that's why. But I also realized that I can only say that in so many places. And then other people are just like, oh wow, Denpa is such an interesting name, and I'm just like, it's not my name, but okay.
It's funny because Ash does that all the time. Ash loves to call people by the incorrect name.
I know, it's great. It's so funny because people will go Denpa, like Denpa, that's right, like that's your name, right? And I'm just like, haha, I'm too socially awkward to correct you, so yes. Sure,
yeah, I suppose.
But I also go by Zeb, which again, the Zeb's the name. Eva is more of like a state of mind. It's a song reference, which in hindsight, only a very small subset of people will know what that song is. So again, it's just like, you can call me whatever you want. I'm not going to correct you.
Damn, the social anxiety goes crazy.
I definitely ask for no pickles, but boy howdy, this pickle right here is sure my favorite pickle of all time now.
So true. It's funny because, okay, this is unrelated to anything, but like, if a mistake is made on my food, I will gladly just be like, oh yeah, this is what I got, sure. But if somebody else has a problem, right? Like if me and Jared go to get something and they make a mistake on Jared's food, I'm like, excuse me?
No, 100%. Every single time. If it's me, no, it's fine. I definitely ordered this. I don't even know what it is, but it sure looks great. If somebody else is like, oh, like they just forgot one of my sauces, I am up out of the chair. I am at the counter. Excuse me. My friend asked for 4 sauces. You only gave them 3. Fix it.
Yep. God, it's so real though. Okay. So, now that we've got some of the basic stuff out of the way, how how long have you been VTubing / PNG tubing, I guess?
I've been going back and forth from like having a live 2D model to having a PNG to having a different PNG to inevitably going back to live 2D. But I've been doing it on and off for about 3 years now.
Yeah.
With very substantial hiatuses sometimes because sometimes I simply leave this plane of existence. Oops.
Yeah, the Denko simply disappearing off the face of the earth for a little bit happens periodically.
Oh yeah, like every once in a while. And like sometimes it's like, I'm sure that this will only take like a week or so to resolve itself, and then I'll get messages from people and be just like, oh my god, I haven't heard from you for like 3 months, are you okay? And I'm just like, it's been how long?
Excuse me? Time's not real.
Time is absolutely not real. It's very funny. I did not know what time blindness was until Loaf specifically told me I had it. Because there would be some times where I'd be just like, yeah, no, like sometimes I'll like sit down to do something and like work on something, and then all of a sudden it's like 3 days have passed and people are worried if I'm like okay. And it's just like, buddy, hi, I don't know how to break this to you, but that's not normal. And then I'm just like, oh. Well, next you're going to tell me that being completely nocturnal at random isn't normal either.
I cannot tell you guys the number of times that me and Den have been having a conversation about something in chat, and then we'll just go, oh shit, it's 4 a.m. for me. What is it? 7 for you?
Yup.
I'm gonna say it, but it's literally been the last like 3 days or something, or more, probably.
It's been more than 3 days, but I didn't realize that it was more than 3 days until somebody told me it was more than 3 days, and then I was like, oh no, how long have I been sleeping? And then my husband turns to me and is just like, you haven't.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, quite simply, it's amazing because I very rarely meet people who are up in the hours that I typically exist in. And it simply is that you exist at all hours. There's not a time you don't.
I guarantee, unless for some reason I have to go out and touch grass, if you message me, I will be there and like able to respond.
It's so true. Okay, so could you tell us why did you choose VTubing?
Okay, so funnily enough, technically, hypothetically, theoretically, I didn't. Because I've been in and out of like content creation specifically for like before this for like several years.
Yes.
I've had 2 or 3 YouTube channels, which don't find them. Dear God, don't find them, please.
Giving
don't.
Your instructions, chat.
No, please. No, please actually don't find them. But no, so I've had 2 or 3 YouTube channels, most of which were just like just mic only Let's Plays.
Yeah.
And then one of them was for adult themed clowning content. So please don't find that. Don't look for that. I am telling you right now to not do that. If you show me videos, I will deny everything. You can't prove it.
Oh yeah, for the record, for anybody who's unaware, Denko is both safe for work and not safe for work, depending on which side of the internet you find them on.
Very true. I can be suspiciously safe for work and also incredibly not safe for work. So please don't look up my YouTube channels, please. God.
We literally had a conversation and Denko was like, I'm gonna do my best to be so normal, sane and rational today.
Literally, I was like, I am going to be so sane, so rational, and then I was like, uh-oh, I'm going to have to say words.
Yep.
I'm going to have to say words, and hypothetically they make sense because they're coming from me, but I don't know how your chat is going to handle me saying the words.
It's okay. So, you've gone through, you have a handful of designs, you've gone through a couple rehashes. Can you tell us, like, where do all these kind of like reworks come from, these design reworks?
Funnily enough, I was just talking to Loaf in their DMs about how I was going to have to talk about this and try not to cry, because the mandatory Catlophe character therapy is real. It's so real, and it's so funny because they warned me in advance the first time, and I was like, what the fuck are emotions? I don't have those. And then like literally 45 minutes later, I'm like in my chair sobbing, and I'm just like, wait, is this what you meant? And they're just like, so did you want the 4 arms or what? But my current design, which is the 3.0, which technically has already, the design itself is debuted,
Yeah.
but the live 2D model will be debuting later. And then the PNG, which is the 2.0, were both actually just collaborative efforts between me and Loaf.
Yeah.
Because for people who don't know, my 1.0 technically was a no oopsie, can't do that. Because initially because as I said, I go through periods where like I do content creation and I stop, then I do content creation and I stop. And it had been in a period of time where I'd stopped, and I had also just learned, not just learned what furries were, but just learned that I could be one.
Uh-huh. Go
Wild,
on.
crazy concept for me specifically.
Hey, furries in chat.
Hey, yo, any furries? No, but like I was in a relationship where the person wanted to get into VTubing. And they were just like, but I don't want to stream by myself, so can you VTube with me? And then I was like, oh, but you know, when you ever, you know, like, but
yeah.
And so I was trying to think of like what to do, because I didn't just want to be just like a random furry streamer.
Yeah.
Because for the group of furries that I was in at the time, they had really wild and completely like wrong, air quotes, rules for like what you could and could not do as a furry. So I was just like, I don't even want to get into that. And I had this just because I don't draw lines, I color things.
Yeah.
And you can get bases that like basically the artist goes, I have made these lines for you to color in how you choose if you buy the base. So I had a bunch of bases and I would just color those in and like make characters because my brain refuses to stop ever.
Yeah.
And so I looked at one that I liked that I had made like the most recently at the time. And I was like, oh, well, I'll just use this. Except for the problem is that it was based on a species of alien insect from a hentai comic.
Oh.
So, but
yeah,
like it got to the point where I was like, oh wait, people are following me. I didn't expect that. This is technically a copyrighted thing. I can't. So like it literally got to the point where I was like, okay, I can literally go out of my way to literally message this hentai artist and ask permission if I can do this, or I can simply scrap the whole idea and do something else entirely. So I scrapped the whole idea because talking to people is terrifying, and why would I do that?
You can just keep this. I'm gonna do something else.
Yeah, no. This is like absolutely not. Like, no. Talking to people, ridiculous, unheard of, never. But then I got to the point where I was, and you'll hear this going around from time to time, but there's a very not cool, little annoying, kind of unheard of situation that you've never heard of ever before, where for some reason VTuber artists don't really like doing POC characters.
Yeah.
So I got into this thing where I would try to go to an artist who said they were into like more Monster Girl type designs.
Yeah.
And they would either only be talking about Neko Mimi and like dog girls, or they would
the most monster of girls, obviously,
right,
clearly.
Right. Or I literally had one artist, and it was the one artist that I talked to right before I talked to Catlophe. I had an artist tell me that my design was too complicated because I had asked for textured hair and to be the color the skin that my PNG is right now. And they basically told me I can either do the hair or the skin, and the skin would be easier for me, but also I think you would be a lot prettier and more well received if instead of black you were purple. And then I said, what?
What? Excuse me? Can you say that again with your chest?
Yeah, no, and like they actually like they like gave me a thing, and they were just like, well, just like look like these, like this purple, it's like it's just so much prettier and more appealing to look at, and I'm just like, excuse me?
That's wild.
So I was like, you know what? I'll get back to you on that, and then I blocked them completely.
I'll message you later. Bye.
Yeah, no. And then of course when I finally get to Catlophe, I'm like, this is kind of the idea that I want, but like you don't have to do any of it. You can change whatever you want at this point. It's just like whatever. Like I just want to get it done. And Loaf is just like, you know, you can do what you want.
Yeah, what do you want though?
And I was like, what do you mean? And Loaf was like, yeah, no, I can. Your skin tone is not a problem for me. Like, what are you on about? And I was like, I had been through so many artists at that point who just like, and I have the wildest history of just artists who will not listen to me. Like, they will ask me to be the most detailed, most specific. I will give them a PowerPoint presentation of what I want, and they will still fuck it up. And then, of course, I'll be just like, no, this is perfect.
Yeah, great.
This is exactly what I wanted. And then Love is just like, no, just like tell me what you want. I'll literally do, like, you can have more than 4 arms if you want. I can give you 8. Like, it's no big deal. And it literally got to the point where I'd actually be crying in Love's DMs, just like, I can have the skin color.
I want.
And Love is just like, who have you been talking to that they said you can't have your brown skin tone? Like, what's going on? What's happening?
Terrible, terrible people. God.
And then also I told them, I was like, yeah, no, the thing that I'm doing right now is kind of like a copyrighted idea, and I didn't realize that like 100 people would follow me on Twitter, so like that's crazy in and of itself. But now I guess I have to do something completely different, and Loaf was like, you literally don't have to, though? And I was like, what do you mean? And Loaf was like, you can just look different. You can literally be whatever you want. Like, you can like anything at all ever. Like, you don't, like, you can literally, and I was like, you're not making sense. What do you mean I can be anything that I want?
Everyone I've talked to says no.
Exactly, because like I would go to these air quotes monster girl artists, but they would tell me that the things that I was asking for were too monstrous, and then Lofus here is just like, I can literally make you a mass of sentient tentacles if you really want me to. I just need you to tell me what you want. And I was like, oh god. I was like, dear God, I can be anything that I want. Holy shit.
And it's wild too. Like, this is, and for a lot of one, like, POC creators, this is not an uncommon experience.
No, No,
Which
it's like
is-
some of the largest VTubers that are POC
Mm,
have not recently anymore, but like more recently than not,
yeah.
have come out having like concerns and problems about like artists that they've got for like official art for their things,
Yeah.
like literally whitewashing them.
Yes. It's
So it's-
a wildly rampant problem for no real reason.
Hmm
Well, I mean, we all know the reason, but
We know the reason, but we don't have to
Yeah.
say that word. Twitch might get mad. It's fine.
yeah. Okay. So, thank you for sharing. That is so much. I'm sure there's plenty of people here who relate. And the thing is, right, is like coming up with a concept is hard enough on its own, and then you then have to find an artist who will do the things you want. And that, like,
Yep.
for as hard as making your concept is, finding an artist who's willing to work with those things, especially if you want like special things, right? If you want to be more monstrous, if you want to be like a lot of people have like problems with like Android stuff, and again, depending on how furry you want to be, like you're gonna have a hard time, unfortunately.
Hmm
So-
And like it's wild because literally I will in the times that I do sleep, because
Mhm.
I don't sleep, but in the times that I do, I will
Yeah.
literally wake up specifically at 3:30 a.m. in a cold sweat, roll over to my laptop, and immediately just like word vomit shit into their DMs about like a crazy like design or outfit that I thought of. And they'll be like, yeah, okay, I will talk to you about this again when you are awake.
And then we'll figure out what we're actually doing with it. Let's
Yup.
make it happen. It's
Yup.
wild, honestly.
Yeah, but like it baffles me.
Mhm.
Because I get why people do brand themselves the way that they do, because
Yeah.
that's how they get more eyes. Like, you'll get more people interested in coming to you for designs if you specify that you can do a wide variety of designs.
Yeah.
But when you, like, literally can't do it, though, like, then it's like, why?
Yeah, why are you just straight up lying to me? How could you tell a lie on the internet?
Exactly,
Nobody
like,
lies
you're-
on the internet.
Nobody. But it's just like, you're wasting my time, and in return you're making me waste your time,
Yeah.
because I'm coming to you thinking that you can do this thing because you said you can do it, and now you're just telling me you can't do it. So now you're gonna be mad at me because I'm walking away without like giving
Without
you the
giving
commission.
my money?
But I'm mad at you because you literally lied to me.
God. Okay. We're gonna shift gears a little bit. Because I know this, we can honestly talk about this for so long because it's such a common problem. But I am painfully aware of the fact that we are on a timer.
Yeah, true.
And we have two big things I would like to talk about. And one of them is, for those who don't know, Denko is a writer, right?
No,
Denko. Excuse me? So, I've never heard a bigger lie. So,
okay, that's not true. You've heard me say that I'm
Okay.
saying irrational.
yeah, all right, that's true. Okay, that is the biggest lie. God. But for those who aren't aware, a chunk of the VA work that I do when I do like ASMR roleplay stuff came from basically Den's catalog for short scripts at the time. And honestly, the best performing audio I have on my channel is Den's script, which people really apparently want another one of.
Oh god, no. You told me, when you initially told me, it's like,
Yeah.
hey, that one script that you did is like,
It's popping off.
it's like literally like my best thing on my YouTube channel. I literally did not believe you. I physically went to your YouTube channel and I looked, and then I had a mild panic attack.
It's like, oh, that's a lot of people seeing this.
Especially because when I looked at it, it was back before YouTube decided that they were going to hide a bunch of numbers.
Yeah.
Because numbers can bully innocent YouTubers that are just making content, except for that's not what's happening at the time, but we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah.
But and honestly, literally reading the comment where someone was like, I really hope the author makes a sequel to this script. I was like, what do you mean? what do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean you're perceiving my script and you want another one? What do you mean?
For the record, I will post it for anybody who has not seen it. This audio is currently at 12,000 views.
That's crazy.
410 likes.
That's crazy.
This is the audio, and again, the script is by Den, so
that's wild.
It's kind of insane. So
That's
how long
crazy.
how long have you been writing for?
I've literally never not been writing. Like, I'm not even saying that to like just like, ooh, I'm so quirky. I always have a pen in my hand. I literally can't stop writing.
Yes.
It is not a conscious choice. I literally get caused physical pain if I cannot write words down. It is a problem. like you know for a fact, like we'll just be having a conversation that has nothing to do with anything, and I'll just stop and I'll be just like, fuck, you're right. That should be a script. I'll go write it right now. Fuck. And you're just like, wait, what do you mean? I was just talking about soup. What do you mean?
Yeah, all I said was it'll be like something. The number of times that I've been in the middle of a stream and then Den has just been like, oh, script idea.
Yep.
There's the third one for this stream. I'm like, what?
Yep.
What did I say?
And
it's
not even me joking. I have a Trello that is literally just a list, and I think, God, it's months ago now that you were just like, how many ideas are on that list? And then I was like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it. It has only gotten longer since then.
Yes. And then for anybody who's wondering what I just pinned in chat, that is Den's Ko-fi. Where they do take commissions for writing related things.
I do, but you did.
So, hey, thank you for the 100 But yes, so that's there. Be perceived. Grazie. So tell us, how long? What got you started as a writer, though?
I literally, as a child, apparently, because there's a vast majority of stuff from my childhood that I simply don't remember.
Yeah.
But as a child, apparently one of my favorite things to do, and I'm talking like small child, like infant baby child, tiny crayons in my grubby little hands.
Uh-oh.
Is that I would write myself stories. I would literally steal half the house's worth of printer paper.
Yeah.
And I would write myself stories because I had already read all of the books that I was allowed to read in the library, and I wanted more books. So I would just
make more book.
Exactly. Like I would just write more books. And like literally some of my earliest memories are like me getting notebooks stolen from me by other kids because I would, instead of playing with the other
writing.
I would be just sitting there writing. And it's funny because people are just like, oh, you could have, you had to have like, you were doing kid stuff. No. I know for a fact that I was sitting on the ground in the computer room of the house because we had a computer room because my mom was a teacher and she needed a computer. So she was on the computer doing work. And then I was on the floor, air quotes, also doing work, which I was writing things. And then my mom would get mad because I would get crayon on the linoleum floor. And this is not a bit.
God.
I've literally unironically been writing on and off for like 30 plus years. I literally can't stop.
It's a curse and a blessing.
Don't like actually.
The curse is that literally everything that happens suddenly becomes okay. But what if the number of times that we've had a conversation and just going, wait a minute, what if that's a script?
Yeah.
And I will randomly message Den and just be like, saving this for later. Script this.
And I'll be just like, shit, you're right. Fuck. God, you're right. And then I'll literally go and I'll open the Trello and I'll write it down in the list of things.
Here it goes. So, one of the questions we got, and this one was for you from the Telenym, was, Denko, how do you go about writing stories? What inspires you to write something or to continue writing a previous novel?
It's funny because I mentioned this to you already, that I found it funny that when Kem was interviewing, she kept saying like, I know people are gonna hate this answer.
Oh,
and then I got to this question and I was like, I get it now. I understand.
Sometimes you just have an answer that everybody hates.
But people do hate it because I know when they're asking for like specifically advice on how to do the thing. I literally can't not do the thing.
Yeah.
Like I didn't wake up one day and decide I'm going to be a writer. Literally, if I do not write the haha funny words down said by the silly little men in my brain, I will start having panic attacks and headaches until someone gives me something that I can write with.
The worms are screaming, I simply must put their words to paper. It is not a choice.
It's not. Like, it's really not. And, like, of course, like, I've taken classes to, like, get better at writing, because if I'm going to be writing, why not take classes to be better at it? But, like, they literally, it's just... And, like, again, people are gonna hate the answer, because this is it's not what they want.
Yeah.
But, like... I literally I will be sitting there minding my own business and then my brain will go, okay, but what if intricate story about insert character here from insert location. By the way, just in case you were wondering, here is his entire family tree and every single person he has ever known in his life, and this is how he got to this situation specifically. And it's like, okay, but like, now what do I do with all of this that's in my brain? And then my brain is like, well, write it down, stupid. It's like, oh shit, you're right.
Oh yeah, that's a thing I can do.
Yeah. But for what people are gonna hate this one too. But literally, like, nothing keeps me continuing writing a thing other than sheer force of whether or not I'm able to keep myself hyper focusing on it long enough for me to get it done.
Yeah.
Which like, you know this for a fact. Like, I've actively been struggling to write a thing that I literally want to write.
Yeah.
And I need to write it, but I can't make myself write it because my brain is like, but look at this shiny new hyperfixation I have for you.
Okay,
and I'm just
but
like,
what
no.
is this, though?
I'm just like, no, stop. I need to do like literally anything else, please.
Please, I want to do anything but this. I mean, I want to do this, but please, I need to do something else.
Like, literally, like, please, it's almost finished. I just need to finish it. And my brain is like, no.
God.
No.
It's just the
like...
way it is. Unfortunately, we don't get to choose when the work happens. The work simply chooses to be born.
Yeah, no, like, I'm very, like, and I don't like using the word, but, like, I'm very manic when it comes to writing.
Yeah.
I am writing everything all the time, all at once, or I'm writing absolutely nothing and yelling at myself because I could be writing, but I'm not, and there's no in between.
See, and the thing is, right, I get that because, like, the last audio I put out on, I forget which channel it's on, but whichever channel that audio is posted on, was literally almost done months before it was posted. I had it pretty much done, like, I don't know, I want to say like in February or March, and then it was like missing like one thing, and then I literally came back and was like, okay, I just need to finish it. Please,
Nope.
I'm begging. I'm on
Nope.
my hands and knees. And it's like,
Uh-uh.
no, we're not looking.
No.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. We can't look at it. Do this other thing instead. Baldur's Gate time.
Yep. It's like, listen, I understand that you're working on something, but what
Yeah.
if you talk to that silly little, stupid little vampire man again?
Yeah.
It's like, no, stop, please.
out of my head.
I'm trying so hard to work, please.
I don't want to talk to the little vampire man, but the parasites want to talk to the vampire man.
Literally, a tadpole is for real in my
Yes.
brain, and it is making me play Baldur's Gate instead of work help.
Yes, exactly. And it's so hard because you just like you know you want to work on it. You have fun working on the thing, but it's just brain has not decided it's time to do work.
Nope.
And
Brain's
you
like,
are
I know I
simply
could
at
be
its
working.
mercy. Yeah.
Exactly. And like it's also worse like for me specifically because like I do have a note somewhere on my Twitter. I have so much depression. It's great. I have so much of it.
Yay!
But like my ability to be creative is also like heavily tied to like my mood and like my
Yeah.
mental health. So like the better I feel, the more I write, which
Yes.
is all of it, all the time, forever. Oh god. I'm not used to talking.
Talking for extended periods of time.
I don't do that.
Have a drink of water. Take a sippy.
I've been drinking water this whole time.
Oh no.
No, this is very true. Loaf will tell you, I get to the point in the VC where suddenly I am coughing and hacking and wheezing and dying on mic, and everyone's like, "Are you okay?" And it's like, "Yeah."
This just happens
Probably.
because I don't talk.
I literally do not. And everyone's like, "Okay, but don't you like talk to your husband?" Yes. Not a lot though,
in bursts.
yeah. Also, sometimes we'll be in two completely different rooms, so like a bunch of fucking nerds, we just
Yeah.
talk through text.
Oh, Bugs
instead
is
of
redeemed
actually
hydrate
talking.
specifically for you.
I'm drinking water right now.
As you continue to cough and hack.
I know. It doesn't help that I have asthma.
Yeah, that probably is not
So, it doesn't.
not very conducive to it, honestly.
No.
Quite rude of the asthma.
That's what I'm saying. Like, damn.
Asthma, excuse me, don't you realize I'm having important conversations right now?
Yeah, like I'm literally trying to do things right now. Could you maybe cool it down? And then my lungs are just like, okay, but like we didn't sign up to work today, so.
God. Before I forget, I don't remember if I already did the shout out, but I will do the shout out now.
No.
No, be perceived. Okay, I have just a couple more questions regarding writing.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna shift to the big topic that you know about and skip the rest of what we had for the interview originally.
Yeah.
First, let's see. Let me figure out where I can trim this. Okay, so again, we talked about how you take commissions, and one of the things you do for commissions is character backstories, aka lore, if it's for a VTuber. So do you have any like practices or exercises you use when fleshing out the lore of a character?
I mean, that's such a wild question because like again, there are many different kinds of people who write
Yes.
in many different kinds of ways.
Yes.
I am someone who believes that anything and everything can be used to help you do a thing, to write a thing.
Yes.
Right? So like any experience I've had, any experience I've witnessed,
Mhm.
like putting music on, reading things that are
Yeah.
vaguely related, all of that can be used to help flesh out a character
Mhm.
for other people. Because the problem for me is that when I think of a character, it's literally just my brain goes, knock, knock, it's here now. And I'm just like, what do you mean it's here now? And they're just like,
Delivery.
it's here now. The whole character, it's here now.
There you
And I was like,
go.
what? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, it's here.
The baby's here, it must be birthed.
Yeah, well, it's like that. Well, I guess this whole entire grown-ass man is just here now, and I have to write about him or my brain will explode.
Yes. It's so true though, because like I do some vague character creation stuff. One, because I run a D&D campaign, which I actually haven't run in a while because we just haven't had a matching schedule in like months. But
yeah, it's just D&D things.
Yeah, just D&D things. And then also, like, I've gotten my own lore fleshed out. I have helped Jira flesh out her lore. And honestly, lore writing, at least in my experience, tends to come down to you get the spark of an idea, you do not choose the idea.
No.
And then it simply forms itself. You are not really active in the process. It's just kind of like you are finding out things about the character as you're writing them, as opposed to figuring things out.
Yep. Which, like, and you can, if you have something very specific in mind and you want to do that one thing, then you can work stuff in a way that, like, will inevitably just all make sense to the thing that you want to do. But usually it is just, like, usually if someone does come to me for, like, character background help or, like, VTuber lore help, I first let them know that, like, because I'm not them, any lore that I come up with for them or for their character is not going to necessarily be perfect for them.
Yes.
It is simply the idea that I come up with from whatever they choose to give me.
Yes, that's so true. Because the thing is, right, is like when you're writing the character, it's informed, again, like you said, it's informed by everything you've been through, whether it's life experiences, games you've played, movies you've watched, things you've read. It's going to be informed by all those things, and it might not necessarily resonate with the person it's for, because it's not going to match up to their experiences. And oftentimes it's like, you know, you get these base things out that you can feel, and then they probably have to do a little bit of editing on their end to figure out where they want to make adjustments.
Yeah, especially when it comes to, like, I've noticed that a lot of times I haven't had it happen too much with VTuber lore.
Yeah.
But with D&D character lore, I find that people will make a character that's really important to them and, like, who they are as a person, but then they'll hand that character to me and be just like, can you make the lore make sense? And then I'll sit there and I'm just like, I don't know,
you're giving me this precious baby and you're telling me to traumatize it?
Yeah, no, and it's like, there have actually been times where I've had to, like, look up something or research something because I've been asked to write something that I literally have no idea what even is.
Yeah.
And there have been times where I've had to, like, hand something back to someone and tell them, it's just like, I have done enough research to realize that I will never be able to do enough research to be comfortable enough to write this thing specifically. So I cannot do that for you, but I can do other things that can go around that thing to make that thing make sense.
Yes. I think that's very valid. It's very difficult to properly come up with character concepts without understanding that it's going to come from it most often is going to come from your own experiences and be informed by those sorts of decisions. It's very hard for somebody to make a character for somebody just because we haven't lived that life. Okay. I have so many more things that I would have wanted to talk about with writing. But,
oh no, I guess we're just gonna have to come back.
But I would like to basically spend the next 30 minutes before intern's interview to talk about something a little current. Yep. And again, I haven't written down any questions for this. We're going to kind of hash this out as we go, because it was it's so current, right? And I feel like this happened last year, but if you guys were keeping an eye on, if you're on Twitter and you've seen people talking about TwitchCon, people are getting their drinks spiked at parties. Over in the VTuber community at those parties over at TwitchCon. And I feel like this happened last year as well. It happens, I feel like unfortunately, disgustingly regularly at cons. And kind of, I'm mostly gonna give a general topic, and we're just gonna kind of hash it out, which is that, what do you think it is that kind of draws these sorts of people, these bad actors, into these spaces, into creator spaces, and makes them feel empowered to one, try these sorts of things, because it's not like yes, the spiking drinks and stuff like that, this happens at the cons, but then you also have like the setup for it where people are like, you know, essentially getting people to let their guard down, meet up with them, things like that online. Like, where do you think what empowers these people to come into these spaces like this?
Ha 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 ha. How to say this in all the words that won't accidentally get you banned, because this is your channel. I will say it's definitely, and like I will upfront say that this is literally not the fault of any of the victims of this thing happening to them. However, Antona is aware. I am very well knowledged on being, how you say, duped and swindled by bad actors.
Yes. I'm gonna tell you guys. Hold on, can I tell you guys exactly how I messaged? Let me read the exact message I sent to Den when I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna change up some of the stuff for today." The exact message I sent was, hold on, where is it? I was like, yeah, I'm gonna add some questions to your stuff about current events related to TwitchCon spiked drinks happening. And I said, I just think your experiences with cults and power dynamics translates to unique insights about the way people like that worm their way into these spaces.
True.
So, yeah, there's a very specific reason why I brought this to Den and was like, hey, this is a good thing for you. This is a good thing for us to talk about with you. And again, after we've gotten through the main chunk of the interviews and we're done, intern's interview is completed. For at least the main questions and stuff I want to get through. Basically, anybody who's been in the interviews who would like to come back on into the VC and just hash this out, we can definitely talk about this more, because we're not going to have enough time to hash this all out in 30 minutes.
God, dear God, no.
So, but yes, what is it that you think empowers these people to kind of like worm their way into these spaces?
Yeah, because like the problem that people are not initially recognizing is that the vast majority of newcomers and new individuals who are in the VTuber space specifically, and creative spaces where one is pretty much like inspired and encouraged to like put themselves out there in the way that is most like appealing to a vast majority of people, is that a lot of the people that are doing VTubing are people that have suffered through some traumatic social event or another, and they're looking for community, but they're looking for one that they feel is safe. And because everyone is going, I don't have to be real me. I can be this pretend anime me, but still get all the benefits of being in a community. People can recognize, oh, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible, without the respectful words, that's a lot of traumatized and damaged people. I can use that.
Yes. And
which sadly is very true, because, and like Loaf said initially when they first joined the VTuber community, and like people perpetuate it without meaning to most of the time, where everyone is just like, VTubing is just one big community, we're all here to be friends and grow together and do this together, which allows people to be just like, Birdman heads, let's
I'm
do
your
this
community.
together, exactly. Like, and like literally, and Loaf knows this. Loaf is very aware of this situation because they were there for the entire thing. Because as I mentioned earlier in a question, I joined VTubing with a partner that I had at the time. And like some relationships do, that one ended. and I didn't realize, because in the moment I wasn't thinking about it,
Yeah.
that going to Twitter and talking about it openly is literally opening the door for people who are looking for that kind of thing.
Yes, because
And
it's suddenly like, it's like putting a flag out that just says,
Exactly.
hey, I let these things happen to me. Hi.
Exactly. And it's like, and I only meant it to say words, mostly to let people know, like, why suddenly my schedule and my streaming was going to change drastically.
Yes.
But I said too many things.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, I get this guy in my DMs, and he literally is like, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I've been following you for a while now. And I just want to let you know, whatever you're going through, I'm here for you. And of course, because I'm in a very emotional place.
Oh god, this guy.
Yes, it's this fucking. I told you, Loaf knows. And of course, in the moment, I'm just like, oh wow, that's so great. People do actually care. And then Loaf is like, I don't think he cares, bestie.
Hey,
I'm gonna be so real with I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't think he cares. And I'm just like, oh, what do you mean? What do you mean? He's just a guy in my DMs trying to be nice. And Love is like, yeah, but when has he literally ever talked to you ever before in the history of ever? And I was like, oh.
Yeah, that's kind of a if they're suddenly there when something goes wrong and they were never there before, that's probably a red flag.
Yep, but like again, I was in such a place where I was like, I was emotionally just like, I got more or less dragged into the VTuber community, and now I'm just plopped here alone.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck am I gonna do? And then we were also at the time going on basically a cross country trip, but we were doing it by car.
Yeah.
And I do not sleep. I am up at all and any hours, and like as you do when suddenly it's 5 a.m. and there's no one to talk to, you get bored. And of course, this fucking guy managed to be there every single time I just happened to need somebody to talk to, but nobody else was around. And of course, I'm just like, I'm getting a friend. This is great.
Wow,
and then
so nice and helpful.
And then all of a sudden, this dude starts basically telling me all of his romantic issues, and I'm just like, oh no, sweet baby, oh no.
Oh god.
Oh no, oh dear. And then Loaf is just like, I'm just letting you know, this is another red flag. And I'm just like, what is it? I mean, yeah, okay, a little. And maybe a little bit. It's like, at this time, I'm also like, this is a little weird. This is a little suspicious. The paranoia is finally back after the depression is gone. And it's like, hey, who the fuck is this man? Who is this guy? What does he want? Because he hasn't asked for anything yet, which means that it's coming.
Uh-oh.
And then, of course, eventually, it gets to the point where he starts, like, being romantic, like, strongly romantic in my DM.
Yeah.
like, I'm pretty sure Loaf still has the screenshot that I took of him, and you know this because we've had this conversation, but I don't think I've ever talked about it openly.
Okay.
On your channel, I literally am clinically actually unwell for real. I like to oh no, word, hello? Word to English language, please. I majored in English in college. Where did you go? Refer, thank you, there it is. I like to refer myself as a socialized yandere. Because I definitely get incredibly unwell about people. And it was definitely to the point where a therapist had to go, hey,
that's not
no.
Spraying you with a water bottle? No.
Pretty
Back
much.
down.
Like, literally, I was the cat that was just continuously pushing the glass toward the edge of the table.
Yeah.
They're just like, no, we don't stalk people at the mall. We don't Google them to try and find out where they live.
Uh-oh.
Don't do that. No. So, like, I'm...
Sorry, I was gonna say something. I was like, maybe I shouldn't say that.
But, like... So, like, I'm better, but I do let people know, like, hey, at any point, I could possibly become incredibly unwell, so I am simply just letting you know that. And I also, like, I have fukei yandere, which pretty much just means depressed yandere, in my bio.
Yeah.
And the dude saw that, and, like, out of nowhere one day, he's in my DMs, and he's just like, I just want you to be obsessed with me. And I'm just like, sir?
I don't think you know what you're asking for, bud.
Like, first of all, no. Second of all, I don't get to decide when that happens. Like everything else, my brain just kind of does what it wants, and I'm just kind of here. And, but, like, he would keep just ramping up the things that he would say.
Yeah.
And then one day, I'm literally talking to Loaf, and I'm just like, you are not going to believe what this dude just fucking said to me in real life. And I literally, this guy literally just started talking about, completely unprovoked, randomly, during a conversation where he was trying to tell me to add things to my throne so he can buy them for my birthday.
Oh.
All of a sudden, he's just like, God, I really just want to kidnap you and keep you in a cage in my basement. And I'm just like, dog? My brother in Christ? Excuse me? What do you mean? You can't just say these words.
Oh, God.
I'm literally sitting there and I'm just like, if I'm not allowed to say these words to people,
How come
I don't
you
think you're
can?
allowed to say it. Exactly.
Who gave you the right?
And it's like, and of course, I let him know, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
first of all, I do not feel that way about you.
Yeah.
I simply don't.
Yes.
I do not get a choice. So sorry about that. But also, you've literally been spending the past 4 days aggressively telling me about all of your emotional woes. And I simply do not think that being in a relationship for you right now is, like, the smart thing for you to do.
Yeah, buddy, you realize you told me everything, right? Which means I know everything, right?
He got so mad at me.
God, of course.
And all of a sudden, it's like a switch was flipped. And he's just like, I just feel like you've been leading me on this whole time. I thought we really had something, blah, 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 yada, yada. And I'm just like, I mean, we've literally just been talking.
Yeah.
We did not have a firm conversation about this, sir. Like, what do you mean?
Loaf says, if I remember correctly, he had also tried to hit me with the...
Uh-huh,
oh,
yeah,
God.
Yeah, no, as soon as I started, like, distancing myself from this guy, he immediately started trying to move into Loaf's DMs.
It's like, all right, well, next one.
But Loaf already had the screenshots of his that I'd been sending the whole time, and Loaf was like, no, that's okay.
You fool! And the thing is, right, so... a lot of the times, and this is something that they kind of, they talk about this a bit in, like, psychology stuff, is that when somebody is hurt, right? The saying that misery likes company is true.
True.
People tend to congregate together. And what the other side of that is that people pick up on those things, and they realize that if there is... unfortunately, if there's one unwell person there, there's probably another, and they can kind of, like, basically shotgun blast into that group and hope they hit the mark somewhere. Because again, like you said earlier, like, the VTubing space, there's probably a reason for a good chunk of the people who are using an avatar like this to be online and get these connections and feel connected to people. There's probably a reason why they don't feel safe or comfortable enough to use their face and why they are using a persona. And it usually means that there's something, not something wrong necessarily.
But like something has happened.
Yes.
Like something has clearly happened to make them feel like vulnerable or like they need the barrier in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is literally just a big flashing red light.
Yes. Because unfortunately,
I'm not dying, I swear.
Unfortunately, it's like the space people want to be. They want to feel like they have community here in the VTubing space, and that, on the one hand, that's not a bad thing in itself. But the problem is when you are not critical of the people you're letting into a space, you've got the opportunity for people who should not be there to be there much more than they should. Because the thing is, like, a lot of people. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, especially because like the vast majority of time when people, specifically streaming, VTubing, all of that.
Yeah.
If you're just starting out and you don't have that big community that's like always there and actively around you, you're going to be one of those people who is more like, hey, just putting it out there, looking for someone to like collab with, maybe become friends, etc., etc. And people are always looking for that.
Yes. Because the thing is, right, if they see that you're looking for groups, if you're like, oh, I'm just trying to interact with people more, I just got into VTubing, right, I'm new to this space, I want to find people that I can hang out with, people I can have fun with, they know one thing about you right now, which is that you are essentially isolated. Which is exactly what they want.
Oh yeah, 100%. And like, I know you mentioned it earlier, and Kem was very intrigued. So I will simply, I will bring it up. I have, in fact, been a part of at least two.
At
least two different role-playing cults. And the problem is, I can't.
Explain what that means to people who might not understand what that means.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, the thing is, like, a lot of times when people say, like, oh, I was in a cult, they say it like, haha, funny buzzword.
Yeah.
No. My cults literally we had a hierarchy, we had schedule, we had a list of things we could and could not do, we had a list of people we could and could not interact with. We basically had the our leader is our god mentality. Yeah. And it's almost worse because it took place all in the sphere of creative online. Does yours have a harem too? Yes, but I will get to that in a second. I will get to that in a second. But and it's like, because it's online and it's just like, haha, it's just silly roleplay.
Yeah.
You don't realize just how much stuff you're excusing.
Yes. It's
and so like door. It's literally all of a sudden like you thought it was just a toe and you realize you're already in both feet and you don't know where the door is anymore and suddenly you're in the back rooms and that's weird. And because like I won't say too much about the specific fandom that this was in.
Okay.
Because too many pieces form a puzzle, and I don't want people to figure out who the fuck I was back in 2011. But basically, around the time I was one of like literally top 10 biggest roleplay Tumblr pages in that entire fandom. And like one of like the bigger like people all of a sudden came to me and was just like, oh my god, your writing is amazing, your character depiction is incredible, I'm obsessed with you, can we please start writing together? And I'm just like, holy shit, this person is so fucking cool, and they think I'm cool? That's so rad. So we start talking to each other, and then all of a sudden I'm talking to them and their friends more than I'm talking to my friends, and I'm having to do so much with this group of online people that I'm not talking to the other group of online people anymore. And then all of a sudden this person is in my ear saying just like, now, like, I don't want to start anything, but I heard so-and-so and so-and-so say such and such, and I'm just like, oh my god, no way!
I can't believe that.
Right? And it's like, the problem is that, like, when you're so used to people acting like everything is high school, you believe that shit.
Yeah.
So, like, all of a sudden, I have no friends of my own. All of my friends are this one person's friends.
Yeah.
But I'm not allowed to interact with them the way they're allowed to interact with them, because that makes the one person upset. And then all of a sudden, I'm pulled into a Skype group.
Oh god. Okay.
and we're all sitting there talking and laughing. And at some point, I do remember looking back, and I do remember, like, sitting there and realizing, like, we're literally kind of acting a little bit like a cult. Because, like, we're referring to this one person as, like, the head of the group. We're starting to, like, talk about ourselves like we're a big, all-important family that's self-sufficient in the space. And then I literally remember waking up one day and I realized that I'm just like, oh shit. Wait, I'm literally just like, wait. Because, like, I'm waking up to a message where the leader of the cult was basically, like, publicly proclaiming that I was their favorite. And that there were now suddenly rules of engagement for talking to me. And I was like, wait, I'm flattered.
Rules of engagement have changed.
Yeah, but then also with that came, like, and, like, the thing is, I was the favorite, but, like, not like physically, like, that romantically.
Yeah.
But they definitely put romantic undertones in it. Like, basically, it started every conversation we would be talking, and then they would be just like, oh my god, why aren't we dating? And I'm just like,
oh.
Because you don't ask, question mark? And then they'd be just like, haha, you're so silly. Hey, you only live, like, 3 hours away from me, right? And I'm just like, yes. And they're just like, you like me, right? Like, you love me, I'm, like, your favorite. So, like, you wouldn't mind just, like, driving some things over to my house, would you? And I'm just like, I mean, you're, like, 3 hours away from me. Why would I do that? But, of course, somehow it inevitably turns into me in the car with birthday cake vodka and dino nuggets driving into their house. And, like, and they would in the moment I even knew that it was stupid, right?
God. You're just like, I'm doing it already. I cannot stop. But yeah, this is the worst idea.
And, like, it was wild because I would, like, slowly start talking to other people, and we would all start realizing that, like, outside of directly talking to them, we knew the shit we were doing was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, we knew, like, keeping to a specific, like, communication schedule was weird. We knew that referring to them as our leader and master was crazy. But the second they were in the room, we were like, yes, this makes so much sense. And it was because they were such a good social manipulator that if they were physically allowed to interact with the conversation, everything just made sense. Everything was perfectly fine. The second they leave, then we're like, oh, fuck.
Wait, something's weird here. But then as soon as they're back, it's like, oh, never mind. That was a silly thought.
And because they were like one of the biggest RPers in the space, in the fandom,
Yeah.
like we knew that if we did anything to upset them, we would be pretty much blacklisted.
Yeah.
Because they would talk shit to everybody else, that shit would trickle down, and then no one would want to write with you anymore.
Yes.
Which in hindsight, who fucking cares? But like...
At the time, though.
Right, at the time, it was literally like the only thing that I cared about. And it was because that person literally made it important enough that they could scare me with taking it away.
Yes.
But again, like you don't get to think about that when the person is like in the room, air quotes, with you doing the thing. Except for me, it was occasionally actually physically in the room, because they would basically use me driving 3 hours to get them vodka and chicken nuggets as
so
like
wild.
a proof of my loyalty
That is
to them.
such a wild thing, though.
And then the wild thing was, again, is that it would always be undertones of like, oh my god, we should just date. Oh my god, everyone else is a disappointment. I should just date you. But they would then systematically go down the line and date everybody else in the group.
You have just unlocked a memory of a person.
Oh
That's...
no!
I'm sorry, intern. I'm gonna apologize now. I think we're gonna go a little over because it's 2 minutes to intern time. I want to say this really quick.
Yeah.
And then maybe I'm hoping we will be no more than 5 minutes into intern's time because I really want to get through intern stuff. But you just reminded me, because this is, again, you will see people like this in all spaces. When I was in high school, I had a friend who very much, I would not be surprised if I found out that they had gone on to run a cult, because they did that exact thing with a friend of mine, which, okay, this is going to be very complicated. Because the person who was my friend who they were doing this to was also my stalker.
No, yep.
Who was the entire reason that I got into that group. And that person was basically, like, the guy was essentially the head of the group. Like, everybody kind of like talked to him. He was like kind of the center of attention, and you could tell he really liked the attention. That was kind of his thing. You guys also heard me talk yesterday about my insane, like, kind of wild ex. In a call that I had, because we had just started dating at the time that I met this guy, is he was essentially trying to pull her away from me. Like, we would be on a call, because I was, at the time, we were just always on calls, and he'd be like, oh, let me talk to her. And I was like, we're kind of having a conversation right now. And what he instead did was he called her on his phone to do that, to talk to her. And she'd be like, hold on, let me figure out what he wants, right?
Yeah.
And he would just do that all the time. And the person, again, my stalker, what would happen is he would always tell her, like, oh yeah, as soon as if this doesn't work out between me and so me and you we should totally date. You know, we're just perfect for each other. We've got perfect chemistry. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Every time, without fail, when the relationship would inevitably fail because he was an asshole, to put it in the simplest of terms, and nobody really would stick with him, was the relationship would fail, and then he would be like, oh yeah, I'm just not ready for a relationship right now. But if you want to be buddies until you know I'm ready, then okay. And then without fail, he would end up dating somebody else.
Yep.
And put her back on the back burner. And it's wild, because those are the types of people that you see get into these spaces, that they know that these people are looking for attention. They know there's so many people who are hurt in the VTuber space or in just creator spaces in general, and they know that they can get these people to kind of hang on to them, essentially.
Yeah. Especially when it's just online, because air quotes, if it's just online, it's not as serious.
Yes. It's wild. And honestly, it's, again, there's a lot of things that contribute to this. And again, we're gonna open it up to all the usual the typical offenders to come back in and talk about this after, depending on how long Intern's interview runs. We'll be talking about this more, and we can all kind of hash this out and talk some more about it. But for now, I think we've done a pretty good job of kind of like discussing this. And as I've said to now everybody, I'm sorry we didn't get through everything.
No worries. I will 100% come back and tell my entire I was in a RP cult story.
Yeah, keep an eye out for when the interviews come back to we're gonna have a special section just dedicated to talking about cults.
Oh god. And like the worst part is that the 2 RP cults are not the only cults I've been in.
Yeah. Again, 2 is the minimum.
How does this keep happening?
What? I can't believe it.
It's crazy. It's almost like heavily traumatized people get preyed upon by people who are good and preying upon heavily traumatized people.
Who could have thought? Who could have seen this coming? Clearly not the traumatized person. Nope.
Definitely not me.
The predator hanging out in the trees waiting for you to let your guard down. Definitely, you know, it's not the person getting preyed upon's fault for not seeing the predator hiding in the shadows.
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially because again, you do have to recognize that like certain kinds of trauma will literally it will blind you to certain things, but also heighten you to other things. And then people who know can easily swoop in and take advantage of the things that they know that you'll probably latch onto.
Yes. There is definitely it's almost like a formula. It's very much like a science for them.
And what's worse is that a person who is traumatized, when they finally meet someone that they do inevitably feel safe with, inevitably they will open up and talk about all of the insecurities and stuff. Meanwhile, the psychopath on the other line going, yes, interesting, yes, noted.
Writing this down for reasons. This will definitely not come back to bite you later.
This will not be on the test.
But yeah, so God, we'll definitely be talking more about this later. Shout out to the trauma my head has forgotten. Yeah.
True.
So again, thank you very much for coming in, Denko. And again, I'm gonna do the shout out one more time. Please check out Denko. There was an entire other section that we had to kind of drop because we wanted to talk about this, where I was going to be talking about how Den is going to be returning to streaming soonish.
Yeah, no, I will be, hopefully, unless the universe decides to meteor strike me back into the center of non-existence, I will be coming back on Halloween of this year.
Yes. So you guys should keep an eye out. Go follow Den over on Twitter. Go follow them over on Twitch. Just go follow them. You may be surprised the things you see, but don't worry about that part.
Maybe only follow me on one Twitter. Don't follow me on
Yeah. No, just go follow. You definitely will not receive psychic damage.
You will 100% receive psychic damage. I'm pretty sure as a Lustfall TTRPG monster specifically, that is exactly the kind of damage I deal.
That's okay. That's what people want.
It's fine. Well, I mean, if you are rummaging around in the Underdark, you are kind of asking. But no, I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke.
But yes. So thank you very much. And I will let you know when we're gonna be doing this again, so you can we can plan that out.
I will write up all of my cult related to memories.
God.
Okay, bye, chat.
Bye. Okay. Where's my Fugi thing so I can make sure that's off? Boom. Wait, no, actually I can turn that on. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a hot second while I sort out why this is all weird. So that was Denko. I hope you guys enjoyed ? The topics that we were talking about. Again, we had to change our whole thing because I really felt like it was going to be super important to just kind of go over this, because again, it's not strange to say that it's fucked up what's happening at TwitchCon, and it's fucked up that this happens all the time. Like it should not be as common as it is. So it was just kind of important to get it out, and I feel like it's useful. But also I hope you guys learned a lot about Denko, because they're cool. Water the streamer, thank you. And thank you. Okay, so sorry we went over a good bit. I will do the water and the stretch, thank you. Intern, you are free to join whenever. I don't need a break. I don't need a break. I have my water right here. I have my stretches in my things. All these Dark Souls sounds are tickling my brain. Yes. I do have the whatchamacallit. We have interns. Oh, interns on the wrong VC. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
there we go. Let me pull up your thing.
Hello?
Hello. Where is it? There it is. Oh, you're a little transparent. Hold on. Let me fix that. I think I have the thing, the chroma set a little too high. You're a little ghostly.
No.
A little ghostly.
Oh, spooky. Oh, spooky. Watch out.
All right. There we go. So,
Spooky.
perfect. Perfect. Nice.
Holy shit, my head is so big.
Big head. Here, let me shrink you down to like a normal size. There? That looks proportional.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Where's your mug? Hold on. Let me get that, and let me get the pinned message. Pinned message. Boom. Intern's mug.
Hello.
While I'm getting that
Good
ready, would you like to introduce yourself to the people and tell them your preferred pronouns, please?
Okay. I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name's Internalist, patron of Mischief, Collect Review, founder and host of VTFM, the VTuber New Taito Radio. You can call me Intern. My pronouns are the same as yours, so anything works.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Hi.
So, I've been very excited to get Intern over here for these because I think there's a lot of things that people will be very interested to hear. So for those who don't know, again, repeating it, Intern runs VTFM, a VTuber radio show. You run that every Monday?
It depends on your time zone.
Oh
but
yeah, I guess that's true.
Shout out
It's
time
Monday
zones.
for
We
me.
love that.
Woohoo!
Yeah, it's Tuesday for me, but I cope and I say that's Monday because I think that works for most people.
Yeah.
So Monday, I'll see you there, guys.
Yeah, so it's very cool. I highly recommend everybody check it out. Do I have a mod who can please shout out Intern for me while I get one more
Thank
thing
you.
that I forgot to have ready because I'm a dingus. The VTFM
That's
logo.
okay.
There it
Same.
is. Oh, that's large.
What?
Let me shrink that a little bit. Let me shrinky dink a little bit. I want to put this over in the other corner. Okay, so perfect, beautiful. I like that. Picasso. So,
Picasso.
so this is actually our first time being on a VC together, right?
I know.
I hang out in interns chat a lot over on their stream. They're very cool. I highly recommend people check them out. They run a very, very interactive and immersive stream, which hopefully, I mean, as the last person on the list, you have the benefit of being able to go over as much as you would like.
What? No, I want to get to the talking shit. I'm not gonna lie. I was sitting here like slurping some tea. I'm like, damn, they're going in. I can't wait until everyone else joins because it's gonna be hot.
Yes.
So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere.
So we're going to be talking about a good handful of things. The main thing we're going to be talking about is going to be VTFM, and then we're going to talk about their very, very cool streams, as well as some other things. And then at the end, as we said, we're going to go into talking about, we're going to circle back to talking about the insane people in the VTuber space. So let's get going. Okay. I didn't see. Did somebody do the shout out? Yes, I did. Perfect. Oh, wait, that's not the right person. They forgot the VT.
Shout out Internalist! No, your mods are fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, they're all beautiful. They've been doing a great job today.
They are all wonderful. No, there's a timer. It's fine. I'll get back to it. So let's go ahead and get started, and I'll get back to the shoutouts. So,
okay.
I do want to focus on VTFM at the start to make sure we really get through it. So could you please, again, repeat for anybody who might have missed it, what is VTFM?
Okay, so VTFM is an indie radio dedicated to supporting, uplifting, and encouraging the VTuber New Taipei community. So we play live at the start of every week, showcasing all different types of music and content. So this is typically around 9 p.m. PST on Mondays.
Yeah.
Or 5 a.m. GMT on Mondays. Or 3 p.m. AEST on Tuesdays.
Yes.
But all of our live set lists are available on YouTube, so if you really want to go support the community and directly support the artists and listen to a bunch of really awesome music, go check out my YouTube. We have a bunch of good music there. You can listen to the music. It's very, very nice, as this provides a way that you can support VTFM, be on the live events, as well as directly support the talent.
Yes, and I have pinned the pinned message is actually the VTFM site. So if you would like to go take a look, please go take a look. There's an entire website with all the artists and everything. So please go check that out. Yeah,
we have all our full artist lineup available there. So go check them all out. They're all beautiful. There's so much talent and diversity in what they create. So take your time. I'm sure there'll be an artist for you.
Yes, there's so much cool music. It's so wild seeing all the, like, every time I tune in, there's always something new, there's always something good, and everything's good, right? Everybody does such good
Everything
jobs.
Everything is so good. Oh my days.
So, could you tell them, where did you get the idea to start VTFM?
Okay, so chat, have you guys heard of Singing March before? Essentially, Singing March of this year, 2024, was an event that happened across Twitter, where there was a bunch of V singers in New Taipei singing different songs following a daily theme each and every day of March. So there was a bunch of incredible music that they created and so much hard work that went into it, as almost every one of them had a video attached. But since it was mainly hosted on Twitter, most of the creators didn't post their covers on their other social media, therefore kind of making all of their hard work and impressive music lost to the feed. So from this, I have quite a few friends who are really incredible V singers and Utaite, and so I went and checked them out, and I was like, hold up, you guys have such awesome music in your catalog, and it's not being fucking circulated. Wait, can I swear?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's not being fucking circulated. Why are you not sharing your own music? So whilst I don't have any singing or musical talent myself, what I can do is support my friends.
Yes.
So I did my research going in and found that there weren't any VTuber radios, which is kind of wild. And I was like, okay, shit. let me give this a shot and do my best to support the community.
Just, if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself.
Yes, sir.
So when exactly did you start VTFM?
It was actually like the first week of Singing March, because I was watching every single day. It was so exciting because you'd have heaps and heaps of creators releasing new music every single day of March, and it got to like the first week, I was like, what the fuck are you all doing? Not posting your shit elsewhere. It's not gonna go anywhere if you do this. Holy!
Yeah.
So I started VTFM in March 2024, following the start of Singing March, but myself as a creator, as I've been a streamer for a while. My first stream was in May 2021, but I started being a streamer, like actual consistent streamer, not just like a shitty Yu-Gi-Oh! Once off was in December 2021, so like the start of 2022.
Yeah. And I think it was a pretty good time because honestly, I feel like a lot of people really got started on streaming pretty much through those pandemic years. Essentially, it was like 2020 to 2022 was like peak start for streaming at the time.
Yeah, I didn't watch streamers until then, so I fell down that rabbit hole and then got zucked up by the VTuber community.
Yeah, because the thing is, right, is a lot of people being stuck at home for places that had lockdown and stuff, right? You had nothing else to do, so it's just like, okay, what do people do? YouTube? Sure. Twitch? What's that?
Sure. Twitch. I didn't even know him.
Yeah, so cool, nice. When you were getting VTFM set up, so I think you kind of hinted at this. Did you reach out to everybody, or were they reaching out to you while you were brainstorming it?
Okay, so I am very shy. This is in part why we haven't talked in a VC. I am not good at reaching out. I hide in my hole. So I didn't. One of the things with VTFM is that I don't reach out to the talent directly when onboarding.
Yeah.
So whether that's like DMs, replies, whatever, no matter how cool they are, as I don't want anyone to feel left out by inviting some but not others, because that could make them feel not good enough. So all of our talent has signed up on their own volition, and that's meant that I've found that it means that there's been a lot more passion into the project from the creators, which is very nice.
Okay, I don't think I had this on the question list, but kind of like how did that work out in those when you first started it? Because obviously, if you're just getting it started, you didn't really have like a crew that was ready to go. So how'd that kind of pan out?
So I did the old yeet and posted being like, hello, any artists want to be on here, please?
Any artists?
Any artists? Hello. Just I will play the music. It's nice. It's nice. And so I posted that, even though again I pitched the idea to a few of my V-Singer and Yutaite friends, seeing what they thought of it, and they were like, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I was like, okay, that's nice. And then I posted it, and I was very happy that they actually signed up.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? That would have been so awkward. Yeah. So my first set list, I think we have about 10 artists on it, and holy smokes, even though there's only a small like pool of catalog of music to grab from, they're all so so talented.
Yes.
It was kind of a bit dodgy trying to put these songs together so that there would be a good flow, but like, oh my days, it kind of popped off. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so proud.
Nice. Yeah, because I've been kind of curious about it. Because again, you know, me setting up these interviews here, like it's when you're starting something new, there is that like worry, like, oh, what if this doesn't work? So it's very scary starting something new. Okay, to kind of like go off more on like this whole thing with VTFM, what would you say is like your biggest concern with VTFM? Like, what's the thing that you feel like you struggle with or you're worried about?
Anyone who watches me as a creator outside of the VTFM knows that it's me. I'm so scared that I'm the problem.
Hi, me. I'm the problem.
It's me.
God.
Yeah. So that what I mean by that is that since is a small like self-funded project, I am a team of one. So I do all the things for the VTFM, and so all of my time is just like sunk into that. But on top of that, I'm also trying to do my own content creation.
Yes.
And my head is going burr. It's so hard to like start expanding on what I'm doing. when all of my time is currently taken up by existing tasks. So.
Yes. And I did
I'm
see.
the problem. It's me.
I did see that you. So for anybody who didn't know, who again, for anybody who interns new to them, you were running the Distractathon. Is that still going? Or are you? It's done.
I'm done. I'm done. I slept in today. It was good. We had a good day. No more streaming, except right now. Holy!
So intern was running a Distractathon to one, get work done for VTFM, but also again to raise money for VTFM, because again, it's your baby project. You run this thing yourself, so like that sort of support helps a lot. I actually was trying to pull up the what's the best place that people, whoops, hold on. What's the best place that people can support, or the best way that people can support VTFM?
So www.twitch.com/thehidden-donut. You better go like and subscribe, and that is a really good way to help support.
God. Go follow intern.
I can hear your tone. You're like, shut the fuck up. No. Okay. So website, any information regarding VTFM, website, going to the live shows is really good because it means you get to listen to the new music and set lists we put out live. But if you actually want to support VTFM, we have a Ko-Fi. On our Ko-Fi, there's a few different memberships, so you can get a part of doing karaoke. We do karaoke every month, and we sing along to all the VTFM artists. It also means that you have additional votes, so your say matters when it comes to our live shows. We can play a song of your choice. Otherwise, listen to the set list. Again, supporting the artist means a lot to me, so doing that, very nice.
Okay, so where would you like to see VTFM in a year? Where would you like to see this project going?
Okay, I've like had a solid think about this.
Okay.
Okay. And my thoughts may be escaping me right now. Okay, the back. Okay, the areas where I want to go into, but don't currently have the time to currently, is YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah.
Because I really love what I do for VTFM, but there isn't much tangible content to share outside of the setlist and the promo.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to do more. And so for that, I'm hoping to do artist interviews. I've got quite a bit of internal interest from the VTFM artists, which is really exciting. Shorts, maybe some updates and recaps of different events happening within the community. And that just, I want to do so many, but my head goes, oh, I have to do onboarding and then content planning, and then I need to make sure that I'm looking after the beautiful editor that said that they will be potentially willing to help. And I haven't messaged them about it in a while. I'm really worried that they're sick of my shit already. Oh my gosh.
God, running a business is hard.
Yeah, but it's exciting, right?
It is. It
keeps me
wild
motivated.
watching. It's wild watching you do this because, again, like, you know, you started this on your own, got this going, and it's really just like your project. And I'm gonna kind of eat into one of the questions I had, but you clearly do this because you enjoy it. You love what you do, and like it's great to see that, because I feel like, again, we kind of talked about this in some of the other interviews. It's like, it feels very authentic to who you are and what your passions are. And I think seeing that is very invigorating for people.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. That's so nice.
Yes,
Holy moly.
Okay, so getting back on the questions. So, how many talents are currently part of VTFM?
I think we have over 40.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's really fucking cool. Holy, I'm like, that's a lot. We started at 10, now we have 4 times that many, and we're the smallest we'll ever be right now.
Yes.
So, which is crazy to think about, right? Like, that's crazy. Like 40 people, and that's small.
Yeah.
Shit.
Damn.
So cool. Damn.
So, I asked this to a couple other of the interviewees, but I feel like you're a pretty good example considering you're the host and founder of VTFM. But how does a newly starting out YouTuber / Twitch streamer reach out to other content creators for collabs or create a content group? This came from the Telenym.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I better give a good answer then. So as I mentioned, I'm kind of shy, but when it comes to approaching other content creators for collabs or projects, I find the most important thing to do is approach them with no expectations. As I find that shows a lot of respect to them and their autonomy. So they might not respond. They might say, no, thank you. They might be interested, but not as invested as you, or they could be completely keen. And you know what? All those responses are extremely valid and extremely acceptable.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible if they say yes, but if they don't, it's not personal. And typically it's not because what you're offering is bad. Maybe just ask someone else, because yeah, showing respect to their autonomy is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very good point. It's like, you reach out to people if you want to interact with them, if you want to do something with them, but also you got to temper your expectations. Be ready for them to say no, be ready for them to maybe be interested but not super interested, and don't take it personally, right? Everybody's here doing their own thing.
Man, there's so many cool projects within the community, and it's really sad when people get disheartened with their own projects because people aren't going into them as strong as they are. But it's like, it doesn't mean your idea is bad. You just got to keep on pursuing.
It's so true, though. It's very easy for people to get discouraged, and at the end of the day, usually the lesson is like, just be okay with things going wrong once in a while. It's nothing personal. You learn from it and you do better next time, basically. Okay. We are about to hit ads. We're gonna keep going through them. That way we can kind of get things going. So
Bye,
sorry.
everybody.
Yeah, if you have ads, I apologize. I'm sorry. You're gonna get 3 minutes, and then we will be back. But for everybody who does not have ads, whether you have Turbo or you're subbed, we will keep going. So,
Okay.
You run the radio show every week on your stream, but do you have any other content related to VTFM?
So VTFM content, I mainly do my show, the setlist available on YouTube, and then social media promotions over on Twitter. So this is for any of the new artists we do their new music. We do set lists, we do song recaps, so voted songs per set list of what people want to listen to again. But then a lot of the stuff that I do behind the scenes is more creator onboarding, talent management, website design and management, weekly set list creation, marketing, graphic design, and overall project management.
Got it.
So
Sorry.
just a couple things. That's okay.
Yes. We do have a Chem gifted out 5 subs.
Let's fucking go! Cam, you're huge! High train! New record! 50%. Come on, you guys can do better. 50%. Wouldn't it be satisfying if it hit 100?
God.
There we go! Denko, another one.
Thank you.
Another one. 77, that is a disgusting number. I think that itches our brain in the wrong way.
God.
What if it's a nice round number?
Thank you guys, thank you.
Another one. High train for hitting 200!
Yeah!
Woo, 202!
Oh my God!
There you go! Good job! 100%!
Woo! Jesus
Yay,
Christ, you
job.
guys.
Oh, all the best people got them as well!
Yeah!
Oh, huge!
Oh my God.
No, okay,
Jesus
come on.
Christ.
Okay,
Guys.
Business offer. Business. 200. Here, what do you pick up what I'm putting down?
You guys are insane.
Or
Thank you.
How about we try to hit 69? That's a great number. Let's
That's
get 69% in the next one. Come on.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. We do support the homies in this cat. Yeah, Kim!
Oh my God. You guys are freaks. Thank you. I mean that in the best way. Thank you guys. Thank you. I think this is definitely the highest we've gotten a hype train. Thank you. Very appreciate
Cam
it.
has very money. Let's go. That's the good money. Holy.
Oh my god.
Slaps
Let's go,
desk.
furry money. God. Okay. let me
Thank you all
reset my
supporting
brain.
a great creator.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very bad with showing my appreciation to people, but I do really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to do neat things for neat people. That's all I'm here for.
Sheesh.
So-
and we're here to support you doing neat things for neat people as a neat person.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
So,
y'all.
God. So circling back into the questions again. Again, I said it, but you clearly love what you do. What is your favorite part of running VTFM?
Oh, okay. Okay. So I really love showing off all the new artists when they sign up.
Yeah.
I find it extremely exciting as it's kind of like, look at this. This is someone else who's in our community. You might not have known them, but they're doing really cool things over on their corner of the internet. But I would say that my favorite part is allowing everyone to be excited to follow the music that the already existing artists make.
Yeah.
As it's one thing to like follow and support a creator, it's another to be up to date on their music and keeping it in circulation.
Yeah.
As that is a big part of what they do and their passion. And so one thing I want to do more is sitting in like watch party VCs and hearing more about how the artist and how much time and effort has been put into their music, like
Yeah.
getting them to share that and show it's good because it shows the artists as well that people care and that there's a lot of appreciation for their efforts. So I don't know, it's just cool.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. I sympathize, I guess. What's the word I'm looking for?
Very money incoming.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cam, that's insane.
Kim, you're huge.
Also, can I just say, I love that you guys went and were like, no, this needs to be a round number, and put it to 30, and then it immediately went to 31.
Yeah, these numbers give me the ick. 76 is giving me the ick as well. I really don't like it. My head does not like this number.
God. But yeah, I very much sympathize with the idea of like, I like watching my friends do well. I like seeing them do things and like pursue the things they're passionate about and supporting them in those things. That's why again, I know I'm not always in people's chats. There are a handful of people who you will probably see me and I'm very active in their chats. But I very much do this because I like seeing people do the things that they enjoy. I want people to be able to do more things that they're happy with and enjoying. And I definitely like when I watch you do VTFM and the way you support these people, I can see that same sort of like drive. So that said, do you have any advice for people looking to start singing, or maybe even people, considering doing their first cover?
Oh my god, I absolutely do. I actually get asked this quite a bit. So, surprise, I am not a singer. I don't create music. That's not something I do. And I am so scared to even press the record button.
Yeah.
So even voice actors like you are so incredibly powerful, and I'm absolutely in awe. So if you're wanting to get into singing, or maybe doing your first cover or getting into music, a great way to get started is duet challenges. So duet challenges are where you sing along to another singer within the community with a short cover.
Yeah.
So the challenge creator typically will provide you all the files you need to get started, and most of the time it even includes the subtitling for the videos.
Yeah.
All you have to do is try. You don't even need a poster either, but they're extremely beginner friendly. But if you do post them, maybe tag me or VTFM, as I'd love to hear you and support support. Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
sick. I'm not gonna lie. Even like as someone who doesn't sing, I've seen some of these duet challenges. I'm like, shit, maybe I can do some ass karaoke because they're that beginner friendly. Like, why
Yeah.
not?
Because you essentially like all the groundwork is done for you, and you see them a lot. If you guys are active on TikTok, you'll see these a lot if you're in the right like spaces and stuff. You'll see these duet challenges and stuff, and like it's funny because Jira will. Oh, am I about to out that Jira wants to potentially try? Maybe she's considering. Because
You dabble?
she's wanted to learn more skills like voice acting and singing and stuff like that, and so occasionally she'll show me like the duet challenge stuff. I can't remember, did she might have done one and posted it on Twitter, maybe, I don't remember.
I think she did. I feel like
yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, so it's
I will
a very
check the
good
VOD. I'll check the tapes as you talk.
it's definitely a good thing for people who are looking to get into it. It's again very accessible, and you don't have to feel the pressure of like when you're doing it on your own, and this goes for a lot of things, right? Is that you have this pressure to feel like you have to make it good, right? But if you're doing a duet challenge, you don't gotta worry as much. You don't have to carry the thing. You just gotta have fun.
Exactly.
But yeah. Okay.
Like the files are there, the background music's there, half of the video's there. Like, it's chill. Give it a shot. And people don't take them too seriously either. But I've seen quite a few VTubers and Utaite, that's how they start their career. So yeah, it's nice.
Yes, and again, if you do it, maybe tag VTFM. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know if you want to.
Okay, we're gonna take a shift from VTFM, and again, it is still pinned in the chat. Please, everybody, check it out. It's very cool. And again, depending on your time zones, swing by Intern Streams on Monday or Tuesday, depending on what day that is for you.
Yes, the start of the week.
Yes, because it's a very good time. There's always good music, and then you do this. What is it? Song of the month?
Yeah, so for each live show, we'll play through it, and based on interaction during it, we'll choose, I think it's like 4 songs, and then at the end of the set list that week, we'll do, like, they'll be able to vote, being like, okay, I want to listen to this song again.
Yeah.
And you can all vote whichever one you want to listen to. And then for each of the, I swear this isn't that convoluted, it just sounds convoluted. Then the ones that got voted at the end of the set list, we call those VTFM song repeats. And then the repeats of the month go into the month repeat. So, and then we play the repeats of that month, and then we choose a month song, and then we'll do that again for the year, and we'll do a year song. So I swear it's not complicated. It just
all feeds into each other, basically.
You just gotta be a high intellectual for it. Just gotta be.
Yeah, and again, the songs there's so many really good songs. I'm gonna shout out one in particular because this one was
Are you feeling crazy right now?
I'm feeling a little crazy right now.
You feeling a little
I'm gonna link it in the
crazy
chat.
right now?
If you guys are feeling
Feeling
a
like
little
a little rat?
crazy,
A little crazy rat.
please check this out. This was when was this? This was repeat. I feel like was it a month ago? A couple weeks ago? I can't, days blur together for me.
Same. I have no time sense. So this actually was one of the week's song recap, and then we played it for the month recap, and people kept going nutty over this. I say people, Donut and Zira. I see you guys.
It was so funny because we heard it the one time, we're like, oh, this kind of slaps, and then like the next day I woke up and Jared was like, I've been listening to this song on repeat.
This is actually one of my best friends. Is one of my OG VTuber friends, like one of my first ever VTuber friends. I bullied them into making this. They signed up as a joke. I was like, okay, yeah, but like you're gonna make a song.
Yeah, and for those who don't know Crusade, they're very cool. I used to lurk in streams there also for a while.
Crusade is so cool. He's an absolute meme lord. So when he pulled this song out, it's so good. It's so good. I was like jaw on the floor. I was like, oh, you made this, sir? Excuse me? Crazy. I was crazy once they locked me in a rubber room.
It's so good. It literally it worms its way into your head, and then you're just gonna be like, you do what me and Jira did, where you go about your daily life and just crazy. It just like keeps working its way out, whether you want it to or not.
It's so bad too, because there's like a few trigger words I find. So if someone says like crazy, rat, room, or rubber, I'm like,
activated like a sleeper agent.
Sleeper agent, yeah. Absolute sleeper agent. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. This month's karaoke is probably gonna just solely be crazy.
What?
3 hours of singing crazy.
Nobody will see it coming. By the end of it, you too can be crazy.
Yeah, you'll be trapped in a padded room, going crazy. Wait, crazy? That's crazy.
Once, they locked me in a room. A rubber room.
A rubber room filled with Crusade song, which is crazy.
And okay, this is not on the question list, but Neon said, we also made a
What?
we made our own intern stream crash button.
No. We do not talk about this. I should have sent you like a list of off topics, and this would have been number 1.
It was so. Oh god.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, we were playing, oh my gosh, we were playing one of our set lists, and we had a perfect stream. No crashes, no technical difficulties. It was very slay. But then there was this one song, which shall not be named, but you can find it on Neon Change's YouTube channel. There's 3 songs on there. Oh no, sorry, 4. So you have pretty good gamba to figure out which one it is. Actual pain. If I said the name of it, if I played even a smidgen of it, even if I didn't have the video open, it would crash my stream. It wouldn't crash any of my other software. It would specifically crash my stream. It was not a bit. It was not a bit.
It was so unapologetically funny, because I think me and Jiro were watching when it was happening, and you would cut back in and just be like, okay, let's try. And then it would happen again. And then you'd be like, am I back? Okay, I think we're fine. It was so funny.
Me doing my best because you all really wanted to try and listen to it again at the end. I was like, you guys are rats. It's not gonna work. We'll give it a try.
Then immediately gone.
Instantly. I would say its name, String Crash.
Yep.
Bro, you're running your luck talking about it right now. This is some crazy gutchy you doing. Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Stream's just gonna die in a minute. It'll be fine.
Aw, dang it.
Okay, so speaking of streaming, let's shift over. Because again, you and Loaf have 2 of the most interactive and immersive streams I've seen, because you run the community trucking. You typically tend to have many things for chat to do. You have this very specific, like, you do like the zoom ins and all those things. You've got a very immersive and cool stream. So like, where did the inspiration for like the way you run things go?
Well, cheers, first of all. That's very nice. Thank you. It's called being an absolute goblin that doesn't like to edit. So I figure instead of editing, I can make a fully automated scene over on OBS that uses with one single click of a button, I can automate an entire scene that zooms in, or a fully 150 layer introduction sequence. Then I never have to edit it, and I can use it every single time. This is why my PC crashes.
It is very funny because sometimes you can tell that you pushed a button somewhere because all of a sudden the stream will like slowly start to desync because it'll freeze, and then all of a sudden we're on like a 10-second delay, ever expanding.
Anyways, one day I'll get a different PC and different internet, and then you cannot stop me.
It's so funny.
You just wait.
It's so funny because I was actually talking about this with I've talked about this with a handful of people. Is that like I feel it feels how do I put this? It's crazy to me that there's so many very talented, very cool streamers like you, and like many others who it painfully feels like the only thing holding you back is your hardware. And it's like, please, if I was an oil baron.
Any oil barons? Any oil barons in the chat? One schmeckle.
One schmeckle, please.
One mere schmeckle.
Schmeckle to the PC fund.
Please. The PC fund, it is suffering. Not enough furry art. Any furry oil barons?
It's wild because like again your streams are so dynamic, but you hit a button and it's like a 50-50 shot on whether we're gonna get a delay, and then it's a dice roll on how much delay we get added until we eventually hit the point where it's like, I'm just gonna restart stream real quick.
Let's go carefully.
Yeah.
I need to add that to my stream. But it just like either times you out or desyncs more. There's no winning. There's no winning in this gamble.
It can only go poorly.
Yeah, the win is that nothing happened. It's Oh no, actually, winning it times someone else at random. That would be great. I like that idea.
So funny.
Oh, that'd be so funny. Absolute chaos. Wait, what was the question? Something about adding interactivity. Bro, I need to like delete my OBS and set it all up to try and help with this desync, man. It's so bad. But it's fun.
It is very funny, and it's like it doesn't distract from the ability to enjoy the stream. Until we end up on that 20-second delay, we're like, things are funny, but I cannot react anymore. I have to preemptively react.
It's the gamble of like, okay, I'm gonna press this button where I do American Truck Simulator every now and then.
Yeah,
this has become one of my latest. Oh, it's one of my favorite times too, as I have to like completely lock in to counteract your tomfoolery, specifically your tomfoolery. You are a rat. Your name may be Donut, but it should be the hidden rat. You've been lurking and then ratting. Disgusting behavior.
I'm a sleeper agent woken up by the American Truck Simulator. As soon as it comes on, I go and I'm like, how many points do I have? How do I distribute this? How many high beams can I hit?
Oh my god, I hate that so much, bruh. So in my American Truck Simulator, whilst I have my hands on the wheel, you guys have your hands on literally everything else in the truck, including the high beams, the camera angle, the windscreen wipers, the fucking high beams. What else? Bighorn.
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 Love Bighorn.
We love Bighorn. Or for those that don't have channel points, anytime you type a H in the chat, it just honks the horn. So anytime anything happens in the chat, it's like honk, honk, honk.
People talking.
Honk. Yeah, honk. Oh, hi intern, honk.
Yeah, because it's like one, you can type the H, or two, any word that has an H in it, immediately horn.
Immediately horn. So I know when people are typing in chat like 80% of the time, it always throws me when there's no H in the message. I'm like, huh?
Where'd that come from?
Huh? What is this?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah, I was talking about it yesterday, how I like to spam the honk. I love Bighorn. But yeah,
Oh.
I genuinely mean it when I say you guys should go check out Intern, especially, particularly during trucking. But in order to participate in
Fight
trucking,
Donut.
you should go
Yeah.
and watch Intern more so you can get the channel points for trucking time.
Yes.
There you go.
Exactly. You gotta farm the channel points.
Yes.
So then you can farm the trucking to fight off Donut. Stop having ass views. Stop wasting 100 channel points to turn the high beams on for 1 millisecond. Bro, you're not even doing anything.
It's funny because
not
I
even doing
specifically I
anything.
sit there and I'm like, can I high beam that car? And I'll like try to time it out to high beam a car or to high beam somebody. Yeah.
No shit, you're trying to high beam cars. That's so
Yes.
much funnier. I had no idea. That's so much
I sit
funnier.
there and
I love
I'll
that.
just like time it out. If you're not asking for headlights and I'm doing high beam,
Yeah.
then I'm probably trying to high beam a random car.
Some dude just trying to get to and from work. You're like, fuck you!
high beam for you
Become
particularly.
blind! Yeah! I hope you enjoy this light. You didn't see us coming because we don't have headlights at this moment, but what we do have is a high beam.
Surprise, high beam and truck.
Yes! Yes, surprise!
It's so funny. I genuinely 100% mean it. It's like my favorite stream, and I try to make it every time, even though it's oftentimes at like 3 a.m. for me, and I'm like, I'm gonna suffer for this, but I'm gonna try to stay awake as long as possible and cause as much havoc. Yay!
It's bad too, because like, listen, I'm not a responsible driver in American Truck Simulator. I will do my best to maybe stay on the road, but come on, there's no speed limits when you're off-road. Doesn't that sound great? Then you can high beam all you want and like minimize the amount of
Collateral
like
damage.
fines you get. Yeah, oh no, that is perpetually higher when I'm off the road. But maybe I won't get like a speeding fine. I'll just get fined for not having my headlights on. This is my cope.
It's so funny because we were so close to 100k debt the other day, and I was like, damn it.
Well, okay, spoilers. I might be in a little bit of debt. Spoilers. Last time I checked, we're like maybe almost 100,000 in debt. Oh no, my truck has been taken by the bank already, and
Yep.
this is in addition to that.
It's so goddamn funny.
I wanna earn money. I wanna buy another truck, bruh. You can just keep getting me further and further away from my goal.
It's like $250 every time you get the light fine, and then speeding ticket.
Yes.
It's so
I got a
many things.
700 light fine the other day.
God.
I was so mad. Most of the time, the polls we also run in the chat is whether or not we'll get a tow.
Oh God.
Because there is a very high likelihood that that might happen.
Some of those people are made of steel.
Right? Oh, when I try, okay. This might sound bad, but there was this one time when I did try to run over a few normies in the street, but they weren't doing much, and I've hit worse.
Yeah.
Like, I've hit a few families of 4, some police, other trucks on the road. What is one more person? But apparently they're Iron Man! Huh? Iron Man next to Gojo!
Yeah.
With their infinite, we're not even coming close. I'm so
God.
mad. I'm so mad.
I genuinely mean it, guys. Intern streams are always a good time. Definitely make sure you take time. Go check it out. It's a good time. So, sorry, to try to circle it back. We were talking about like the elements you add, and again, you've got all those things for trucking. You have various other
Yes.
things.
Yes.
How do you think of these elements to add for your chat? What do you look for when adding things to the chat?
Okay. So what I go is, what do I not enjoy? Oh, why don't we add that as a redeem? That would be kind of funny. Like, if you've ever played American Truck Simulator, you'll know one of the worst things is when you change your camera.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that sucks. Okay. So I was like, okay, what if I give it to the chat? Then they can change the camera. And then even better, what if they can honk the horn? Because honking horn is objectively really fun. We all
Yeah.
love honking the horn in this house. So wouldn't that be funny? Or I used to have a redeem where I have a studio light that falls down and there's a crashing sound.
Yeah, I remember that. Change lights.
Change light. Oh, sorry, fix the lights.
Fix the lights. Yes.
Yeah, I need to. When I get back to fixing that, I want to make it a gacha on whether or not it will actually fix the lights or if it will break. Because currently a few of my community members have raging tabs that need to be paid out with the amount of studio lights they've been breaking. Way too many.
God. It's wild because you run such a very like interactive and immersive stream. Like you're very much, I feel like, incentivized as chat to participate, and you're very good at kind of like driving that participation. Like you do very good call outs for like, hey, you guys say this, do this, blah blah blah. You're very good at that. Like how, I don't think this is on the list, but where did you kind of like develop that skill?
Oh, okay. So the way how I interact with chats most of the time is I'll either be extremely like 100% in the chat typing all the time, or I'll be audio only.
Yeah.
So I might be watching it on my phone, but I'll mainly be listening. And I find that quite a lot of people in chats do that. And so if I ever want a call to action, I'll say it out loud. But again, without any expectation that anyone will do it.
Yeah.
I also do this when I practice talking to myself, because as a streamer, it's kind of important to be delusional in talking to yourself. So I'll be like, oh, okay, we're talking about trucking. What is a question about trucking? Okay. Hey chat, what would be a fun interaction to add to an interactive truck simulator? And then I would answer what I would think would be a funny thing. And if no one answers, then it's fine, because it doesn't matter, because I already told them what I thought would be cool. And it also gives people time to respond for that 20-second delay.
Yeah.
that by the time maybe I finish yapping, you wouldn't even notice that there was any delay.
Yeah, and it's so funny because okay, hold on, sorry. To kind of like ask about that. Do you ever have that happen where like you haven't realized chat's on a delay and you're like doing a call to action and you're like, man, nobody's responding, and then it suddenly comes later and you're like, oh,
every call to action, baby. Like anytime I do a VTFM live, I will do the call to action to start voting on the song repeat, like almost a full 10 minutes before we start. I'm like, okay guys, stay tuned. I swear we're gonna do a call to action soon. just wait. You just gotta believe, okay?
Just gotta get ahead of the lag. Get ahead of the delay.
I have to, yeah. It's all mental game. Like my lag is playing chess and I'm playing checkers.
God. Okay. Let me see, where are we? So, again, talking about interaction and interactivity, do you have any suggestions for anyone looking to add more interactive elements to their stream? How should they like figure out things to add? Because again, like I have the like voice redeems, you know, the I'm Mimi, etc., all those things. I have the gambling. Like how should somebody go about like figuring out things to add?
Oh man, I'm obsessed with your streams. Your streams are some of my favorite that I go to.
Thank you.
I am a mad. Wait, I'm Mimi. I'm Mimi. Like watching your stream honestly inspires me to add those things to my stream. One of the things that I find that is helpful in how to figure out how you want to do engagement with your chat is man, this is crazy. Your chat has no delay.
Yeah, it's wild what a PC that doesn't explode periodically will do.
This is the Wild West. What is this? Hello?
I can say something and ask chat to say do a thing and they can do it immediately? What?
I'm just gonna cope that they're just living their best life and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, because that's freaking me out. The fact that you're interacting is freaking me out.
Chat gets the benefit of it. Oh,
yeah, they do. I'm just gonna cope that they're just 20 seconds behind. So one of my first big interactions I added was my light redeem. So
Yeah.
where the stage light comes down and crashes and sound effects and whatnot.
Mhm.
So that one came about as I have another creator that I watch who I find extremely inspiring when it comes to VTubing. They're a small creator, but they have a low poly model, and I can't say his name for the life of me. And he posted it today, being like, "People can't say my name," and I'm kind of sweating right now.
Oh no,
As
called out.
I might be in that boat. I'm like, that's me for real, but like, I love you.
I
But
can't
love
say
what
your
you do.
name, but I appreciate you.
I appreciate you so many.
Oh no.
Wait, you're good at saying words.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you want to send me it and I'll attempt?
Can you help me? I have quite a few beautiful Filipino artists who help me with words because I am not good at words. So is it
Saejima?
Saejima?
It could be Saejima.
Saejima? Okay. Slay. I love them to bits. They're so impressive. They're like a skateboarder. They have these
Saejima.
streams.
Says neon.
Saejima? Okay,
Saejima.
thank you, change. They have a redeem where when they're talking in karaoke, a skateboard will come from the ceiling and hit them. And I thought that was the funniest thing ever because they're all
is.
skateboard themed. I was dying on the floor when I saw that. I was like, that is incredible. How can I like implement something similar to that in my own streams, but more on my theme?
Yeah.
Since my theme is more like punk, music venue style. So I was
Yeah.
like, okay, stage lights. That's kind of funny.
And it is funny. So
It is funny. Everyone always laughs.
Yeah,
It's true.
everyone laughs
Sometimes
and
they
they
even
change it
stand up and
again.
start applauding. Yeah.
So taking something from chat, because Kem's asking this, and this is relevant to what we're talking about, is question for both of you: how do you walk the line of taking inspiration from other creators without just rehashing what they're doing? Basically, like, no, how do you do that without feeling like you're just like stealing it, essentially?
Oh, easy. By saying, hey, this is a really cool creator that inspires me. Go check them out.
Yes.
It's not that, like, it sounds like a tough thing, and it can be a really big worry, but like, more love for the community is more love for the community.
Yeah. 'Cause-
Like, seeing your friends grow isn't a bad thing. It's great, actually.
And it's true. It's like, you know, I'm very upfront about like how my Let's Go Gambling comes from being inspired by Loaf. I've also said multiple times that the fishing is also a Loaf thing. That was 100% a Loaf thing. You're allowed to take inspiration from other people, and as long, you know, if
Yes,
you're
sir.
upfront about like where you got the inspiration, it's not gonna hurt anybody, right? Because you're quite possibly introducing people to a new thing that they might not have had an opportunity to see because they might not have watched that person, and now you get a chance to be like, hey, if you like that, here's where I got it from, go check them out too.
Exactly. And it's also like, so Saejima,
Yeah.
Saejima, I love their content, and whilst we have similar things, as I'm a punk creator and they're a skateboarder punk creator, whilst we're similar, having a skateboard for me does not feel right, as that doesn't make sense for my community and what my streams are about. So doing the old yoinkin twist and making it more approachable for my community and adding a little bit more engagement for my community is not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, at the end of the day, don't be afraid to take inspiration from other people, because inevitably an idea that you have will probably have been done by somebody else, and there's nothing wrong with seeing something and being like, that's really cool, I want to do that. Like,
Yeah.
it's nothing wrong with that.
Another good idea too is, if you're wanting to find some interaction, ask your chat. Say like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if we did this? And sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
I love randomizers are a great one as well. Like, real simple. I used to have a jump scare randomizer, so
Okay.
that's always fun. A little spooky ooky. It's just taking the idea of a jump scare, which isn't that original,
Yeah.
but then adding a little bit more flavor, so that way it's not the same thing over and over.
Yes.
I heard you go, ooh, what's up?
Sorry, I was like thinking about how to randomize something like that, and I was like,
Share. Spoilers?
No, just because like essentially, right? I've got the gambling. It's essentially on a randomizer. It's just you don't see it randomizing, and there's a lot of things like Ken was talking about it before. Is we've talked about doing randomized audio redeems basically, because like I have a couple that are randomized. Like let me see if I think I have this one still active. I don't know if it's gonna work properly. Is the sniped, I think, is still active? No, it's not. I apparently turned it off.
Look at you being a good host. What the heck?
But
Nice shot.
this one has like a handful of sound bites on it, and we were thinking about doing one that's like
Headshot.
collaborative with multiple people. Kem wants to do like a series of ones that's like you just get other people's voices and anybody, and like, you know, you get a handful of people to record a soundbite and just you redeem it, and it's like, oh, that's this person now. So
That's really funny.
yeah.
Oh, I love that idea. Even just like, again, this is how you create ideas. Brainstorming's fun.
Yeah.
Because like that idea makes me go, oh, I could do that on my stream with just like loud noises. Like I have a friend who goes, I'm a baba, or
Oh, yeah.
like just different noises. It's nice.
It's
Good idea, Ken.
so bringing it back to interaction and stream interaction with chat, do you think there's an ideal amount of interaction, and is there such thing as too much interaction? I'm staring at you, chat, with the breaking my audio earlier when I came back to stream.
That just sounds like a skill issue on your behalf. Your stream's not even crashing. What are you complaining about?
You know
Let's go
what?
gambling.
You're so right.
Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling.
But yeah, do you think there is like an ideal amount or too much?
Yeah, I mean, you want people to engage, right? That's the whole point of interaction. What's nice is if your audience grows, you can always make those types of engagements scalable.
Yes.
And that can even be really funny too. So bringing it back to my American Truck Simulator, one of the redeems we have is turning on the headlights. Now, it's very easy for me to just do turn on headlights, and with one redeem, it turns them on and off. But I find it way more entertaining in the community having it be multiple redeems to turn it on, because then it adds a little bit of gotcha on whether or not it'll actually turn on, or if you're accidentally turning it off, especially with this delay.
God, it's so true.
I find like that little bit of chaos is very entertaining.
Yes, and it is very funny because again, it's if you haven't been there for it, it's again 2 to turn it on, but 1 to turn it off. So it's like, oh, you might genuinely be trying to help. You genuinely want to turn those lights on. Unfortunately, somebody else also genuinely wants to help, and you just are not timing it. And then you have the one person who's like,
chaos.
as soon as it's on, I'm turning it off.
The only one person in the chat who would ever do that, of course. There's not like a full community of turn off the lights. Team lights off.
Oh god. Yeah! Headlight fine! Woo!
Oh no! I think when it comes to too much interactivity, one thing you have to be aware of is noise alerts.
Yes.
As we all know and love, when we get the opportunity to do them in chaos, it's really fun. But if we're yapping like this and there was endless let's go gambling, it kind of takes away from that type of content. So depends on what you're doing. If you're doing interactive streaming, more the merrier. As you're inciting chaos, but if you're doing something that's a bit more sit down, whatnot, it doesn't make sense to have too much chaos there.
Yeah, and I think that's a good distinction to make, is that it really depends on what your intention is. Like, intention really is everything, because if you're trying to run an interactive stream, there's probably not going to be a point that's too much. But if you're trying to sit down and be serious, either have a serious chat, really focus on the gameplay, whatever it is you want to do, like, you might want to mitigate it a little bit.
the other thing is, it makes those times when you can be interactive way more fun and engaging because, like you said, it gives you something to actually look forward to. It's like, oh my gosh, I've been sitting through them yapping for 3 hours. Come on, baby, let's go gambling.
There will be a break before I let people come back in if they want.
Yeah,
and
let's talk shit.
you guys will have time to spam gambling, break the audio again. You guys will have that chance at some point soon when I take my break. It'll probably be, so when we wrap up, it'll probably be like a 5 to 10 minute span, so I can go like stretch, maybe get a little bit of a food, a little snack. But we still have a little bit more on the interview before we get going. Let's see, actually, let me look at this. Let me see if there's anything we want to focus on real quick. While I look at that, what do you think the split is between people trying to help and hinder you when it comes to those interactive streams? Do you find that people are...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
99 to 1. I know the ones by name. It's very funny. I like it.
Yeah.
When are you getting trucking? I want to go trucking with you, man. I'll help you set it up.
It would be so funny. Oh, and I know 100%. My chat, they've got points saved up. They're gonna.
You guys got points?
They got points because they're saving up to make me do voice redeems. That's why. Because for anybody who doesn't know, I have 3 sets of voice redeem channel points where you can force me to record an audio soundbite, and it's they're literally just tailored by length. So some of them are, it's 5,000 for a 2-second soundbite, 20,000 for a 5-second soundbite. And if anybody is a freak enough to get 100,000 points, you can make me record a 10-second soundbite, which is a lot of time. 10 seconds doesn't sound like a lot.
It's a long time.
So.
Any oil barons in the chat? Any
oil
barons?
Okay.
Any freaky oil barons? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Imagine instead of getting a custom voice line, we go trucking. and since you have been saving, you can go listen to the Hidden Donut on their YouTube. There's so many voice lines. Think of it. You can edit it, slice it together. He'll say whatever you want. He'll say Donut will say whatever you want. Easy. But trucking is a limited time offer, so do not let this run you by.
And ironically though, part of the Let's Go Gambling, so the way it works is that you build up tokens by watching and using the hear command, and then you gamble away, and every time you win you get a ticket. And I have a list of things that you can get with the tickets, and one of those is a voice redeem, basically. So, I mean, essentially, it's right there. You don't
Wait,
need
how do I
the
use my
voice.
tickets? I've just been gambling for fun. I didn't realize they were actually... What is this?
Oh my god.
Oh my.
A realistic
Speaking
meow?
of freaky oil barons in chat.
Loaf? Excuse me?
Hello?
I'm gonna bend. Normally, I would stop everything I'm doing to do the recording immediately and add it to stream as a redeem. I'm gonna bench this one for now because we're gonna do so many things, and I don't want to have to get my program set up. But I will.
I try my best.
I will definitely sit here and I will either record it off stream or on stream. I will do whichever way you would rather have this happen. I will do this. Don't worry. But yes. So surprisingly, we're almost at the end. Actually, no, we're not. That's a lie.
Okay.
Oh, kind of.
My time is all yours today.
Let's talk a bit about we've pretty much gone over a lot of your interactivity for streams. Let's talk a bit about you as a VTuber, right? So where did your idea for your model come from?
Well, when I started VTubing, I was like, I don't know, I like it. A little cat ear is nice. little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's very nice. I never stopped and sat down and thought about character design, concept design, as I was more so just like trying to find a hobby when I started.
Yeah.
And about a little bit ago, I had to sit down with myself because I realized I wasn't outwardly portraying both my energy, my personality energy, and the sort of demographic and community and like theme of my channel that I wanted to bring in.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, let's fix that. Let's clean things up. I did a full model redesign. Yeah, bring on the punk theme, bring on being a little bit noisy. How could I integrate the fact that I really like music? Venue scenes are very good, and they're within punk, like the punk scene quite a lot. Belts and chains are my favorite. Jingle jangle, jingle jangle.
Got it.
He is nice.
Yeah. And then again, I asked this question to Loaf earlier, and I'm going to ask to you for the same reason. Could you please tell those who do not know who made your model?
Okay, it was fucking me! Yeah, that was me! I don't know, I like it. I hope you guys like it too. It's nice.
So
yeah, I've been working as a model maker for a few years, so I love it. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's kind of mad. Yeah.
So how many total models have you worked on? Like you've done yours, and then how many others?
I have too many children. I have like sons, but they're all ass. They're all rude little shits. I don't know why. The personalities that I make models for are all little sicko freaks, and I love all of them. They're all crazy. They're all Team Chaos in Shocking, to give you a hint. I've worked on maybe like... so I have myself, I have AkahaGVT, who's in the chat right now.
Yeah.
I'm working on one for Neon Change in the chat. I've done one for Retsu Inakami, Jetflow, Evo Light, any others? I have Adri I did a model for. I like making model. My main models I do is typically like sexy men. I like sexy men. Hot men. Oh, Veil. Yes, that's a very sexy man. I also did Discount Deputy's eyes. My favorite part of model making is doing textures, like skin and face textures and irises. Yeah, they're so much fun. Holy.
Perfect. And what got you started on model creation?
So starting out VTubing, I was like, I want to stream. Ew, ick. I have a family. I don't want to deal with them being behind me.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't afford a screen for privacy like Sukunu. So I guess there's only one choice. I'm gonna be a VTuber. My hands were tied. Lock me up. I'm sorry. So that's how I became VTuber. But then no money.
Yeah.
So a good way of getting into VTubing is you can make a V-Road model, which is what this is. This is a V-Road model. Yeah, it's nice. On my way to give intern money. And the oil barons!
And the oil barons in chat!
Is this a new vocal stem you picked up?
Yeah, and it's funny because you guys were saying it and I was sitting there in chat shouting it at my computer every time you guys would say it.
It's because it's fun to say, man.
It is.
And the oil barons! Just one schmeckle! Mere oil baron!
God.
I forgot what the question was. It was something about oil barons. That's all I know.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It's very funny.
Model.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah?
On a semi-related to the vocal stem thing, it's so funny when I watch you and Aji because you guys get this very specific intonation with the way you guys talk.
Oh, it's the worst. It's so bad. It's so bad.
And I'll walk away from the stream slightly parroting it. I'm like, wow, I gotta get back to my voice. Hold on.
Oh, you did it! I heard it! Hold on.
And it's funny because I noticed, I think it was like I don't know, a month ago or something. I'd been watching your stream right before I had to go live, I think. And then I popped into my stream and I was like, hello. And I was like, wait, no,
Hello.
that's not my hello.
Hello.
I was like, that's not my greeting. Hi guys.
Hello.
So
That's really funny.
yeah, I have this bad tendency to pick up like vocal stems or vocal tendencies from people, and I don't realize it until I'm saying it to somebody. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not me. Hold on, reset. Give me a second.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think it probably is part of where some of the voice acting stuff comes from, because it's just natural to like mimic somebody. Like you're like, oh, that's cool. They sound cool. I'm gonna do that right now. Infection.
That's fun.
Yeah.
It's so bad. When Aji and I talk together, right? It's like the transatlantic accent. Neither of us actually sound like that unless if we're talking to each other.
Yeah.
And it's Aji, what the heck?
It's so funny every time, because it's the
It
moment.
evolves too.
Like you'll be talking relatively, normally, and then Aji joins call, and the switch
It's
flips
lit.
immediately. Oh my god.
Indoor. What is it, Aji? What do you want? I just woke up. I don't want anything. Why the fuck are you here? Indoor.
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
God, it's
It's
so
nice.
funny. It's nice. That's the other one.
It's nice.
Yeah. Guys,
It's
don't
bad.
be afraid to pick up your friend's mannerisms. It'll happen.
It's bad. I join VCs now, and people quote like these things that I say. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so noisy. Holy moly.
God, it's good though. It makes
is.
you very memorable to people.
Me? Oh my. Me? That's crazy.
That's crazy. Okay.
Crazy.
Circling it back into the Vroid thing. What was the hardest part of learning to do this? Because you basically just said you started this when you started VTubing, so it's, I guess, arguably new.
Yeah, you want to see some models? I can
Sure.
show some real quick if you're interested.
Of course.
Okay. So this, let me shake. This is Aji.
It's
This
Aji.
is- What the heck? I don't know.
Oh my
This
god, I
is
didn't realize I asked
Aji.
Aji to come in for an interview.
Ooh. Donut. Donut.
God. Yeah, so
Aji, this was one of my first male models I made, and it took ages to get the hair because hair suck. Hair are big suck, but it is so pretty.
yeah, I think Aji's model came out really good. Every time I see it, it's just very it's very nice.
It's nice. It is nice. Where's some of the other ones? So this is one of the most recent ones I made. Shake. This is Jefflo. If you are in, Jefflo is so pretty. Jefflo was retexturing. I'll show you. So this is the Jefflo that he received. We did hair, skin, body, eyes, hair restyling, and horn texturing. This is the model that I received. So this was the base model. So this is Baby Joe.
Yeah.
So, and this is one of the like best V-Road models I've ever seen come in. Like, Joe's beautiful. I wasn't sure how we were going to make him hotter, but I think we can certainly say we made Joe much hotter. Hot Joe.
Yes.
And now
Definitely
Joe
an
just sends me
upgrade.
like crazy. Joe sends me like photos of his model being like, yo, I am hot. It's very cute. It's so cute.
God.
I have Retsu's as well. Retsu's was a challenge. Oh, I really hope I don't add the wrong one. There we are. Okay. Retsu's was a challenge because, like I said, hair is absolute pain.
And that's a lot of
when
hair.
it has a lot of hair. And you'll also see that these hair down here are in tassels.
Mm-hmm.
I streamed putting his hair in the tassels, and it was like a solid 4-hour stream just trying to get the hair in the tassels and for it to work. And for it to move like this, it was a nightmare. But yeah. Hi!
So again, what would you say is would you say hair is definitely the hardest part of designing a model?
Yeah, hair and clothes. I've gotten a lot better at hair actually. I feel a lot more confident. Clothes just take a while. Skin, face, eye texturing is my favorite. Oh my gosh. I will do that in a day and it will bring me so much serotonin. Getting to the hair and clothes part makes me want to like cease to exist. I want to go on strike. I can't. There's so much work that goes into hair and clothing. There's so many incredible artists on Booth though that do them. Oh my days. I recommend go checking them out.
Yes, Booth is a good resource for people trying to get started. Oftentimes, again, this model that I use was a Booth model, so.
Yeah, they have 3D models, live 2D models. Like they have so much available, assets, backgrounds.
Yes. This background actually is also a Booth background.
Is it? I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of gushing over it. I want to come to this cafe more often. It's very nice.
It's very nice.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
Yeah, so this is actually a booth background, and I just felt like we're here at the 2-year mark. It was time for an upgrade again. So yeah. And this one came with the tables for me to put people in front of. It also has a version with no tables, which it will probably be my normal chatting screen, maybe, or maybe I'll use the other table. There's a one-person table too, but yeah.
So many tables.
So many tables. So yeah.
Wait, Donut, real quick. What the fuck are these snacks? I've been looking at them this entire time, and they're kind of making me hungry, but I can't tell if they're like mushrooms or garlic in a.
Oh, they're sugar cubes.
In a jar. Sugar cubes.
Sugar cubes. Hold on, I got more things.
I'm gonna unlock my jar and eat all of them.
Let me see. I'll just make a general asset image thing real quick while I go look for it.
Okay.
But yeah, while I look for that, could you please tell everybody what's your favorite part of making these V-Roid models? What was your favorite part?
Pretty model gabber is nice. Actually, no, my favorite part is working with other creators because, like, for some of them, I help work on the character design, like my own. And there's one with Change that we started from the ground up with his and did the full character design, and it means a lot having a model that can represent you and showcase like how you see yourself. I've been through in the past kind of trauma, like model trauma, of where I had a model and it was a breathtakingly stunning model, but it was so far from me and little cake. Yum 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 yum. Like yum yum yum. I like it. Oh, it's nice.
It's nice.
Any more? You want more snack? Give snack.
Yeah, this one. So this originally came with a bunch of like it came with a bunch of like mugs and stuff, and then it had that one little cake, and then a handful of other things.
Cake.
Yeah. And then the table, the flowers and stuff. It mostly is just like background stuff. I have another set of assets for like food and stuff, but I'm looking to upgrade those too. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Pretty. Yeah. So going through when you have a model that is like visually representing you, but it doesn't match with your personality or how you see yourself, especially as someone who has like struggle with gender expression.
Yeah.
And it can be very I found it quite traumatic. I almost quit modeling and almost quit streaming and being on the internet because I just felt like shit every single time I streamed, because anytime I looked at myself, I couldn't cope with how I looked, and it made me feel really sick, and I couldn't put my finger on it because again, beautiful model, stunning. The artist did a great job, but it just wasn't me.
Yes.
So going through and putting together models with people and giving them the sort of skin so they can express themselves how they see themselves means a lot, especially in such a visual field as VTubing. So it's nice. I like it.
Yeah,
Pretty people.
We kind of talked about that with when Loaf was over here as well. Is like when Denko was here, is like it's very important to people, and it's very hard to get things that match you, and it's very important to do that, right? Like people have asked me why I don't use this model every day, right? Because I do like this model. It does feel good enough, but like there's a reason why I still use my PNG fairly often, is that feels more me. And so I'm very attached to it. I don't want to abandon it, and eventually I do want to get that into like an actual model, but like finding something that matches you. And I had kind of a similar thing when I was looking for a model to get off booth, because the whole reason I even got this, I can't remember, was this a birthday thing? It was either a birthday thing or something like that. I was just like, oh, you know what, it'd be a fun thing to have a live 2D model and let people watch me wiggle. So I went searching on booth to see if I could find something for like a decent price, and I briefly have like mentioned this. People know that like I'm very non-binary, right? I go they them. Gender is a very weird thing to me, and a thing you see a lot of is you see a lot of very woman and very men.
Yes, I hate it.
Yes, and
especially when VTubers are freaks like me and don't fit into those.
Yes. So like I actually there was a different model I was gonna get that I felt a little better about. But I ended up going with this one. I can't remember the exact reason, but I think it was the customization, because again, like I am a long-haired individual in the real world, so it was nice to have something that like kind of matched that. But yeah, getting a matching model, getting a model that you feel comfortable in the skin of, no matter what kind it is, Vroid or Live 2D or whatever, it's very important, and it comes through. Like you'll be happier with a model that fits you than you will be from trying to make it with whatever. Even if the model, again, like Intern said, even if the model is very nice and people will like it, if you're not comfortable in it, it might not be worth it. Probably not worth it.
It was tough too, because my community pretty much straight away, they were like, very pretty model, but this isn't you, Intern. I'm like, I know, you're not helping my crisis.
I'm aware. Thank you.
But, thank you. No, yeah. I will say this like the Live 2D you use is very beautiful. I'm very biased though, because I see chains and I go, oh, I like it. Pretty hair, I like it.
Yeah, and
but not.
Sorry,
I can't wait to see like the Live 2D donut.
Yes, because the thing is, right, for me, and again, I've said this offhanded a lot, is that I'm very much not a person who's like, I get uncomfortable when people start approaching me with like intent. How do I put this? It's very
expectations.
Like when you have a model, because again, I'm aware this is a very nice looking model, right? And it's got a specific vibe. People see the model and they get a very specific idea, and that's part of why I do eventually want to get my own model, because I very much am while I may have the worms, as we like to say, I'm very much more cutesy and demure. I don't like it when people kind of approach me, or like
you have worms.
The best way I could say this is like I'm aware that like as somebody who sits here doing voice content with a model like this, some people come in with this very much like a wow, hot anime man with nice voice. I would like him to say very nasty things to me.
Understandable.
And it's like I would like to curb those expectations from people. because it just doesn't feel like me. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a weird space to be in, but I do think that like having a model that fits you and that you're comfortable in, it's game changing. Honestly, now that I've been here, it's game changing. Last question, and then I will take a break. What I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna dip from the VC. Anybody who would like to participate in the Yap session after this, feel free to hop into the VC, and I will join back in when I'm back and ready. But the last question for you, intern, is
Hello.
for people who are either looking to start doing VRoid or get their own VRoid model, what suggestions do you have for them?
So do the one thing I didn't do, which is have a think about yourself. Because this is a visual expression of you.
Yeah.
So what do you want to look like? How do you want people to treat you? What sort of energy do you want to be putting out into the world? As having a model of any type, PNG, VRoid, Live2D, that is you. And so having a little bit more thought going in is very good. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's going to change over time. And it might not be right the first time, but the only way you know is to try. So give it a shot.
Yes,
Why not?
absolutely. I think that's very good advice. Because, again, yeah, think about who you want to be and how you want people to see you. Because at the end of the day, this is what people are going to see. And if you're... basically, if the wires are crossed, right, you want to be nice, cozy streamer who everybody just jokes around with, but you have sexy hot model that's showing
nips out.
Yeah, showing bare chest all the time, then you're gonna get people who are gonna think a certain thing based on the model, and you might not get what you're looking for. So it's very important to have things line up.
The amount of serotonin and like drive that I received as well, finally having a model that I'm like, oh my god, this is me and this is how I want to present.
Yeah.
It is immense. Being able to be like, because you want to show it. You want to make stuff. You want to do things.
Yes.
So spend that little bit of extra time and make something cool. Make something cool that you're proud to show and share. It doesn't have to be perfect, but why not make it cool?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much, intern. You did wonderful. It was a pleasure having you. So, again, what's going to happen for everybody? I'm actually going to take a quick break. I'm going to be the one to leave the VC. Anybody here... any oil barons who would like to hop into the VC?
Barons.
If you would like to come in and yap about this, feel free to hop into the VC. You guys, everybody get comfy, get nice and cozy. I will be back. I'm gonna say about, let's say 10 minutes. I know it feels like a long time, but are you guys okay? I'm gonna give you guys gamble. I'm gonna give you back all your thing. You want to break the voices again? You're gonna have that opportunity. But let's say 10 minutes so I can go have a stretch, go do a thing, and then we will be back, okay? All right.
Okay.
So, okay. I'll be back. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye. Okay. Let me remove interns.
Let's go gambling.
Oh, it begins.
I can't stop winning.
Okay. So, like I said, I'll be back. Break within moderation, okay? That's how I'll put it. Break things with moderation, please. I've learned that I cannot stop you from breaking things. I've moved the thing so you can see the gamble, and I will be back, okay? I will be back. Everybody behave. Enjoy your time here. Have your snack. Enjoy your intern coffee. Enjoy your Denko coffee.
I can't stop winning.
Have fun. Have fun. I'll be back now.
Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. I can't stop winning. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. I can't stop winning. Aw, dang it. Let's go gambling.
Hey guys, Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm Mimi.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
XD, get glomped, idiot.
Let's go gambling. Let's go
Get
gambling.
glomped, idiot. XD,
I
get
mean-
glomped, idiot. XD,
Let's go
get glomped, idiot.
gambling.
Hey guys,
I'm
did you
Mimi.
know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Aw, dang it.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Let's go gambling.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? A baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? A baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? There's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Glomped, idiot.
Hey guys,
Let's go
did you know there's a
gambling.
baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Let's go gambling.
I'm Mimi.
Rawr. XD, get
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Let's go gambling.
Let's
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Hey guys,
Let's go gambling.
did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Gambling. I can't stop winning.
Hey guys,
Aw,
did
dang
you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? There's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm Mimi.
Let's go gambling. Aw, dang.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm Mimi.
Hoyeah? Can I get a
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm
Nice
Mimi.
shot.
I can't stop
Headshot.
winning.
Can I get a hoyeah?
Hey
Nice shot.
guys,
Headshot.
did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Did
Did you know there's a
Nice
baby
shot.
pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Nice shot.
Let's go gambling.
I'm Mimi.
Aw, dang it.
Nice
Hey
shot.
guys, did you
Can I
know there's a
get
baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Aw, dang it.
Nice shot.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby
Nice
pukei
shot.
in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm Mimi.
Can I get a hoyeah? Headshot. Headshot. Hoyeah?
Hey guys,
Hoyeah?
did you know there's a baby
Can I
pukei?
get a
Did you know there's a baby
Nice
pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? There's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds. Did you know there's a baby pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Aw, dang it.
Get glomped, idiot.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pookie? Did you know there's a baby Hunter Wild in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Nice shot. Let's go
gambling.
gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Did you know there's a
Get
baby
lost,
pookie
idiot.
in Monster Hunter Wild?
Hey, guys. Do you remember when I said don't break it? Do you guys remember that? What did you guys do? Oh my god, what have you guys done? Well, I guess I'll just have to turn that off for now. I can't believe you guys did this. You guys actually crashed my mix-it-up. Oh my god. It broke on its own, Sure. Yeah, What other things do you want to say, huh? A likely story. Our streamer, not us. Oh, I didn't do it. The parasites did it. Okay, let me see. We were so good. Wow. Let me reboot Mix It Up. The visuals, I think, will be broken. The visuals never work if I have to open Mix It Up after stream. Let me see. I'm Mimi. Audio, good. Okay.
Hey guys.
Oh,
did you
hey,
know there's a
video
baby
worked.
pookie pookie in Monster Hunter Wild?
Did you know
there's a baby pookie pookie in Monster Hunter Wild? Pookie in Monster Hunter Wild? There's a baby pookie pookie in Monster Hunter Wild? Pookie in Monster Hunter Wild? Did you know there's a baby pookie pookie in Monster Hunter Wild? Hey guys. Did you know there's a baby pookie in Monster Hunter Wild?
I feel like I'm going insane.
Headshot.
Can I get a hoyeah?
I feel like I'm going insane.
Hey guys.
Crazy.
Did you know there's a baby pookie in Monster Hunter Wild?
Oh my god.
In Monster Hunter Wild?
Yeah.
Can I get a
Yeah.
Hey guys. Did you know there's a baby pookie
It's
pookie in
so
Monster Hunter
funny.
Wild?
It's so wild because all of it's
Did
me.
you know there's a baby pookie pookie in Monster Hunter Wild?
I'm trying to find my own
Headshot.
voice.
Let's go gambling.
Oh my
Aw,
god.
dang
So
it.
I'm waiting on, I threw some food into the air
Aw,
fryer.
dang it.
So
I
I'm
can't
just
stop
waiting
winning.
on that.
I can't stop winning.
But I came
Hey
back.
guys.
Let's go
Did you know there's a
gambling.
baby pookie pookie in Monster Hunter Wild?
I so specifically came back because I was like, my gut tells me that chat has done something. I didn't even have my phone. I didn't even have my phone with me. I just knew. I smelled it. Chat, stinky chat. I could smell it from downstairs. You guys were doing things. They're all your voices. I know. That's the problem. They're all my voices. How am I supposed to figure this out? So, I'm going to go back downstairs in a minute to go check on my food real quick. And then as soon as I do that, I will be hopping back into Knock Knock to begin yapping about the topic of the day, the topical topic of the day. Love how we were pleading innocent until you got back. Got it working, and then it was back to the mines immediately. Yeah, I know you're in Knock Knock. I see you over there. but give me a minute. Let me go get some food. Let me go do that thing. See, here's the genius of this, right? As soon as I get into Knock Knock, I can just mute and eat my food while everybody else begins to go off on this. That's the genius part of this. See, my secret cap is that I'm gonna let the yappers do what they do best. Oh, here, let me actually, you know what? I'll leave the VTFM logo up. I was gonna move it, but I'll leave it there for now.
Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
We can go back to being good while they get their food. Oh, can you guys? Can you go back to being good while I go get my food? Is that a thing you guys can do? Oh, are you guys capable of being such a good chat?
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm gonna trust you. I'm walking away.
Hey guys, did you know there's a
I'll be
baby
back.
pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Gambling. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
I'm turning this around.
Aw, dang it.
Hey
Nice
guys,
shot.
did you know there's a Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? In Monster Hunter Wilds?
I'm Mimi. I'm Mimi.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
XD. Rawr. Get glomped, idiot.
Hey guys,
Get glomped, idiot.
did you know there's a baby
Let's
pukei-pukei
go
in
get
Monster Hunter
Monster
Wilds?
Hunter
Hey guys, in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a
Dang it.
baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Let's go gambling.
Headshot.
Aw, dang it.
I'm Mimi.
Rawr. XD. Get glomped, idiot.
Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning.
I'm
Hey
Mimi.
guys,
Let's go gambling.
did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
XD. Get glomped,
I'm
idiot.
Mimi.
Nice shot.
Rawr. XD. Get glomped, idiot. Rawr. XD.
Hey guys,
Get glomped, idiot.
did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Guys,
Hoyeah.
did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in
let's
Monster Hunter
go
Wilds? Did you know there's a
gambling.
baby pukei-pukei in
Hey
Monster Hunter
guys,
Wilds?
stop
Did you
winning.
know there's a baby
Headshot.
pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Rawr.
I'm
XD.
Mimi.
Let's go
Get glomped, idiot.
gambling. Aw, dang it.
Rawr. XD. Get glomped, idiot.
Let's go gambling.
Okay. Oh, my mic's
Nice
Aw,
up.
dang it.
There we go. Okay. I'm Mimi. I'm back with my food. I'm Mimi.
Rawr. XD. Get glomped, idiot.
Hey guys,
Oh my
XD.
did you know there's a
Get
baby
glomped, idiot.
pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Hey guys, did you know there's a baby
Nice
pukei-pukei in
shot.
Monster Hunter
Hey guys.
Wilds?
Okay.
Did you know there's a baby
Everything's turning
pukei-pukei
off
in Monster Hunter Wilds?
now. Turning it off
XD. Get glomped,
now.
idiot.
And then I'm gonna hop into the VC.
Hey guys, did you know there's a
I know
baby
Chem has
pukei-pukei
sent
in Monster Hunter
me
Wilds?
their Veto Ninja. If anybody else would like to send me theirs to throw in, please feel free to do so. I will add in as many of the people as I can who would like to have theirs up. Otherwise, I will do what's it called? Foogies. You'll have to give me a minute while I get everybody organized. Okay, everything is back off. Everything's back off. I'm hopping into the call right now. There are 4 people waiting for me. This is gonna be a yap session. Hope you guys are ready. Hello?
Let's go gambling. You guys are
Oh,
gambling.
dang it.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, dang
Oh,
it.
Dang it.
Right. Hey guys, did you know there's a pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds?
Oh my god.
Rawr, XD.
Oh,
Idiot.
wow.
Mimi.
My voices have, the voices in my head have evolved.
Idiot.
Mimi.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling.
I thought I turned the redeems off. This is wild.
XD, get glum, idiot.
I'm Mimi. Did you guys know there's a baby pookie?
Did you guys know there's
Oh
baby
my god, there's a
pookie?
baby pookie in Monster Hunter Wild.
Did you guys
Let's go
know?
gambling.
Boom, headshot.
Headshot.
Salad.
You guys are
Cool.
Nice
freaks.
shots.
Oh
Can
my
I get a
god.
oh yeah?
What am I allowed to happen? Why did I allow this?
You signed up for
Because
this.
if
I'm
brought us all here.
aware. I
brought us
know.
It's nice.
It's nice.
you
Oh, I gotta switch your
expected
thing.
us to do
Whoops.
that, you
Hold
know?
on. Oh
I had
my
to turn
god.
off.
You said, I'm gonna let the yappers do what they
It sounded
do
on the
best,
stream because I thought I was
yap,
gonna
and
vomit.
then you came in and expected us to not yap?
I mean, I wasn't expecting you guys not to yap. It
I
was
can't
just
believe
so
we didn't
instant.
expect this.
You were doing this before you
We're
joined.
so normal.
God. Okay. Hold on. Let me finish grabbing everybody.
This is normal people behavior. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Is it?
Let's go gambling.
Wait, maybe
We're
I
the
should go
most
behind.
sane and
Maybe I
rational.
should go behind the table.
Hmm?
I'm the person. I should be behind the table. Wait a minute. I just
Wait a
realized.
minute.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Hold on.
Can
Let
I
me
say-
get all these things.
No, it's an Asus.
do you want my reactive?
Yeah, that could work. Hold on.
We get to see if my laptop can do this.
The laptop or
Where-
the computer?
My laptop, because I wasn't able to set up my new basically sentient desktop. The internet refuses to work. It refuses to find my Wi-Fi. It basically tells me to go fuck myself. And so I'm just kind of desperately Googling solutions.
No.
Where
It'd be all right. You know
am
what?
I forgot.
Sometimes,
Oh.
sometimes part of the process
Mm-hmm.
of setting up a computer is crying a lot, vomiting, and then finding a Wi-Fi dongle that works.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You guys might be a little bit surprised. Maybe not really,
What?
but kind of.
Uh-huh. Hold
I
on.
forgot to take off the props. I'm too lazy to take them off.
Oh, okay, that's fine. When I get
Yeah.
there, I'm trying to figure out something's wrong here. Hold on. Where
When I
are
get
things
there.
going
Besides
wrong?
the obvious.
I know I'm gonna be the gambling.
Oh, at least my mouth is working today. That's so cool.
We love
Wow,
that.
that's super Gucci.
Yeah. Wait, maybe I should have done this differently. Too late. I'm doing it this way, I guess. Shrink me, shrink me. I must. Where am I? There I am. I'll just be back here. Cool. Neato. But yes. So, welcome. So we have in here.
Can you move the flowers or no?
I can, yes. That's the thing that I was gonna do. I'm getting there. I just gotta figure out where it is. Everything's so, because I set up this whole screen pretty much yesterday right before the stream. And so I don't know where I have anything organized. So I'm trying desperately to find the things that are on the table. But there it is. Flower.
Can I walk on the table, please?
I can absolutely put you over on the table. Hold on. Let me
Thank
add
you.
in another.
I see cake.
Vito Shira. Boom. Excuse me? Okay. Oh, yeah. That's what I was expecting. Hold on. Whoops, that's wrong.
Actually?
Actually.
Actually?
I love the brain rot that's like collectively happening here.
Actually?
Yeah.
Actually,
Chroma key. There it is.
All of our separate intersected brain cells are just going, one brain cell.
Yes.
Only
Yes.
one
All
is allowed in this
fusing.
chat.
they're connected by like Neuralink.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Where? There. Okay. Now.
Oh, look at the little buddies dancing on the cup, floating around
Hell
the cup.
yeah.
Look, you got a little fly around your cup.
Oh
Somebody
Oh
swat away.
no. Yeah. It's a pest
my
in
god, he's a
here.
little friend. Hi,
Well,
buddy.
Let me put you there. That way I'm still slightly visible. And then let me get intern. I have to add in all these vetoes suddenly.
Yay.
Let us in!
Yeah. Veto intern. So for anybody who has not already picked up on who's in here, we've got Loaf back in, Kem back in, Jira back in, and intern. There we go.
Hello.
Where did
Meowdy partners.
Where'd you go? What the heck happened? Oh, there. They're just taking forever to load up. Okay. Filter. Chroma.
I'm thinking.
Yep. Chroma.
Wi-Fi. LAN.
Perfect.
Audio.
VGA. Oh.
The mommy guys.
Steps.
Little steppies.
Doobie steps!
Little step.
Yeah, little doobie
Wait,
stepping.
is that like a full body? Like you can, like it's, like are
Full
you
body.
really walking around?
Yes, I walk like this.
I wasn't gonna judge. I was just really interested in how that technology works.
Got that
Yeah.
ADHD lean.
Do you? Whoa, you walk
Do you
like
walk
this?
like this? You actually walk like this? Holy.
Damn.
Wait, I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna move myself
Wait.
over there. There. Wait. You know what? Can I put myself outside the window?
Oh,
Can I?
Oh my god, I'm so
Just,
proud of my
just
little
turn to a
model.
leaning
She's
tower
look at her
princess.
mouth move. Hell yeah, brother. Sorry, I just love looking.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where I can move everybody so that way I too would like to be visible.
Okay.
Oh, do you want me to? I can
also-
put myself in baby mode. if
No,
that's
that's
helpful.
okay. I'll just shift people around a little bit, I think. This one. There we go. Make space. Clearing everybody out a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Why am I on the chair? That's not where I'm supposed to be. Boom. There we go. Better. Like that. Neato. Okay, perfect.
Yay. Oh.
Nope.
Indoor.
Sorry, can you shrink me?
Yeah, I can shoot you. Hold on. I got you.
Like,
Let me.
Okay, you guys are. being
Wow,
put
look, a
on the desk.
Perfect desk turn.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh god.
it's true. It's true.
Like a perfect paperweight.
Thank you. I try my best.
Okay. Here, we'll give everybody a little. Oh wait, I have. Oh dang it, I'm an idiot.
Gosh dang it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Oh dang it, I gotta redo some of the cups because I realized
Oh,
I have
dang
some
it.
of the cups were set up.
God dang
Oh
it.
dang it.
Let's go gambling.
Yeah.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling.
Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pookie-pukei in Monster Hunter Wild?
Oh my god.
Me.
Okay.
Man, that brain cell's working overtime right now.
Or it's not working at all. That
Oh,
depends on who
no.
you ask.
Damn, you didn't get to say it like that.
The brain cell completely left the room.
Yeah, is the
Oh.
brain cell in the room with us?
I just like,
No.
I do. Oh, okay. Go
It's
like
busy.
That.
Yeah.
That. Wait,
Okay.
Oh,
There we
that.
go. That one's
Actually-
You want to know
reset.
something really dark?
Actually-
It's only
Mhm.
dark if you believe that your computers can be sentient. I'm using my laptop as a mouse
There we go.
Well,
to for my other computer right now that will replace my laptop. I'm basic. I'm sorry, little buddy. Your time has been served, though.
Mhm.
Ah.
Rats.
Oh, let me move into
Rats.
Oh, rats.
oh, rats.
Wow.
Excuse me, where'd it go?
I say rats.
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 Rats make me crazy.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
Crazy.
A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. Rats make me crazy.
Oh.
That's crazy. Crazy.
Oh no. Me slowly realizing what I've signed up for. What I decided to allow in here.
I don't know what you thought was going to happen besides this specifically.
Quite simply, I did not. I just didn't.
It's true. It's true.
The thought simply didn't.
Mhm.
The thought didn't.
Yeah, thoughtn't. Truly thoughtn't. I was like, yeah, everybody will have a chance to come in. They can say things. That'll be cool and neat. And then like I kind of had this like
We all
feeling.
said things at once.
Yeah. I kind of had this feeling as when I came back to the broken stream. I was like, I have a feeling this
What
is
broken stream?
a portent of things to come.
It just wasn't connected.
The stream didn't break.
It was
Yeah.
thunking.
What do you-
It's so crazy.
I've never seen Mix It Up crash on me before. That was new to me.
First time.
Have you know,
First time.
Maybe you need to get that checked out. You know, it wasn't our
Oh.
fault.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Skill
that's
issue.
You're right, you're
A
right.
skill issue.
I need to upgrade the PC
Skill
more so it can
issue.
survive. Okay. So, I'm sure you're all wondering why I've gathered you all here today. Again, we talked about this during Denko's section. Ironic that Denko's the one who's not here. But
Denko!
Mirror.
It's quite possible that this could be one of the very few rare times where Den's asleep. I doubt it, but it is possible. Because it's what? It's like 2 a.m. for
Wait,
you guys?
get the 3DO out. If you say it like right into their ear.
I don't think that's gonna help. I'm not gonna bust out the 3DO just to call somebody like a stray cat.
Would you like me to summon the Eldritch Moth?
You can if you want. I'm not telling you to. But
And it's a real party in here.
Oh God.
Why do I have headphones on? What's happening over here?
I don't know. You do this
that's weird.
sometimes.
That's wild. Oh, because I press 0.
So
It's
again,
so pretty.
yeah. We have such a variety of like models and faces here.
Hey, Donut.
Yeah.
Can I stop being a ghost?
But
Oh, you're in the background, ominously. That's cool. Me
I'm
too,
just
buddy.
back there. Do I have your transparency up a little too much? Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me find you. Where are you?
Being see-through is funny, but I also can't go whoa across the map, so...
That's the wrong one. Where are you? I have to figure out because I think
I'm
you're one of the ones that's not named. I think you're this one.
Whoa, I see your chair. I see your mouth is crazy.
A little ghosty.
Little spooky.
How did I do this last time? I think there. I turned the similarity down a bit.
It's spooky.
Oh, I know what it was. I see now. Okay. Get a little bit of spill, but there.
Oh,
I
there we
look
go.
like I look like that one
I'm alive
3D
again.
character in an anime.
Yes.
The background.
Everyone else is 2D, and then you're just the only animated one.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
the protagonist. All these are the other standard characters.
You guys, the pro tags who get like the fine detail. I'm just like the quick render that they do in the background because they needed someone to do a flip.
Specifically a flip.
Like, do a flip! Okay!
Mm-hmm.
Do the roar.
Do the roar.
Do the roar.
With my mic. That's fine.
So, again, we talked about it earlier, but the VTubing space kind of ends up with this problem, and this goes for any creator spaces, where we have a problem with bad actors in the community, and by which I don't mean people who are terrible at acting, by which I mean people who mean badly. And I feel like it's something we can kind of hash out a little bit. Like, you know, I don't think anybody's expecting us to come to the solution here, but I think it's something we can kind of hash out. Like, why is it such a problem, honestly? And I know Kem has a lot of thoughts. Kem literally
No, but
was
I'm
Mm-hmm.
I was gnawing at the parts of my enclosure. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
As usual.
Well, yeah, so does anybody have any thoughts they'd like to share while I munch on some food? I'm gonna eat a little bit because I'm hungry. I realized I haven't eaten since 2, so it's been 9 hours. 9 hours since I ate. Yeah, so I'm gonna munch a bit. Well, you guys hash it out. I'll be back here if you need anything.
On my lunch break.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I have unfortunately had more than one experience with bad actors in like the 3 years of getting comfortable in this space.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And again,
actually, hang on, I'm gonna close my door real quick.
Yeah.
We love Trauma Circle.
Love Trauma Circle.
Trauma Circle.
I'm still somewhat new to this community, so I don't really have much I can really say other than what I have seen on Twitter, which is just filled with drama.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Like,
I
I've seen
remember
mostly drama.
somebody tried to like a commissioner had tried to cancel me within like my first 6 months of learning Live 2D.
What?
Yes. It was wild. I don't talk about this a lot because it's like the dude's still very active on like Twitch. Like I'm pretty sure he's got partner now. But it was like I had just started streaming and one of my regulars was one of his regulars. And so they had like gotten us together and dude was just like hardcore, like trying to be more than just networking buddies. Like his opening line the first time we were in a VC alone together was, "This is why I think I'm husband material," and I'm like, I don't know you.
That's wild.
Did you kill him?
What do you mean?
Did you kill him? Because I would have. I'm gonna be so rude. Ooh, I hate people.
So like he ends up commissioning me, right? And like I'm just like whatever, you know, like I need the work, so I'll whatever. And then like afterwards I was just like, look, you know, like I appreciate it, but I'm not interested. And then he sicked his community on me and tried to be like, oh, they tried to like take my money for like this bad product and they tried to like hang out with me for it. And I'm like, dude, you've been trying to like make this more than work the entire time. And then he was just like, can you delete that tweet? And I'm like, I don't know. Can you delete your tweet?
What a piece of shit.
Did they end up deleting it?
Yeah, no, but they only deleted it after I had made a thread being like, yeah, he's not mad that, because it's like, he had complaints about my work and it's like, I had just started Live 2D and I was like, I'm more than happy to make adjustments for you. But he didn't want adjustments. He wanted to be mad.
Yeah.
So I was just like, you obviously don't want to fix. This is obviously not about the model. If this is how it's gonna be, I'm not gonna be quiet about it. And then he was like, you're gonna ruin my career. And I'm just like, I'm just here. I just got here. I don't know how any of this works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you ruined your own career by doing this.
Yeah, if revealing the truth about you is going to ruin your career, you probably shouldn't have a career doing this.
Right.
Yeah, no, and I remember I was like so freaked out. Because it was like, again, he sicked his community on me. And it's like his community is mostly minors.
Ew.
And so it was just like a bunch of like angry children coming into my streams being like, you're a scammer. And I'm just like, I'm gonna ban you now. We're not having this conversation. I'm not doing this with literal children.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that makes me so sad. Because especially with them being minors, like, I don't know, I grew up on an internet that was extremely unsafe and didn't have good role models. And so it's really heartbreaking hearing that that is still the case in a lot of situations.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's crazy anytime that I hear about, like, a community where it's, like, clearly, like, an adult being surrounded by minors and not having that healthy boundary of just, like, hey, you watch my stuff, that's it. That's where this ends.
Even in citing, like, really the toxic parts of the community, like, encouraging and saying that, especially in younger people, because then they'll think that that's what the community is and that's how you engage with it, thus perpetuating it even more. It's so yuck.
Yeah, no, it's nutty. People are wild out there. And, like, I feel like it's almost, I mean, like, obviously it's worse when you don't have the experience to, like, know where to put your foot down at. But I almost feel like some bad actors will specifically prey on, like, little baby streamers because it's easy.
So true. And it's so messy too that he's like, oh, you ruined my career. Bro, he was trying to ruin your career. Like,
it's like, I ain't even
excuse
have
me.
one yet. I had been here for maybe like 6 months.
Yeah.
Like, I was still doing this out of my parents' spare bedroom. Like, I was just like, I don't know where you think this is going, man.
See,
Bro.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's, the thing is, right, it's like you end up with these people, and it's not, I think, incorrect to say that they get very power hungry, because it's very easy to get these people who don't know any better, They essentially, you know, you could say they essentially worship you because you're the funny person on the internet. They want your attention, they want your approval, and you can just easily skew what they think is appropriate behavior. And it's unfortunately, again, very common. Because I really think we kind of mentioned this before, like internet safety, internet literacy is a very different space than it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, and I said this before last night too, but on one hand, the internet has gotten more interconnected than ever, right? Like the fact that we can all literally digitally share a room with cool models and like talk to people across the internet, right, across the world, and get to know these other people, amazing. But at the same time, because it's the internet, I feel like people have gotten braver than ever, right? Because there's still that layer of anonymity, right? And so not only can you find information about anyone for any reason at any time, and you're always connected from the cell phones that we use to the watches we wear, down to like our TVs, like everything, right? But that means that people don't have an idea of what safe means. If everything is on all the time and is deeply integrated into our lives, what does it mean to teach internet safety, right? And then I feel like that also gets lost too, because on one hand, you could say, well, that's a skill that you need to be able to teach. But how do you teach that when the internet is literally not just like a thing you go to your computer anymore, right? And like, oh my god, I'm gonna log into Gaia or whatever. I need to like dial up to do it, which heaven forbid. I do remember those days.
Oh my gosh. Not to say dial up.
Like, I can literally pick up my phone, and any phone can do this now, and just go. There is no safe way to browse the internet and interact within communities anymore, because we've made it so readily available that, you know, like for instance, TikTok is like an amazing application that people use for all sorts of reasons, but because it's it is targeted towards younger generations, right? It doesn't have any safety rails on it. And so I'm gonna date myself, in like the 90s and early 2000s, to get to all these weird freaky websites, yeah, you could stumble upon them, but like for the most part you had to search them out. Now you don't have to. They're catered to be engaged by you. Yes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think you've got a good point in that, like, again, the availability of the internet makes it so much harder to kind of like teach safety and really enforce it, because, you know, when like you and I were growing up, when we probably had a family computer, which was the only way to access the internet.
Yeah.
You probably had to use it, like, you know, if you were younger, you probably had to use it like in either the family room or in your parents' room or whatever. But like, it was much easier for adults to monitor what you were doing and look at it and be like, hey, you probably shouldn't be there. And you were much less likely to be talking to people that, you know, had bad intentions, because you probably weren't allowed to be talking to people, and it wasn't as easy to get away with it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even as somebody whose parents unfortunately let them have as much unsupervised internet time as I wanted, like, search engines used to not be so readily available for everything. Like, even if you went looking for something, you weren't guaranteed to find it, like in like the early 2000s, because the search engines just weren't that sophisticated yet.
Oh yeah.
And now it's just like so easy to look up anything and everything about anybody, with like a few clicks of a button. And it's like, in certain cases, like, yeah, you need that for like personal safety, like if you're meeting people in real life and you're not very familiar with them. But also there's a lot of bad players who are just pulling up information about people to pull up information about people and be creepy about it.
It's like,
absolutely,
it's kind of wild how much of us can be found online by people. Like, people now live like their lives on the internet. Like, you in the past, you couldn't what's the term for it? Basically, like, people post their entire lives now for everyone to see, and it's like there's no sense of like concern for oversharing as much. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, and there's a specific term for it too. I'm blanking on it right now, but it's a specific term to encapsulate how technology has become integrated into our lives, and the last even just 10 years, it's really accelerated. There's a specific term, but I mean, I guess someone could Google it.
Do you have anything that you think about, Jira? I know you're relatively new to this sort of like online sphere, but have you've had your share of like bad encounters in the real world, so I don't know. Curious to see what and you were a relatively sheltered internet child.
I was a very sheltered child, so I was not really allowed to. I don't say I wasn't really allowed to go onto the computer when I was younger, but my parents always made it a fact that like I need to push more towards my homework, my academics, more so than being on the computer. So a lot of stuff online I never really got to look at.
Mm-hmm.
So I never had those experiences with online troubles.
Yeah.
Not troubles, but and even now that kind of still carries through, because I've been in school for a very long time, because I was going to school for microbiology, and I kind of stopped because it was too hard. So I was not on the internet as often, so a lot of this stuff is very new to me, and so seeing all the stuff on Twitter pop up of like people getting stalked, being doxxed, it makes me a little bit worrisome, trying to, I guess you could say, like, talk to people and collab more, because I don't know who they are, and so I only really talk to people who I know through other people that I know. So Donut has been like the main person that I go to, because I feel more comfortable with Donut, and Donut understands how, I don't want to say he like understands 100% how the internet works, but has a general gist of it, and I get help from him for that, because I don't know a lot of stuff online.
Yeah.
I'm still very, very new to it.
I was gonna say, I feel like Kem said something about this during your interview, because you was saying that, like, it's scary trying to connect to people because you're not sure who's a problem. And you'd mentioned, like, even as an authentic streamer, somebody who really puts their best foot forward, who's themselves online, there is an importance in like keeping a bit of yourself to yourself and not sharing it with everybody until like that you can trust them, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to expand on that a little bit.
To me?
No, Kem.
Kem?
Oh, or you, okay. Anybody, honestly, but but like, I think it's a really good point. It's like, you can be online and try to connect to people without letting them in, right? Is, I guess, the way to put it. Like, you have to be very careful about the pace you let people in, because if you let them in immediately all the way, there's a good chance eventually someone who shouldn't be there will be there, right? I don't know about you, intern, but have you had any like similar kind of like online experiences?
Well, I get very scared talking to people online. So I did not have a sheltered internet growing up. I had a secret phone that was an internet phone that I hid for years, where I had online boyfriends and all of these things who were definitely way too old. So creeps have been on the internet for a very long time,
Mhm.
and it's very concerning seeing how the landscape has shifted and made it more accessible. Even, yeah, it's just very yuck seeing how many freaks there are that think it's okay to be having a cute profile pic and then approaching people in a very unsavory manner. It's disgusting. Makes me really, really mad.
Yeah.
Another part of it though is I also find it very tough for people that are underage navigating the internet, because so much of the creators who want to keep their own spaces safe, it is just objectively better to be like, sorry, 18 plus, regardless of if they're not safe for work, creator or not. But at the same time, then that pushes those younger community members towards those fringe communities where they might be incited towards more negative behavior and negative fandoms, and go through that sort of internet trauma themselves. I find it very concerning there not being many safe and welcoming places on the internet for them.
Yeah. And see, like, I've been asked before, like, this is a thing that, like, I've hashed over with a handful of people. It's like, Donut, why don't you make your space 18 plus? You can be a little wilder. You don't have to watch your words as much. And I've made it clear, like, it's not that I haven't thought about it, right? It's not that I don't entirely see the benefit of it, but it's for that same reason of, like, there really are not that there's no good places for youth to spend their time, but, like, it's that same thing. It's like so many spaces that would have good communities, there really isn't an option because they are 18 plus. And
yeah,
if I know that I can at least do my best in my spaces to make sure they're okay, I feel not necessarily obligated, but there is a sense of, like, I don't want to shut them out just because I want to protect myself. Rather, I would much rather know that they're okay here. And so that's part of why I haven't, like, closed out my space to them.
I've been in VCs where people will be engaging with someone in the VC and they'll be laughing and having a good time, and then it'll be brought up that they're a minor, and then these people who are just having a lovely time with them straight up, like, make them feel isolated, make them feel like they've done something wrong, make them feel like just because that they're under 18, they're in the wrong for existing. And I find that is what perpetuates people to line about their age and get into those more unsafe spaces more.
Yeah, and I definitely think that's very much the case.
Yeah,
I know. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna go off the same thing. It's just that's part of the reason why I haven't put 18 plus on my channel, but I do have, like, specific rules where it's just there are things I will not go into because it's just not what I like, which is I don't like lewd talk, I don't like gory talk, anything that, I mean, it's like the typical rules that you would see, but I just lay it out there so that way people in the chat, if they are under 18, they understand that these are the things that I just don't feel comfortable with talking about. But generally, all I do on my streams is play games and react to it and talk to the chat. So but if they're younger, then it doesn't really matter so much to me because they're reacting to me playing a game, and it's not really me myself all the time. But again, I'm still new, so I don't really know in the future if there are more people that will see me or watch me. I just know currently right now the ones that do watch me watch for the reactions I have to the game or the gameplay itself.
It's interesting. I actually find it kind of important because a lot of people, especially when you're younger, you don't really know how to interact with your own hobbies and how to interact and show your interest in your own hobbies. So I find it quite refreshing seeing streamers, like, show how they engage with theirs in, like, a pretty healthy, safe way. Which is why I love your streams. It's so cool. Again, all ages welcome because it's just showing how to engage with stuff you enjoy. I think it's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I talk to chat as if I'm talking to like my brother or my younger cousins, because like, or even friends, because that's just how I want to build it as a community, you know. I don't want to be seen more as, you know, like other communities that have, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just like they're like what happened with Loaf. You had like a bunch of minors come into your channel and they just dogpiled on you.
Oh,
Like that
that's
type of,
awful.
yeah, it's just that type. I've seen streamers that have that type of community, and like I don't like that community. It's not healthy,
Yeah.
especially for the younger viewers.
See, for me, like the so like even like my art account, like I have like I won't like take commission work from children for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes
but
sense. Yeah.
My reasoning for keeping my content 18 plus isn't even like a I don't think that I can censor myself situation, or like I want to be able to be more unhinged. It's so like, for example, before I got into streaming, it was just that I was just playing a lot of Rust with my friends, and I was like, this, you know, like this could be a fun thing to do. But you know, like Rust is unfortunately one of those games where, in my personal opinion, people should not be letting their children play it, but you still end up with a lot of children on the game. And
Valid, yeah.
so there would be a lot of times, and especially like on the server I was playing on, it was an incredibly tight-knit server. So like if you say were mostly a role player and you weren't really into PvP, like the community would protect you so that you could still have fun in the game. And so when it came to these kids being on the game, you know, I would try to offer them like a safe space to exist in online where they're not engaging with like the more toxic members of the server, and they're just coming in and hanging out with us in a space where they can be safe. But then the issue became, for me personally, was that I was getting too emotionally invested in however it was turning out for them. And so it's like, there would be times where like, obviously, you know what I mean? Like we're all talking about it. It happens where there's inappropriate situations going online with children. And I would just get way too emotionally invested in it, in wanting to be able to help them. But knowing that like, as an adult, if I was just like, you know, you can't do that because it's not safe, it's just another adult telling them like, oh, you should have internet safety, and them not really wanting to listen to me about it. And I was just like, I can't be that involved in a child that is not mine's life. And I can't just like sit and watch it happen either. So it's like, for me, it's like a hard preach of like, parents definitely should not be letting their children online undocumented. Like it definitely needs to be maintained from the parent side, but that as like an online creator, there is only so much I can put my hand in that pie.
I think too, having that sort of separation is so important, because everyone has their own stuff going on in their life, and you can't look after everyone, but you do need to be able to look after yourself, so then you can do what you need to.
And again,
there's nothing selfish in looking after yourself.
Exactly. I was gonna say, it's like there's nothing wrong with sitting there and being like, yeah, if I let, because at the end of the day, right? And I've said this before, is like, if you are a creator who's letting minors into your spaces, you kind of have a responsibility to ensure nothing unsavory is happening in that space, because they're suddenly kind of your responsibility. Not entirely your responsibility, but if it's your space, it is a little bit, right? So it's a lot easier and generally better for people's mental health to just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna cut out that option. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? For creators who do let, you know, minors hang out in those spaces, it comes with a bit of weight to it, and there's nothing wrong with doing your best, but you also have to accept, like, you know, you can only do what you can do. You have to do your best, but you can't blame yourself for anything that's happening as long as you keep doing your best. But you have to understand that there is a line. There's a point that you have to be like, this is out of my control.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, an example I have is that I played a community Goose Goose Duck game a while back, and a lot of the people who were playing it were in their 20s, even some young 30s. And one of my beautiful community members really wanted to play, but I knew for a fact that they were under 18. And I was like, I don't think it's appropriate for you to be playing games with people that are older, like in this manner. But that doesn't mean you're not welcome in this community. So please sit back. You can still engage. We're gonna run polls, and I'd love you to stay around. But it's my job, because I have made this open space, to try and minimize the and like keep you as safe as I can, and that is one way I can do so.
Yeah, and I think because a lot of the times, right, is people, I mean, we've all been there. We've all been that kid at some point, probably, where we're like, yeah, sure, I'm 14, but I'm very mature, and I know that I could hang out with like 20-year-olds.
I'm practically like a 20-year-old at 15.
Yeah.
This is giving me such PTSD because, yes.
Feeling attacked.
I'm actually 14 and a half.
Actually,
I'm like literally almost there. Can you just please make an exception? Absolutely the fuck not.
Yeah.
And the F word, practically an adult, and the F word is right there, is exactly why I don't let minors. And additionally, like, how do I say this? I grew up on the internet, and I encountered a lot of weird people on the internet, but I was very lucky that when I first started gaming, I encountered like older adults that were like dads, you know what I mean? Like moms, and they like immediately recognized that I was a kid and kind of like made sure I didn't get too far into the weird stuff. But I cuss a lot on my channel, and I talk about adult topics, and personally, as someone who is older, I don't want to expose younger kids to that. Like, that's not okay with me as a person.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't think people shouldn't be educated on the topics I'm talking about. I just think, and I don't think, how do I say this? And it's not that I don't think younger generations, youth, kids, wouldn't have interesting takes on some of the stuff I talk about. It's just me as an adult. Like, I know what I'm talking about isn't age appropriate for a lot of kids. Even people who are like, 17, 18, like they've not had a lot of life experience yet. They're just not ready. And it's not that they're not capable of understanding it and digesting it. It's that like, they don't need to be exposed to that yet, man. Like, they should be doing something else other than looking at like a 900-year-old cat girl on the internet, right? Like, they could be doing something else. Go play Roblox, please. Literally do anything else.
Touch the grass. We did.
Touch the grass.
And it's funny because like
We had our time.
that's very specifically like part of why I really do my best to not enable like at all any of my viewers to like get any sort of like parasocial with me or to flirt at all with me, because it's like, one, I can't guarantee that it's not a minor, but two, it just makes me uncomfortable, and it makes me extra uncomfortable to know that the person doing it could potentially be a minor. So I very much like curate my space to be like, yeah, I'm not okay with that at all. And like you said, Kem, I think it really comes down to like, again, kids aren't owed the spaces to exist in these places, because it's oftentimes, again, they really shouldn't be in these places probably without adult supervision. Like, if like, I'm gonna be so real, guys, if you're 13, 14 watching VTubers, you probably shouldn't be, honestly, because
There's so many more fun things you could be doing on the internet with your free time.
For real, like, go outside even, and not even like in the touch grass way, but like go just hang out with your friends. Do literally anything else other than...
You could be like that one kid that made Lethal Company.
Yeah, like
your
I don't
own
know.
game. Do things
Yeah.
that make yourself fun instead of
Being a
going
kid
to
is
the
such a-
channels that
Yeah.
are adults.
And see, that's where I feel like the conversation starts to get into an overlap as to like why making friends in these spaces becomes so complicated, right? Is because like I feel like, as in my personal experience, a lot of the kids that spend a lot of time online are spending a lot of time online because their like real life social connections are kind of Like they don't really feel like they have that community and they're looking for something that's they have access to. But then it starts to form this like really unhealthy concept of what friendship looks like. And so a lot of people fall into like really fast friendships without even really knowing the other person. And so like we end up seeing that a lot online in like the creator spaces too, where it's like, you know, you meet somebody who has similar interests as you, and so you go, oh yeah, no, we can be friends. And then it's like you find out months later, like, oh, you didn't join this friendship for the same reasons I joined this friendship. Like this was not with my best interest at heart. And it you know, like that's what happens when you grow up on the internet and you have like really unhealthy ideas of what a natural progression in friendship looks like.
I'm seeing like, again, like lately on Twitter, I'm just seeing more and more drama pop up between like VTubers saying, oh, like I thought they wanted to collab at you know, and potentially be friends, but I just realized they just been talking shit behind my back, and they just wanted the views, you know. They didn't want to actually be my friend.
Seriously?
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's one in particular that's kind of big. There's a big VTuber with another kind of not up and coming VTuber. Not
Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
They're kind of, you know, known.
Can you DM the name?
Yeah, DM the name, please.
Yeah. Where can I? Here, I'll do it right here.
Cam, what are you doing?
Huh?
I have what they're having.
What do you mean?
Can I have that? It's in the
What's happening? Is my face being
chat.
weird? Oh, hey!
You had googly eyes for a minute.
Why are you looking at us like that? Sheesh.
Oh, and my model broke too. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yay. But yeah,
that's Gucci.
that was the biggest drama that's happened lately, and I've seen smaller quote unquote drama that happened with like smaller creators, and it's just, that's why I'm afraid like VTubing. But I'm like, you know what, I'm okay with being a small VTuber, small streamer that uses a VTube model, and just knowing people through other people, because at least I know through that kind of networking it's safe.
Yeah.
You know, instead of like business networking where you don't actually naturally reach out to someone, you know, it's like someone else reaches out for you. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, go on.
I think one of the things that is a big cause of that, with people coming out being like, I can't believe they would talk bad about me, you know, I thought we were friends, whatnot. I see that being, and this I've found is quite common, is that there are some people who don't want their friends to succeed. Or like they want their friends to succeed, but not more than them. They want to be the most successful, and it really itches them the wrong way seeing people in their circle succeed, which sounds crazy, but it's very common, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It is. And I'm gonna add on to that and say I have experience both with that and what Shira has said as well. So they're an up and coming creator, I guess. They have a fairly large community, and they, on the outside, they seem super nice, but the fact of the matter is that like there's, how do I say this? When you watch certain people, certain creators, and how they interact, watch what they're interacting with you for, right? I've noticed in the VTubing space, especially, and this is really common with like really, I don't even know how to say aggressive. Like, it's not aggressive, it's just like they're really on the VTubing grind. They take it super seriously. Watch what they're coming to you for, right? And this can go with like literally any aspect of your life, IRL, whatever. If someone is only coming to you when they need something, when they're on the rise, it's because they're using you. They're not your friend. They're not your bestie. They're never going to be your bestie because they're interested in only how they can succeed. And there are so many people in the VTubing sphere that are like this. And there's a couple that come to mind immediately. But I think one of the problems, and this rolls into something that I've had a lot of thoughts about recently, one of the problems with the VTubing community is we reward people who are in grind hustle culture mindset, but instead of it being for money, it's social relationships.
It's for the numbers.
It's for the numbers, and we reward that, right, by increased viewership. We reward that with collabs. We reward that with like actual monetary gain on Twitch or YouTube. And it's just really interesting to see how it's created this kind of like toxic nebula of like people who are really good at social interaction, but it's for a very specific kind of purpose. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I mean, like, that's honestly, it's kind of a special interest of mine of like late stage capitalism and sociology aspects of it. I could go on forever about how we've just completely like monetized the idea of a narcissistic society.
Yes.
Yeah. However, I don't want to turn the stream into that. But I mean, like,
no, but I'm so right there with you. I want to talk about it for like 18 billion hours, right? How like we've monetized negative social interaction and capital, like literally internalized like capitalist. Anyway.
It's wild.
My TLDR on that is I wish everybody a big heaping portion of go to therapy.
Yes.
Go to therapy, understand some social boundaries. You don't have to take a bunch of crap from people just because you want to seem nice. Like just go find yourself a really nice therapist that feels good to talk to about stuff, who gives you good advice, and touch grass.
Touch grass. Well, and also addendum to that, being nice to others isn't as important as being nice to yourself. And there's a difference between being nice to yourself and being self-serving.
Yes.
And it's important to understand the balance of that. But if you are constantly finding yourself in situations where it seems like people are taking advantage of you, you probably need to step back and be like, am I being kind to myself right now?
Yeah.
Is this what my body and my mind really need from these? Is it better to be nice?
Is it the
No,
I
but it really
suffer from
is.
people-pleasing symptoms?
Yeah. And it's
Just,
not
I
even
don't
like,
know, maybe.
and it's not even like people pleasing. It's like I said, it feels like society has a built-in reward system now for like narcissism.
And
But that means that okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna
time.
say, just like kind of on that same topic of like talking about like how we reward these people for doing these things, is like a big portion of that was that shift of, and this has always kind of been a thing within like fame generally, right? Is the idea that any exposure is good exposure, and people you see a lot of people kind of take advantage of like, oh well, it's okay if I start drama and get called out because that's still exposure, I'm still going to come out on top from that, and it makes people feel empowered to just kind of like be shitheads, honestly, because it's like you can do whatever you want, and then probably the people who are with you are going to stay with you, and you might just get people who are like, yeah, they say what we're all thinking, and suddenly you've got an extra big audience for just doing whatever you felt like.
Also, the people who show up for those things are not the people that stay. They never stay.
Yes.
They're there for the bait.
They stay for the drama.
They stay for the drama. And the thing with that too, right, is if they're staying for the drama, they're not staying for you, right? They don't like you as a person. They don't like you as a streamer. They like you because you give them that 5 second of like that serotonin that comes from watching shit go down, right? And so the moment you stop doing that, right, is the moment you stop having their attention. And so what's really funny about that is I've noticed with like, there's a couple names that come to mind, and especially on TikTok too, good lord, people will manufacture drama for themselves or escalate their drama repeatedly until they find themselves in such a dire strait that they literally blow up their lives. It's happened multiple times. Don't be that person.
Sorry, I just want to say, have you guys seen on Twitter there's like a trend that was going around where people were asking either their followers or someone that they know or someone else, hey, can you write me a hateful DM and then we could start a
that shit's wild.
wild.
I was like, okay, so like the first one I was like, oh my god, this person is like saying really bad things, and I saw a literal copy and paste of it from someone else. I'm like, wow, okay, so this is the new trend, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much funnier copy pastas to be made.
Oh, yeah.
Make
I
a better
know.
copy pasta.
See, and that's the thing. I want the VTuber community to go back to the way it was, where we're all just silly, goofy little guys, just like be a character that we want to be, or just be ourselves, but like a live 2D model or a VRoid model or a VR chat model. I just want us to go back to those days where like we could just be silly, goofy guys.
And
Yeah,
I think,
You know?
oh, sorry, follow.
All of us go like, we have opinions. That's you.
Yeah. Here,
Did you just say, am I thinking? What?
No, I said, gotta follow, but here, go ahead, intern.
No, sorry. You go.
Oh,
You're streaming.
okay. I
We're
was
here to
just
see
gonna
you, yeah.
say that like the idea, and you see this happen a lot, is like people don't want, if people have problems with each other, they don't want to hash it out behind the scenes half the time. They want to start a spectacle, because starting a spectacle gets eyes on them. Yes, sure, they could very amicably deal with their problem in DMs and probably come to a solution. And I'm sure there are definitely times where somebody, you could not come to a solution, and it's time to bring it to the front, because that's the only way you're gonna get a resolution. But it's so hard to see when that's actually happening, because there's so many people who will just, their first thing is to immediately take it to social media and immediately start drama.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And I'm going to say, add on to that it feels like there's people who kind of get off on it, right? Like they kind of...
Yes. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah,
People
and
chase
it's
drama.
Yeah, they like chase it, and like and I want to say that it's not even on purpose 90% of the time. It's just that that's the only way they know how to operate anymore, right?
Like the drama channels.
Yes.
I would actually argue some people follow drama because that is their form of entertainment.
Absolutely.
Like a lot of there's like, it's very common for anytime there's any drama, that's how people get stalkers, like really aggressive stalkers, no matter how big the drama is. Which is scary.
There's a thing.
Spooky scary.
There's a thing in psychology that it's a sociology thing where people have kind of an obsession with what's the word I'm looking for? Like negativity. It's part of why you see like news so rarely will talk about like great things that are happening, and instead we'll always focus on like what's the most traumatic thing that happened this week, right? Is that people enjoy feeling vindicated when they feel like they're on the right side of things. So if you see somebody taking a stance on something, right? Somebody starts drama, says that, oh, so-and-so artist ripped me off, so-and-so VTuber is actually a terrible person, right? Joining a side and suddenly having an us and them situation, it does something in the brain that makes people feel good, and that's why these drama channels and stuff like that really get going, is because it creates that us and them.
Oh, I have a working theory as to why the community is less chill and feels so like unprofessional, like antisocial, and like kind of scary in that regard. I believe that a lot of people have become significantly more reactionary. Like as soon as something happens, they'll have to jump on it and give the reaction straight away. People have to respond straight away. There's no time for anything to breathe, which is why things seem to like spiral.
Yeah.
Like constant work mode.
It's like nobody wants to wait to find out the truth of a thing. It's just as soon as you hear something, it's like, oh, take a side. If you didn't take that side, you're on the other side, basically. And
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely something I've definitely seen this happen a lot, because like I'm generally speaking a very cautious person. I try not to speak on things that I don't understand, and if I'm gonna say something about a topic, I usually want to go and figure out, I want to look into it a bit. But most people, right, if you're a drama channel and you're trying to get to the bottom of something, you're not going to have your video out in time for everybody else who's just jumping on the first thing that they heard, right? It's a weird space right now, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It is, and I want to also say that, like, when you find people who, like you said, they want to be right, and my face broke, but that's okay. When you find people and they want to be right, they need to be on the right side of the drama. And I had this happen recently too with an artist I kind of admire, but basically when you prove, right, that they're not, when you say, well, maybe you should actually, like, think about that. Like, with the stupid shy, small Lola stuff, right? I got blocked by several, like, larger VTubers because I was like, actually, guys, this person sucks, and here's why. And people took offense to it. And it's happened on, I don't know, a couple occasions. Because people aren't interested in facts, right? They're not interested in truth. They're interested, right, in creating a narrative that where they're the hero, quote unquote, like where they're right. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, and I mean, like, so I'm gonna get back on the everybody should seek therapy train. So I've had this I mean, like, the autism, you know, I mean, like, I have so many conversations with my therapist about, like, how social dynamics work, because half the time I don't get them, and then I'm like, yeah, this situation was, like, really weird, and they reacted really weird, and I don't get that, and then they'd explain it to me. And, you know, like, when we would talk about stuff like this, where it's like people are, like, super reactionary and, like, they don't want to really think it through, the way it was explained to me was that, like, in a modern social structure, right, they are looking to form a social hierarchy, and it's kind of like they view you telling them, hey, you're wrong about this, as you believing that you are above them. Like, it's not like I am having a conversation with you as an equal thing. They feel it like they compare correctness in the conversation to their location in the social hierarchy, and when they feel like they are being put below where they believe that they are in this perceived social hierarchy, they see that as a threat.
Yes, absolutely.
And because these people have, like, no sense of, like they're not doing, you know, like, the internal work to work on the way that they socially interact with other people, and to work on, like, their own personal communication flaws, they're just jumping the gun because they feel like they are being spoken down to, even when you are talking to them as an equal.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
And you see
they're
this
more
a
interested
lot.
in.
Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead. Cam.
I was just gonna say, they're more interested in maintaining the social hierarchy where they're not at the bottom of the food chain than they are interested in learning facts. And so I'm autistic as well, and that is also something I really struggled with and still do. And again, just to echo Kat, please go to therapy, guys. Guys, please go to fucking therapy.
Please go to therapy. It's great.
I'm begging you on my knees.
The dopamine hit when you get there is so great. It's so worth it. Go to therapy.
It's so much better than any drama could ever give you. I pinky promise.
That's so
guys.
true.
Pinky promise.
Yeah.
But it really is a thing of, like, people feel, some people, because there are many people that don't do this, right? And that would be a discredit to them to not be like, hey, yeah, there's people who don't do this as well. But there are a lot of people who their entire perception of their self-worth as a person has been programmed to fit into social hierarchy, and it's taken to an extreme, I think, when you're on, like, a digitalized platform, right? When you can't necessarily see people's facial, you know, reactions, when you can't see them outside of, like, a certain sphere, right? And the RP community is unfortunately a really good example of this, right? But when the only thing you have to rely on, right, is a digital presence within the confines of already set social structures, so like a video game, right? Like levels, video game levels, like, oh, this person's level 300 and I'm level 3 and I'm just a newbie, right? Then that reinforcement of that need to be in a certain position in the social structure, I think gets, gets amplified by, like, a billion.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It's
Yeah, people start placing values on things that don't really matter.
Right.
Something very interesting. So I run this project called VTFM, right? And it's a VTuber Tete radio. And so most of the people who join in when we do the live show, most of them are audio only. So they can calm down, dude. Most of the time, people, when they're audio only, they don't know someone's numbers. All they know is the hard work and the effort that they've put in. And so you might be in the scene for like years. I've seen creators who've been in the scene for like 5 years, and because they've not sort of put effort into their content, their tangible content, creators who come into the scene and are brand new but are really pushing themselves, creating things that are cool. Like when you're audio only, you don't know someone's numbers, you only know what you're being presented with. And a lot of the time it's really shocking when you do see the numbers, because you're like, wait, that's crazy, I would have thought that they were huge. Yeah,
Absolutely.
It's odd. I used to be very obsessed with numbers, but I find what people put out is way more than what their numbers give them credit for.
Yeah, that's an aspect that I really miss about how the art community used to be back when like DeviantArt wasn't AI scum. Was
What
that
was it like?
Oh my god, it was great. It was wonderful. It was like, so you would get these communities of people where it was just like they would connect solely based off of mutual interest in a thing. You would have these like shared forums and groups, and you'd have people where it was like they'd see something that you posted and then they would go and comment on your page just to talk to you about what they liked. And so it was like a great way to like meet other artists and have this good sense of community. And it was like DeviantArt is a very not numbers based site. So like even if you have a bunch of like followers, it doesn't matter because that's not how the site functions. You don't even really see how many followers people have. Like you can see like their most recent, like so many, and you can see how many, you know, like the most recent of people that they follow. But it was just like a good way to like find artists that you would like, just based off of like that sense of community and not based off of number.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, DeviantArt and that part of the art community is just absolutely dead now.
Yeah.
I find it
Which
also
is such a
interesting.
shame.
You see some people who are incredibly talented, and just because they don't have numbers, they feel like they can't interact with these other creators, or like they're not good enough to interact with them, or oh my gosh, they must look down upon me because I have small numbers, when they're so incredibly talented. It blows my mind sometimes. I never understand. I don't understand that.
Yeah, and it's like, it's such a nutty thing to like compare each other to, because it's like, and I'm gonna say this very factually, just as somebody who's had to play the marketing game for my income for the last like 3-4 years.
Yes, sir.
Your numbers are not based off your content 9 out of 10 times.
Yep. Say it
is
again.
based off of your ability to market yourself to your target audience. I cannot tell you the number of artists that I've seen on Facebook where personally they are not my cup of tea. I would not pay them a dime for what they make. It doesn't mean that what they make is bad. It's just not for me. But they've got thousands of people knocking down their door for commissions every single day because they figured out how to find their audience.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
They found their niche.
Yes, sir.
Like, it has nothing to do with whether your content's good or not. It's about whether or not you know how to market yourself.
And clickbait is clickbait is such a good example of this, right? Like you see so many. What is that guy Nuzlocke or whatever his stupid name is?
Oh my god, I don't
that
even.
guy? Holy shit!
I don't know if I know who you're talking about.
Oh, he's
I don't
such a
know
piece
either.
of shit.
He's the dude that's like always making videos with like where he's taking like where he's taking Jaden's videos and then being like,
Oh.
we're Jaden, I can't.
He's that guy, and
He's
people
not my
watch him.
wife.
People watch him.
And the titles are always like me and Jaden and I, we saw this, we reacted to this. And the thing is like Jaden
doesn't even know he exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a perfect example of that. I will say, I do wish I was better at marketing myself. That is one thing I've definitely struggled with as a VTuber, because I just view myself as a little guy 90% of the time. Like, I'm just doing this for funsies. And that means that, like, what I find fun, like, nobody cares about trains except for me, right? I love trains. I could talk about trains all day. People have bought me train games, and I just quietly play them. And I can't play them on stream because I'm just quiet when I play them because of the tism. I have train.
I have a friend you need to meet.
No, we love the train-tism. Train-tism more.
No,
Embrace the train-tism more.
No, but it's unironic, like, train transportation-tism. Like, I watched a 3-hour video today about Japanese ferries. And what I mean by that is, like, they're ferry boats, right? And so you can take them, because Japan's an island, and you can take them, and they're basically like floating hotels. And so people will buy tickets to these little ferries, and they'll spend like 3 days on them. And it's like a whole experience. I watched that for 5 hours today.
Dude, what you should do is take notes, and then when you do your do a transport stream, and then you have like little notes that you can talk about. Because that's so interesting.
Is it though? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure people would like it.
The amount of transportation-tisms I know would be frothing over that. Are you kidding me? That's awesome.
You'll be known as a wizard that loves trains.
Also, listen, like, I know that, like, we don't like to lean into stereotypes, especially around, like, neurodivergence.
Like, I don't want to be known as
people loving trains. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You're gonna find the other people with traintism, and they're just gonna fucking love it. It's gonna be nutty.
And then you have a community that you can relate to more. Doesn't that sound
also
cool?
just like a fun? So like I'm actually this is part of the thing I was talking about earlier. How I have like a Word document where it's just like a bunch of things that I plan on making videos about. One of the things I'm planning on making a video about is like figuring out how to market yourself.
Oh please, God, I'm begging on my knees.
So I'm gonna just little smidgen while we're all here, okay?
Yeah.
Those like, you know how like there'll be like marketing like tactics for like other topics besides content creation?
Yes.
Those still work for this. It's not something that you have to like figure out on your own just because it's a specific niche. A lot of those topics are so universal.
But I'm one of those annoying people, I think it's the ADHD, I'm gonna be honest with you, that like I'm hyper independent, and like if I can't raw dog it, I'm not doing it. If it's anyway, I will eagerly await that video that you're gonna put out, because
same. I would like to know how to market myself.
Yeah, I mean, like, God, like I've been doing this for. Yes, I will make a class. I'll make a class just for you guys. Private class.
We did class time. It'll be great.
Yay. I mean, like, I've been like, okay, so fun fact, a little personal Corey lore. I never intended to be an artist.
What?
That's crazy. In high school, I thought it was like such a like sellout thing to do, but I was also like very like I'm still very like anti-government and all this other shit. But
okay,
like,
can I pause? Like, didn't you say that like that was like your whole, like you've been drawing your
but it was always just like a hobby thing for me.
Okay, that's
like
valid.
I was just like, I don't ever want to be a sellout, and I'm just like, bestie, that's like your whole life. Like, get over it. It's gonna be all right. I wanted to go into culinary. I am classically trained in culinary.
Okay, that's really cool.
Okay, so
like,
when's the cooking stream happening?
Cooking stream?
Yeah, can we do a cooking stream?
Cooking stream?
Wait.
okay.
How about this?
Chef.
We get the ingredients, and you have to teach us.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh.
I could do that.
Okay, I love mixing VTubing with IRL. And I know that sounds wild, because like, why would you want that? But there's something really enticing, right? About like, yes, I am a cat girl on the internet, but you can see my actual hands or whatever. And like watch me do things. And other people do it, but I don't know. I just think it's really neat. I just think it's cool,
there's
man.
I was at one point, so my ideal goal for like my final like when I've made it stream setup, right? Bluetooth webcams in the kitchen so that I can do cooking streams, but also Bluetooth webcams throughout my office and my crafting stations so that I can do different types of crafting streams without having to completely break down and set up all over again.
Oh, that's so cool.
But like,
Bluetooth cameras.
yeah,
You can do
no,
that.
and
That's a whole thing, dude.
it's just they're very expensive to
Oh,
get
yeah.
like good quality ones, which is the only reason that I'm not doing them now. But I mean, like when me and my partner, you know, eventually have our own house, because thankfully my partner makes enough money that buying a house doesn't feel impossible right now.
Oh, damn. That's congrats.
Thank you. I really won the lottery on this one. They help me
understand.
with chores. They don't get upset with me when I'm chronically ill, and they bring in the big money. But then I can like drill all the little holes in the walls and put my little cameras wherever I want to put them and just be a funky little guy on the internet. You know, I mean, like, God, I've
living
been
the
at
dream.
this since 2014. Like, that's when I
Really?
started going on the internet and being like, I'm gonna post my art with like the intent of like people seeing it. And I mean, like, there was a point where I wanted to be a webcomic artist. And I was a webcomic artist. I just made the mistake of my first webcomic also kind of being my trauma journal, and my community was very weird about that specifically. So I was like, you guys don't get to have this anymore. But like, I have spent like the last like 10 years just throwing shit at the wall till something goes, ah, yes, the algorithm liked that one. Congratulations.
Oh, golly gee.
I mean, like, it do be like that sometimes, right? Like, we kind of talked about this before, is like, you kind of just have to throw things at the wall and see what sticks, because you're not going to know until you do it.
Especially when you decide to raw dog it, balls to the wall. Like, just, I'm gonna figure it out on my own and not do the Google. Gotta do the Google. It's so much easier to do the Google.
Oh, yeah.
So I think my biggest problem, okay, to be clear, everybody watching, oh no, is my face frozen again? Oh, it fixed it! Yay!
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah!
Okay,
Yay!
go ahead.
What I was gonna say is that for everybody watching, there's multiple ways you can make content, right? For someone like me who's like doing it for the lulz, I guess, just because it's a hobby and I like it, and it gives me serotonin, even if there's like one person in chat, even though that makes me a little sad. I mean, I still enjoy myself, right? But for someone who is like Loaf, right, who is making like money off of this, right, like is doing their best, and even if it is a hobby or whatever, they're, you know, they're marketing, they're doing it. Hearing all of the ways you can engage with your own content and like throwing stuff at the wall and stuff is really, really interesting. So don't get discouraged if like stuff doesn't work out for you.
Yeah, that's just part of the process.
It really is. Like, as much as I love study streams, I have to make my own separate account for them because people just don't like them. They come to my streams, and I think I said this yesterday.
Yeah.
They come to my streams because they want insane cat girl. They don't want chill cat girl. They don't want me on an edible just like getting stuff done for college. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want that.
I mean, somebody definitely wants that. There's definitely
Right.
somebody who's like, what? That's an option?
Right.
Do that.
Well, I mean, but that's not the viewership that I have right now, right? That's not what people are already there for, right?
Yeah, you gotta think about your audience.
Right. And so, I don't know, for me, like, I just set up a whole other account because I only have 2 OCs in my whole life, and you're looking at one of them. So.
I don't know. I don't really agree with giving the people what they want.
I'm the same way.
Elaborate, please.
I find it's been better mentally as a streamer and has allowed me to do more with streaming. Having the freedom of like, okay, yeah, I can be completely chaotic and goblin, but I'm also very chill. And if I'm live streaming, you're gonna catch both of those. And that's me as the streamer. That's who you're watching. I think it does differ when it comes to persona VTubers, persona type streamers, for sure. But essentially, like you cultivate the audience that you want, And so by tailoring your content towards what your current audience want, you're gonna continue to create that type of audience. So if that's not something you want, like, to do long term or for it to be your always, it might be better to diversify. I don't know. Just I think every option's valid. I think you're super fair. Like, I've considered having a separate account for like just doing work, because I think doing work, like me doing work specifically, is so boring, and I can't imagine people wanting to watch that.
I want to watch that. That's part of the reason I started doing it, is because like I like it. I like being able to body double with people, but I know that's not everyone's cup of tea. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I also feel the pressure to be on all the I feel the pressure to be on, especially when I'm streaming. So I don't want to be boring. I don't want to. I worry about slowing down and doing slow stuff like that. Even though that's the main type of streams that I love to watch. I love watching chilled out stuff.
Me too.
Yeah, I know, like, my community keeps asking me, like, oh, Corey, when are you gonna do art streams? And I'm just like, I probably won't, because I know for a fact that, like, one, I will straight up mean mug the entire time I'm working. And, like, it's one of the, like, okay, I used to think that I was, like, the, like, overly expressive type of autistic, because people would be like, oh, your facial expressions are so funny, and then I realized very quickly with VTubing, like, no, I have like one face all the time forever. And it's just like, when I'm sitting there working, I'm just like head down, focused. I can't pay attention to chat and lock in on this commission at the same time. And then it's like that I feel bad, because then I'm just like, oh, I could have been interacting with chat, and I'm like, no, I can't multitask. One brain cell for all the work.
So I just finished a big streamathon, but I actually themed it around working, because it was to raise money for my project, so I wanted to showcase the project that I'm doing and the behind the scenes of it, because a lot of the time people don't see the behind the scenes of when you're a streamer. But I also know that could be maybe not the most entertaining, so I made it a distractathon. So I was able to showcase the sort of chiller elements, but if people didn't want that and wanted me to be on and do funny, goofy things, it gave them the option of going and playing a game. But that's not the main thing I was doing.
Yeah.
I know.
For anybody who didn't see it, it was basically like, you can watch, you can sit, chill, work along with Intern, or if you want Intern to go do the funny truck game, oil barons, throw some money, and we will go do delivery. Yeah. And I think, honestly, it was a very good idea, because one, I think it was a good way for you to get work, like, honestly get work done, and then, you know, at the same time raise money to do what you want to do, and give people what they want in the process.
Yeah, maybe if you want to try doing that maybe sometime, if you do want to get it. Otherwise, send me your account so I can work alongside you, because I would really love more cozy, like, I love the duality.
Absolutely, I will, because like I love doing cozy stuff, but I'm a lot like you, where like it's time to lock in. We even have a hashtag lock in. I need to get a counter. Actually? I do, yeah. So
that's so cool.
It's exclamation point. It's time to lock in.
Time to lock in.
It's time to lock in.
That's where the exclamation point. I think Donut does it sometimes.
I do it.
Jira, it's like lock in. That's where it comes from, because like, again, you know, I'm trying to get shit done, guys. But again, I'm so distractible. It's like, you need a worm counter or something similar. Like, it's just like, it's almost like a game people play at this point. Like, how much can we distract Chem from, like, actually doing work that they need to do? But yeah, please come say hi, because, I don't know, it's really fun, and we usually have the Monterey Bay Aquarium live sea kelp cam in the background. So it's like I'm basically sitting in, like, a fish tank. And you can watch, like, and you can watch the divers, because it's usually kind of in the middle of the day when most people are working. And you can watch the divers sometimes, like, come up and, like, feed the fish. And you'll see them, like, bump into each other and stuff. It's really good. I like it a lot.
That's so cool.
I'm usually on Chem stream, but I'm usually just lurking while I work on editing videos.
Oh, and Chem has something really, really neat that they use for those work-along streams that lets you, because I know I take advantage of it, is it lets you like put in your own tasks that you're working on.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I really like it. It's called Super Sweet Bot if other people want to use it. It is like $20 though, because a guy basically hand coded it himself. But it's called the Pomodoro method. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's basically a special study method where you set up certain time blocks for getting work done or whatever else you need. And I use a modified version, which is 30 minutes of continuous work and 5 minutes of break time, because that's what goes well with my ADHD.
Oh my gosh,
there's a
this is
thing that
great.
allows you to like set tasks in the chat too. So if you do like exclamation task and just write your task, it'll add it to our group task list. And you can also have individual task lists as well. It's very cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, there's also that I'm looking at my Steam library right now. I know I have it. I just don't remember what it's called. Oh, Spirit City. Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody was like obsessed with Spirit City when it came out. And I know like for me, like it was like the little reward of like unlocking new little guys by just doing my job. Like
I love it. And I found a similar game too. One of the game companies gave me a game key for it, so I'm hoping I can play it on stream soon. But it's basically like a really cozy, like, I don't know how to say it. It's almost like an idle game, but for your desktop, so you can get work done.
Oh.
And you make like little digital friends in it, and it's like a little monster. It's so cute, guys.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
And then there's also Rusty. I love Rusty.
Oh yeah, Rusty's retirement. Sure, why are you?
Yeah, Rusty's retirement. So Rusty's Retirement is an idle game that's meant to be played like in the background while you are doing other things. It takes up like, I don't know, maybe like a quarter of your screen, like either vertically or horizontally. And Rusty is this little robot. He's actually from a different game. I'm pretty sure by the same developer. But he is retired now, and he's just a smelly little robot man on his smelly little robot farm planting his little plants, and you can help him do it faster, but he's doing it the whole time you're working anyway. And there's like new plants for you to unlock, and there's other robots that can help him with his farm. It's great. I love it.
And it's a thing you can do with your community, right?
Oh yeah. It doesn't, at least when I used it, it doesn't work 100% of the time, but you can, like, they do have commands and Twitch integration for your community members to join the farm. And then there's commands that they can do to like plant plants or water the plants or harvest the plants. So that they get to come and hang out and help with the farm while you are doing literally anything else.
Oh.
That sounds very, very sweet.
I think
Yeah,
there's
for
another
real.
one coming up too. There's a dev that I follow on Twitter, and they're basically making another one just like that, but for creature collecting. So they have like little creatures that pop up on the screen, and the chat. I don't know exactly what it really entails. It's just they just said it's a creature collecting Twitch integration thing. I think it's called Whimside, but it might have changed because they've been changing the names a lot.
I know there's another one that's out there where I think it's called like Life Sim or something, but it was like somebody was inspired by Rusty's Retirement, and they decided like instead of Rusty on his farm or like creature collecting, it's just this dude in his apartment, and the apartment gets bigger, and like he goes to like his little job or whatever so that he can grow his house. Oh my god, this is so cute.
That's so cute. That kind of reminds me of, it's called Old Friends Dog Sanctuary. I don't know if you guys know about that dog sanctuary, but it's basically an in real life dog sanctuary that is like for dogs who either are disabled or, you know, have severe illness, or are typically like older, like we're talking like 8, 9 plus, sometimes 12. And they made a video game actually where like every proceed goes to it, but it's like an idle game kind of. That's a game I'm also gonna play, but It's really good if you guys like cute games that are just kind of chill. I really recommend it. Is it the best game in the world? No. But is it cute dogs that are super old and you get to like pet them digitally? Yes.
That sounds so cute. Oh,
so
my
good,
goodness.
guys.
Do you have the link to it? I need to send this to one of my friends. They
Still
run a
my
dog
Nintendo
sanctuary.
need.
I think so.
all
Let
comes
me...
The
back to
Nintendo
Dog.
need? My brain itch is activated. Oh my goodness.
God, okay, do you guys remember this game? It's called Dogs, but it's not Nintendogs and it's not the new Dogs. It's Dogs in the 1990s that was like this weird semi 3D thing, and like you could have cats and like pigs and all kinds of stuff too.
What
No,
the
probably not.
hell are
No,
you talking
but I'm
about?
No,
into
but
it.
me and you went on completely different wavelengths of hearing like 90s to 2000 dogs. I started thinking about the it's like the like niche dad brand where it's like the dog and it's a bunch of like t-shirt sayings like, oh, you can't handle how rough like spelled I am, and I just like I gotta look it up now. It's so
Doxing
dumb.
my wardrobe for real, for real.
Okay, I'm dropping this in Donut's Discord, in Show and Tell, and it's specifically like a mobile game, but they also have like birds and stuff too. It's so cute, and oh god, guys, there's like a little old golden retriever, and you can trim his fur and call him Fluffy, and like just I'm gonna throw
Hello,
up. It's so
Fluffy.
good.
Oh,
He's
this
so
reminds me of what else?
The cat game?
Yeah, Nekwatsune.
Yeah.
I knew that's what you were thinking of.
Yeah. They have another game coming out.
Mhm.
Do they? Ooh.
That's what the dev said, but I haven't heard anything recently about it.
I put an example of the weird. The brand is apparently called Big Dogs. The weird Big Dogs shirt in
Oh.
chat.
Big dog.
Big dogs.
Big dog.
A dog.
Guys, do you know it's been streaming for like you guys have been gone since for like 6.5 hours.
No.
Yeah, it's
Really?
midnight 30.
It is midnight 30. Yeah.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
We
What?
just got here.
Yappers,
We just started.
It's definitely not 2:30 in the morning for me right now.
Pork
Definitely.
found in kitchens?
Lovely.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, but what about more spicy topics? What about them
But they
dang toxic
offer-
VTubers stuff?
What, huh?
Interviews after dark.
God.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to put the shirt up on the screen. It's just
Next
Interviews.
time
You
on
mean
the
like not safe
Patreon.
for work accounts? Because mine is secret. I mean, if you can find it, good for you, and I'll let you in. But it's mostly just pictures of Roland from BG3 and Gale from BG3 in various positions.
Speaking
Oh.
of not safe for work stuff, not to like get into like a nitty gritty detail, just like a funny hee hee. So Den's mom follows me on YouTube,
Oh.
and like Den talks about me to their mom a lot. And so like there was
I
a
hate
point
that
where
shirt.
Den was showing their mom my card,
Mhm.
and not in like a contained like I am showing you from my phone, here's their card, like here's their card, look at whatever you want. And I had a moment where I was like, we've talked about how tech illiterate your mother is. There is a very high possibility that your mother accidentally stumbles upon the not safe for work portion of my portfolio. Have you prepared her for that possibility? And they're like,
Oh my God.
"Oh, no." And I'm like, yeah, if that happens, you're gonna have to explain several fetishes and or furries to your mother.
Oh my god.
That's
So
not
I
my
don't know how
job.
you're gonna deal with that.
Oh,
I'm
one of
dying.
my
That would
favorite-
melt me into the earth. You would never hear from me again if somebody's
That sounds
parent found my
great.
not safe for work account. I would just die.
Hey parents, check out this.
No, please.
Hey parents,
they
go
ask
look in
you-
Gale Twitter. You'll find
When
a
they
cam.
ask
It
you
is
how's
just Gale
work
Twitter.
doing and you be a little bit too honest.
And I think what's crazy too is that like I have like my stupid little cat feet socks with the paw pads and stuff on
Oh,
my regular
cute.
Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Cute.
It was a donation reward because I do an annual like charity drive.
Yeah.
and it
Got
was
another one
last
coming
year and
out.
it took forever to find some. But like you would think I would put that on the not safe for work account, but the fact of the matter is it's never going to be as not safe for work as some of these little Gale pictures.
You hear that? That's incentive. That is your prize if you go and find them.
Yeah, if you find me, great. You know what? Good for you. You get the worms.
Yeah, you get the Gales. And they
Get the
are.
Gales and the Rollins.
Oh yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny how wild Kem gets when Gale mention. It's legitimately like, oh, Gale mention, neurons activated. Excuse
No,
me.
it's truly, and I'm not usually like I don't know, like I'm not usually that kind of freak. I'm a freak, but I'm not that kind of freak.
Yeah.
Right? But no, when it's Gale, when it's Roland BG3, all bets are off, man. Same with Karlak too. I don't know, man.
Yes, I stand that.
Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
what?
Yeah. Anyway.
Neurons
Anyway.
activated everywhere. Karlak
I heard
mentioned.
my wife. I've never played this game, but I know her from the art. Maybe it's your account. Hold up.
Oh, it might be.
Hold up.
God.
Do you guys have any other characters that are like favorites?
I'm particularly queer for Shadowheart and Halsin.
I understand.
Me
Together
too.
and separate.
Yep.
Isha, you want
Okay,
to send
this
that
is-
clip of Halsin that
No.
you have?
No.
I'll go find it.
This
It's
clip?
fine.
Oh,
Clip review.
clip?
Yeah, we love
It's
clip
for
review.
me. For
Oh,
free.
it's for you.
So free.
Let me go looking for sure. It's just
So
right now.
it's gone. It's gone.
It's
Hmm.
gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
I will say, okay, this is a deep dark secret, and I'm
Like,
just
it's
gonna
my
say it.
videos.
I'm just gonna say it. So when I was a young teen, I was really in. Do you guys know what Yu Yu Hakusho is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Hiei
Yes.
from Yu Yu Hakusho
What
is
is
my
it?
first crush.
Wait, I don't remember the names. Which one's that?
He's the guy he's like the really short one, and he has the black and white hair, and he's like really angry about
Oh,
things.
yes.
And he's the
Mhm.
third eye. He's a demon. I had one of my friends for my, I think it was like my 16th, 15th birthday, printed me out because we didn't really have the internet back then all that much. But they found all of these images of Hiei, this anime character, and printed me out I want to say it was a 20-page booklet that they like
Oh my
stapled
God.
together themselves. That's how insane I was over this character.
I used to
that's-
really like the Rose guy.
Yeah,
Of
Kurama.
course.
Yes.
I'm a weeb. I'm so sorry. It's
No, you're fine. I just haven't watched Yu Yu Hakusho in like literal years, so my brain only remembers their faces and not their names.
But that's the most
but in
important part. Their
retrospect-
faces.
Yeah, in retrospect, Rose guy paved the way for like the majority of my 2D men taste.
Yeah, that's yup.
Oh,
And just like
no.
tiny pathetic men. I just like pathetic men. I can't help it. And really buff women who could kill me. I like
Yeah.
When
I
they're
like
a little
got
bit
that.
feminine, but they're also kind of mean to me.
yeah. I like it when they're kind of mean. You know what I mean?
Kem looking
The
straight at
the
Roland.
AOs are coming out tonight.
they're
It's
just
past
like-
midnight.
I like
It
them
is.
freaks. I like
All
the
my
scary
brain
freaky
crystals are
ones.
gone.
They're cool.
See, oh.
Were you prepared?
Huh? What? Sorry, I zoned out for a second because I was thinking.
You zoned out mid talking too. That was the funniest part about that.
You
Donut was not
buffered so
prepared.
hard.
I did.
love
So, like, I have a very specific type of character that just always hits the mark. And it's very specifically characters that can or wish to kill me, which is
Shit, I don't know if you think like that.
You know what? I understand.
that
I
down
vibe
bad.
with that. I like
That's down
characters
bad.
who either worship the ground I walk on or hate me. That's it. You know what I mean? Like,
So it's like I very rarely see a character. I'm like, yeah, I love that character, but more often than not, a character exists somewhere, right?
True.
And I unfortunately I'm gonna point straight at Armored Core because I've talked about this man many times now. Is you will never see his face because he's in a mech the entire time, but Rusty and his the way there's one scene specifically where you've got him like he's basically operating a giant sniper outside of vision, and you have to 100% rely on him to save you basically, and then later you have to fight him and he wants to kill you like 3 different times, and I'm like, oh, so you're my husband now, huh?
Donut, never watch Transformers. You will lose your mind.
Watch
You will lose your mind.
Transformers.
Watch Transformers.
on
Watch
stream.
any kind of
You're
Gundam.
gonna get like a
I'm
nosebleed from
begging you.
Megatron. Oh.
Can we talk about how hot Megatron is? Can we please just talk about that?
Have you guys seen the TikTok where it's Megatron at like Universal or whatever, and this girl?
No.
Wait, the Dementors?
Oh, I know what
The
you're talking
Dementors?
about.
Yeah,
Wait,
so,
no,
so
the
this
Dementors-
girl is like recording him, and she calls him Daddy, and he goes, "Daddy." I
Wait.
like that. You can stay.
Yeah, I know
Oh
what
my
you're
gosh.
talking about.
Please.
You're just reminding
Do not
me,
send
like,
it to
my
Donut.
my For You page is now filled with like people going to Universal Studios because they're like, yeah, the people who play Dementors at Universal Studios in the Harry Potter land, they heard what the people want, and now all of the people that
Oh.
play as Dementors, they like do, you know what Kabedon is? Or like,
Yeah.
Oh.
they do.
What's that?
Okay, so basically,
Please explain it,
imagine
Shira.
imagine yourself, right?
Okay.
Your
And then-
crush taller than you.
My crush?
They walk
Taller?
closer to you,
Oh, it's
and they
just
push
size
you
difference,
against
right?
the wall. They push you against the wall, and their
Oh.
hand is over you, and they
Oh
like take
my.
their other hand and they put it on your like your chin to kiss you.
Mhm.
That is a
Mhm.
kabedon. And so
I'm
that is what the
blushing.
Dementors are doing. The actors that play Dementors at Universal Studios, that's what they're doing. But instead of their hand on the chin, they take their wand and they put it on their chin and like
what the
lift up
people
their
want.
chin.
Dementors.
What the people want. I am
More
people.
like Rizzlers.
They
Sheesh.
I've seen multiple videos pop up of those, and it's mainly because Halloween's coming up, so all the Harry Potter videos are popping up on my For You page, and it's just, oh my god, like these guys are crazy.
My vapors.
They book talk got to them, but book talk got to them.
Mhm.
Damn.
So
I need
who's
somebody to
from
do that with me.
Universal?
Hold on, real quick. I
Yeah.
need to think about that real good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, that's cool. No, we're back. We're normal.
Did you watch it?
As normal as this
Do you
chat
think
gets.
so? Come on. Do you? Yes, of course I've watched it.
All right.
Also, Donut, I need you to know.
I hope my For You page has like trickled into your For You page.
It
because
really
I know-
has.
I know some of my videos that pop on my For You page have never been on mine, and I know it's from somebody that I
Whoa.
follow.
Man, that's crazy.
Mm.
Yeah,
Weird.
crazy. I got a bunch of Gale videos in like 1 week. I'm like,
Crazy.
I don't really
Yeah,
have a
that's
lot
so
of
weird.
Gale videos.
I'm gonna just
on
make
my
a
feed.
TikTok group chat just to
Can we
toss.
please?
Yes.
Please, I'm begging you. I have so many cursed TikTok. Also, sure, I need you to know that you have absolutely influenced my TikToks. I've gotten so many.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got
No,
really
it's great.
cringe.
I love every moment of it. I
My-
love cringe.
My For You page is either very like educational because it tells me stuff either cooking recipes or there's world events that's going on, right? So it has that, and then you have like the 3 a.m. just general hours of the mentors, something going on with like these like gifts and like really weird music. I can't. I'd have to send it to you. You guys won't understand unless you guys see it because my For You
Please, I need
page,
visual confirmation.
my For You page is at a certain point in time during the day is incredibly just unhinged, and I don't know why.
A specific time of day?
You know why. Don't
During
lie to yourself.
Specific time of day, I'm serious, during a specific time of day, and it's usually like when I am up because my sleep schedule is really bad, so I'm
Mhm.
up like in the early morning, so like
Yeah.
2 a.m. to like 6 to 7 a.m. Those are the time frames where like my For You page is just like filled with like questionable videos, and it's not bad, it's just weird.
Mhm.
One of my side hobbies is ruining people's feeds. I find it very entertaining.
Elaborate, pretty please.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
active chaos and ruining their feeds. One of my friends, I've never seen what's
me see
it
if I
called?
can find
House?
Oh,
You ever
okay.
seen
Yes.
House? I've never seen House in my life. But I decided,
House
because I
can
got
get
one
it.
House TikTok,
I Subway said.
I was like, I'm gonna ruin my friend's feed. And so I sent them like 30 House TikToks in one day. And then I just started getting the niche House TikToks. You guys ever played Papa's Pizzeria?
Yes.
I found a creator that recreated House episodes in Papa's Pizzeria. So if anyone wants a ruined feed, I am happy to oblige.
Absolutely.
Please destroy my feed.
Okay, the topics may change, but I will be consistent in ruining your feed.
Thank you.
I'm about to hard out myself for
Uh-oh.
what my
Oh,
TikTok
yeah, brother.
feed looks like. Are any of you familiar with the like Furby body horror TikTok?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I sent that. I
Huh?
sent that to Kim.
Oh, it's so
Can
good.
somebody please
I
get one
love
to show
them.
to intern?
Speaking of Gale, there's Gale penis on my
What?
normal timeline.
What?
Oh, I shouldn't say that. I'm so sorry. Never mind. Don't
Anyways,
don't worry about it,
Can
everybody.
someone please get Furby body horror for intern to look at to understand what we're talking
Yeah,
about?
I'll find it right now. Hang on.
Thank you. And then feel free to post a link in the chat as well, so chat can also
I have to post
experience
it.
this.
Hold on. Cam, can you do me the honors and post the videos that I sent?
Absolutely.
Arr.
Because these are videos I meant to send, but I never really did because I was like, I need the right timing to send this to you guys. And, you know, I think this is the right timing right now.
Oh yeah.
You
There's
could
never
also
right timing. You just said it.
Oh, dolphin dreams. I can already.
I'm telling you that, like, I got educational stuff, and then this one was good. I actually like this one.
Did I ever tell you guys that TikTok somehow knows when I'm high and knows how to scare me? So I don't know when it started, but I really like edibles, and TikTok, or no, Twitch, please don't ban Donut. It's me. It's me, bad chemistry. I am the weed. Okay.
I
Anyway,
am the weed. Me.
so I get smooshed, and I'm scrolling right on the tickies, and I see things that are like for instance, the one that's really memorable, and I hope I can find it. It's this guy like singing about onions, and he goes to his fridge and he opens the door, and he zeroes, like the camera zooms in on the onion, and then it's dead silence for like 2 minutes. And then it just talks about, like, he just talks about his grape juice box, and then the TikTok ends. And I thought I was hallucinating, and I actually had to go over to Support Elf, who's my partner, by the way, in real life, and was like, baby sugar,
Shout
sweetie
out
honey.
partners.
Shout out partners. Am I
What?
insane, or is this like a thing that's happening? And he took a look at it, and he was like, that was the weirdest shit I think I've ever seen. And then it kept happening. Every single time I'm zooted, I've got catnip in me, right? I get these TikToks. Like, one was like about this giant tomato. And I don't even know how to talk about it. It's like this giant tomato, but like the guy is like cooking, and if you know the TikToks, you know what I'm talking about. But he like sensually touches the tomato and the meat.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how to explain it other than that, but it was like 3 minutes of that, and I thought I was losing my mind.
It's the people who are watching that and just going, yes, chef, please.
It's horrific. No, what do you mean? It's raw meat too, and he's sticking
Pineapple
2
tea.
fingers in there.
Yeah, like,
I
it's
know.
raw.
Yeah.
It's like really
Extra
uncomfortable.
flavor.
Yeah, it's really
Yum, 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 yum.
Okay, but a neuron has been activated by the words "Yes, chef." Have any of you guys watched the menu?
yeah.
Yeah.
No chef.
That is my customer service like trauma relief movie. Just I
There
watch
you
that
go. I
movie
sent a
anytime I
few.
think about like a bad interaction I've had with a customer. Just I'm gonna go home and watch the menu now.
Not all of us sending TikToks to the fucking chat, the actual stream chat.
Oh, I
What is
thought we were
this
sending it between
cringe?
us.
We were, but then I mean, like, we got the goods to share.
Yeah.
Chat, if you want to see
I
some of
sent
the
a
wild
bunch
things
to
we're talking
Kev,
about, please feel free.
And those are the
go take
ones
a
from
look.
my For You page. So like, I hope you guys enjoyed my Chris For You page.
Oh, I've seen the Gale one. The Gale one I've seen, and
Yeah,
I almost
that's-
sent it to you
that-
because it was so deranged.
That was the one I was gonna send to you because I'm like, this has to be Kim. I don't get Gale on my For You page. This has to be Kim sending this to me.
Neuron to neuron communication.
Yeah.
I don't think it was neuron to neuron. I'm a Shadowheart Halson fan. I don't go for Gale. That's you.
Yeah.
You infected my For You page.
Hold up, 1 second.
Yeah.
I understand Long Furby and Kurt, like, demonic Furby. This
Yeah.
makes sense. What the heck? Furby cooking videos?
Yeah.
I have never seen something so unappealing in my life, and we've just been talking about, like, poking raw meat. This
Yeah,
is
that's
shocking.
Furby
I
talk
love,
is
no,
wild.
I love tentacle Furby. Look at his little. Oh, he's moving. Oh, I'm not trying to.
My favorite thing to do with like the body horror long Furby videos is sending them to my friend Bones, because Bones will just put a frowny face and be like, "I like this," and then we'll be like,
We need to do a TikTok review. We need to do deranged group TikTok review so we
Yes.
can live reaction all of these, because that was an experience.
I was actually planning on doing that, and it's just like, hey guys, you want to react to my live For You page? Will you scroll through it and react to it because it's cursed?
It
The
is.
thing
each
is,
picked,
I
like,
was
10
like,
TikToks to share.
yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, chef.
God.
Delicious food.
And if we get the same one, then I don't know.
It's
We
it
set
is
up a try
so
not to
funny.
cringe
Try.
challenge.
Try-
Yeah, try not to
Just
cringe
share
challenge,
TikToks.
or we get like if we share the same video, we take a shot. If
Oh,
you cringe, you
God.
take a shot.
Yes. If it like visibly makes you like what? You know what I mean? Because that one almost got me. That one was like, I almost wanted to jump out of my own skin. That was great. I'll watch that again later.
They're
I
so
love them.
fun.
They're horrific in the best way possible. I love it. I'm
I've
gonna watch
learned
more
that,
later.
like that's my like biggest issue whenever so like with the loaf stuff, right? I'm trying to come up with like more horror designs, but then I'm just like, they're all just so funny and funky, and then I'll show them to my partner and they're like, Corey, what the hell is that? Why did you make that? And I'm like, what do you mean? He's just a little guy.
He's just a
Just a little guy. Don't
He's
be
just a funny
mean.
little dude.
This
He
is
wouldn't do nothing.
when you're being
I need to
mean
pay
me.
you
this
money
is when you're
dollars to
being
make a
mean
horror
to.
version of this OC that I'm
Yes.
wearing currently, because I have. Listen, okay, guys, I'm gonna share an idea with you, and I need you to tell me if this sucks or not. I want to make them like a lich, right? Because their lore is that they're a wizard, right? But the actual lore is that they're basically a necromancer and they're a lich. Like, that's the actual roleplay character that I used to play them as, is they were like this normal like cat Khajiit thing, and then like horrible things happened and they're a lich, and so like they're basically like this horrific zombified thing. I would love to have that as like a thing, like where they're just like disgusting looking.
There are so many things I could do with that.
But people don't want to draw it though. I asked somebody and I only did it once, and they blocked me.
Damn.
And that was after them seeing like, yeah, I do gore and stuff, and I was like, oh,
You're a liar.
You lied.
okay. Furby.
Furby talk is wild.
Yeah, no, that's the stuff that like I find is like really nutty. Is like I'll have people come to me and will be like, I would like this monster thing, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And they're like, oh, you're not creeped out by that? And I'm like, actually, on the contrary, I have notes on how to make this worse.
I think you have not gone far enough. May I
would
raise
taking
you
this-
this?
We gotta talk
Further.
off stream because I need my disgusting cat girl to be as
Bet.
disgusting and evil as possible, because she's actually like supposed to be like an evil villain type of thing. I just never talk about it because most people are like, oh my god, cat girl, ooh, and I'm like, yeah, sure, ooh, I'm gonna ooh these nuts, dude.
Hang on,
It's
I'm
on your
opening up
face.
Photoshop so that I can share some private screenshots.
It is wild to me,
Whoa.
Kem, because you explained this. I think it was like one of the first streams when you were like talking about OC. I don't remember how it happened. It was like, I think when I first started watching you, and you explained that you're a lich and all this stuff, and I was like, that's so cool. I want to see it.
Yeah, no, but like I
Facts.
originally wanted to have like a second form
Mhm.
that like you could switch between, right? Like you could
glamour.
activate it with like a spell.
Yeah.
But I can't get anyone to draw it. Nobody wants to draw a gross cat girl. They're all like, oh,
I know a
block."
guy.
So
And then
The
many a
first-
guy.
the first screenshot I'm privately sharing with you guys is a VTuber model that I am currently in the process of being paid for.
Oh.
Whoa, this is
I love it.
sick.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I
This
love
is
it.
so
I love
sexy.
the slime
Oh my
drippies.
gosh.
Yes, that is the energy I need for this fucking cat girl. You don't understand. She's disgusting
fire.
looking,
And
while
then,
still being like kind of cute. Because
I love the feet on this.
aesthetics.
The feet talk is gonna go crazy.
What? Sorry, what?
Anyway,
Nobody stuttered.
Fluffy.
did I stutter?
Feet
On,
talk?
unless I like to make
Are you not looking at
creepy
the
gross
reference?
stuff. Just a fun
No, I
little
didn't.
secret update of the model that I'm gonna like put out in like
Mhm.
December for myself
I'm watching it now.
compared to like my current
Oh.
model.
This is beautiful. The color.
Thank you. The outfit that's on it right now, it's mostly just a cover because so the actual model is my 1.6. The outfit is from a 1.5, and I went, I have to make it, but again, because it's not right anymore. There's no halftones. There needs to be halftones in everything.
Pretty.
So that's just mostly a cover so that I'm not flashing you guys with nude model.
The body is so right.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Yeah,
This
chat,
is-
you're not
yeah.
able to see this, but it really is. It's very, very, very good.
The hair
I'm
is
very
stunning.
happy with the hair. The hair has so
Mhm.
many halftones in it.
Mhm.
That's my whole thing
It's
now.
so
is only
pretty.
halftones.
The
Did-
face
and you
as
drew this?
well.
Yes.
Oh,
Shut
gosh.
up! That's so good.
Yeah.
The way how you draw a face is stunning. Your ears are so
Thank
cute.
you. I have a bunch of face guides for when I go to rig because it just makes doing angles easier. And for this one, I have face guides for furry models, feminine models, and masculine models. And I don't like how my face looks in the feminine model format. Therefore, I'm gonna go a little bit in the middle. And then I'm gonna give myself a gender slider so that I can be whatever I want whenever I want.
Hell yeah.
Hell
I love
yeah.
that. Hell yeah.
I saw Kem's neuron activate when you said furry guide.
Listen, I'm not.
I like happened to see Kem's model just go, "Whoa."
Like that. Like,
Oh, yeah, it was that little moment of like, furry mention?
For me,
Yeah, no, I really enjoy doing furry models. Like, it's a nice like mix up between like what I normally end up getting to do. I'm
hey
actually
man, I
working
know
on one
somebody
right
who's
now.
willing to fork over a shit ton of cash for that.
Bet.
oh wait, I have interesting topic. Thoughts on people in VTuber community who watch cat girls and like animal swap type characters, but then are like, ew, furries. It honestly
I have so many.
sends
All
me.
right,
So
It
weird.
sends me. I find it
Okay,
hilarious.
all right. So I know the joke is, haha, I'm not a furry, right?
Mhm.
But whatever, right? But like, let's be honest here. Like, I like the aesthetic,
Yeah.
right? And I'm not furry in the way that like the sex stuff. Let's be
Yeah.
clear. I like the aesthetic because personally, it's a gender thing for me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm genderqueer and I just don't really identify, right, with the body that I've been given. And so and this is apparently like a common thing, is that like a lot of furries, especially if they're trans like I am, will be like, yes, that's what's going on there.
Yes.
Anyway, but I cannot tell you how many times people have been like, yeah, I draw everything. And they specifically don't mention mecha or furries or whatever. And then I go to commission them, and I'm willing to pay, at this point, whatever it takes, right? Because they'll either be super rude about it, or they'll be like, sorry, I don't do furries, or like, whatever, and I'll be like, listen, you can draw them. Like my model now isn't all that furry. She has a little
Yeah.
freaking cat nose, right?
my
That's
goodness.
it. And people will still refuse to do art There's one artist that I basically only commission at this point, other than my friend Bug and like, my friend Noelle. But that's Kawaii because not only are they a POC creator, but they'll actually draw the features of this model and do it in a way that like isn't kind of just, I don't know how to say it, like ooh-wooifying it, where it's just like anime cat girl, like Nico Mimi, like, oh, I'm just gonna slap some cat ears on it and call it good, right? And it can be really horrible the way that like people will just be like, ooh, you're a furry, go F yourself, or they'll use much more derogatory terms. I've been accused of many things simply for being like, yes, this is my cat girl, let's see, blah 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 blah. It's actually really discouraging, simply because like I want to give people money, but they seemingly don't want the money.
Yeah.
Bro, I can hook you up. I know some guy. I know a guy. Their art signature is Sonic, so they you gotta trust.
Oh, was it the person who was in the thing? Okay. They had it was very, very good.
They are a very good artist.
Sonic.
And I trust her with my life.
Sonic.
It was during the Distractathon. There was a section where Intern was doing little arts on a canvas.
Oh, little memes.
Yeah, little memes, and then it was other people were in there doing arts, and I forget the name, but it was very, very good, very clean.
And that was just like a sketch.
Yeah.
That was just them being like, oh, art.
I want to show you what my character's supposed to look like, actually. Now that I think about it. Let me find it. Hold on.
Yeah, because Chem often just says, a cat girl as it is, but it's originally Elder Scrolls, right? So it's
it's
more
a Khajiit
accurately
from Elder Scrolls.
Khajiit.
Yeah, it's like it's a cat that happens to be a girl, literally.
Yeah.
But people
That's
don't.
so cute.
I like it.
I can't believe anyone would not want to do art for you. So cute. I'm just,
Here, let me show you.
That's honestly something else that drives me absolutely loony. As somebody who works in the art field, like the amount of people who will come to me and be like, "Are you sure you actually do this?" Because I interacted with XYZ artists and they said they did it, but then they didn't do it, and I'm like, why did they lie to you like that? No, I actually do it. Here's like all of my portfolio. Here you go. Have fun.
Right. Well, and then you feel so awkward, like from the customer point of view, like when people just do whatever, you're just like, thanks. Like there's art that I have bought and I just don't use because they pretty much just like ignored
this is so cute.
Everything.
This is the one from Brittany, right?
Yeah, this is the one from Brittany. And there's one without her little hat too. She added the hat too.
Yeah, I'll put it on stream so people can see it and they don't gotta go click into the link.
Oh, good.
There it is. Boom.
Yes. And they're calico, and they have calico markings and stuff. You'll notice that this model doesn't really, on the face and stuff, but they're supposed to have markings and people just I guess assume that's too hard to do. And then just don't do that.
But it's not. It's so cute. Are you kidding me? This is the cutest and such a detailed reference. It's so cute.
Yeah, listen, I love Quiet Brownie, and also they're the only artist that ever wants to do this hair. This hair is if you can see it, it's very poofy, very textured. A lot of people will just refuse to do it. They'll be like, that's that's gonna be an upcharge. I've had people try to charge me $100 to $150 just to draw the hair, which I get. It's big, dude. People get really weird about furries, man. I don't know why. I mean, I do get it. I really do. But at the same time, bro, come on. Let me just pay you money, please.
I remember
Don't fall into the furry trap, oil baron.
For real.
Don't fall into the stereotype. You don't have to be a furry oil baron. It's okay.
I remember, Taz that was in here earlier, I work with them pretty regularly. And I remember when we were first doing their gift tuber, because it's like this is something that I've experienced a lot, like especially when I'm working with like other POC VTubers, or like having difficulties finding people who are willing to do textured hair, and then so like, and this becomes like a whole issue, right? Is like they will go to an artist who says that they can do textured hair, and then they can't do textured hair, so then the reference that they have doesn't have textured hair, and then so you're going off of the reference that you have, and then like, for example, with what happened with Taz, was that Taz was like, oh, I know that's what my ref looks like, but can you make it look like this? And I'm like, oh yeah, no, we could have done that from the get-go. If you had told me like that you wanted the ref to look like this, but that like it's just not what you had gotten, like yeah, we could have just done that straight away. And then they're just like, that's allowed? I could have done that. I'm like, buddy, yeah, it's not that deep. It's okay. It's all right. We could just hang out. It's fine.
It's wild how common this experience of like just getting disrespected as essentially the customer is. It's so common that everybody's like so surprised when that's not the case. Insanity.
And it's just like, it's very telling of who has and has not worked in customer facing fields.
Absolutely.
Like, just off the bat.
And I'm gonna say something, and you can just sit with people, but so this, you know, this character is like pastel, right? So originally they were supposed to be like my actual skin color, and I say I'm translucent, right, in real life, but the fact of the matter is I'm tan. I turned translucent in the winter and then super tan in the summer. And I was going for like a tanner skin tone that matched my real life skin tone, and they just like, they didn't do it. And that was the very first ref I got a billion years ago, and I just kind of stuck with it because no matter what I did, people just were like, they didn't do it.
Yeah.
They just didn't do it. Kawaii Brittani is the only one who like at least attempted it. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to unwrap there, man.
Yeah.
Stand up for your skin tone if you can, if you're going to get art in the future. Just in general, anyone.
Yeah.
It's a small thing. Make a fuss about it. Stand up for your own skin tone.
Yeah, because again, unfortunately, it's painfully common in this space, and I don't know if it's that there's people who just feel like, you know, they being the one who's creating the product, they're just like, well, I don't have to do this if I don't want to, right? But if people keep letting this happen, it's not going to get any better. It's only going to start getting better when you stop giving these people your money to do things that aren't even what you want, right? It's kind of, it sucks, but like, yeah, for anybody out there trying to get your own thing, you know, don't be afraid to make a fuss, and don't feel like you have to settle for something that doesn't spark joy.
Yeah, and I mean, like...
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
As a V-Road modeler, I have quite a few of my comms that come in. Skin tone is one of the most uncomfortable topics for people, as there is so much whitewashing in the VTuber space that they feel worried about wearing their own skin, which breaks my heart to no end. Or they don't think that it's possible because they've not seen a V-Road model with their color skin tone around. So yeah, fight for your skin tone. It's literally not an issue. If they're making an issue, they're crazy. They're actually crazy.
Yeah,
and I mean, like...
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm taking it on like another level. Like, what I find happens a lot of time, especially in like a field in where we really everything is very like anime oriented. When you're a POC VTuber and you go to commission like predominantly like an Eastern country artist where colorism is rampant and just an absolute issue, you're gonna get those artists, unfortunately, where they feel like they're validated in like pushing their colorism because it's not as communicated as much of being like you are completely wrong for being like that out there. And I mean, like, so then it just becomes like this like really awful dichotomy of like you have to get it from other people who are like you and not being able to choose like artists that you necessarily like and want to work with. I remember one time I tried getting a commission off of Skeb and was like, I've been immediately whitewashed. Nice, cool, great. I'm never coming back.
Pain. Yeah, it's really frustrating. Like, even when you go and look at assets for VTubers, I have some beautiful dark-skinned friends, and I've been working on models for them, and there's next to no like assets for POC hair, POC like stuff that would make sense and suit, as everything feels very Eastern and Western kit bashed.
Yeah.
Pain.
And it's
very annoying.
And I talked about this very briefly because like I basically have a kind of like a filter applied to darken my model, because like when I was going through Booth, like you pretty much exclusively see very white, very pale models, and it's like impossible to find, especially when you're looking for like, you know, a wholesale model or something that's like cheaper or affordable, something that has like, you know, any ounce of melanin in it. And it's, again, I think like you said, it goes back to that whole thing of like, it's all very anime, right? And everybody always looks at anime characters and goes, oh well, they're all pale, you can't have a dark anime character. And it just it's like this weird kind of self-perpetuating thing of like, people feel like they need to be like this, and then that means there's more art like this, and they have to settle. It I don't know.
It shouldn't be the standard.
Yeah.
Also, from like a live 2D rigor aspect of this, it's one of those situations where it's like a very unfortunate coincidence that just perpetuates it worse. Is that, let's say that you wanted to make like a customizable live 2D model, and you wanted it to be able to have all of these different types of skin tones. The easiest way to do that is by making the entire model like just completely pale. And so like people will look at like the default of that's how it came out and go, oh well, I don't know how to do this, and so I'm not even gonna look into it. And when the reality is that with the way that, you know, like you can recolor things in VTube Studio, and like you can recolor assets in the actual texture map, that is the easiest way to be inclusive with like specifically live 2D rigging. But it's just not something that we ever really talk about enough for it to like hit the people it needs to hit.
Yeah.
Of like, this is how you go about customizing it, even more from like the customizable base of being able to pick out like your hair textures and whatnot.
Tutorial when?
Yeah, for real.
Tutorial
5 minutes. 5 minutes in and out.
Here we go.
Literally, that's all it takes.
It's
It doesn't
not-
take much. It's just a little bit of research and getting the resources and knowing how to do that. Tutorial when?
And it's
And I mean,
really
like-
interesting.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that like, it's not just like the body of the model too, because I use it to recolor certain things on this model that just need to be tweaked because of chroma key stuff, right? But you can do it on any part of your model, y'all.
Yes.
Like you can do it. I promise. It's not even hard.
Yeah, and I mean, like, honestly, it's one of those things where it was like when I think it was like maybe like a year ago. A year ago, I was at maybe like half the following on Twitter that I am now. And so it was a lot harder to push out things where it's just like, I'm just trying to be helpful, and it's not necessarily anything that like anybody's wanting to like directly gain from, because I didn't have that snowball effect. But I have a little bit of that snowball effect now. Like, even if I make something and it doesn't pop off, I'm not being like completely overshadowed by the algorithm anymore. So now I can go in and I can make those videos and I can make those like little 5-minute tutorials and it not just get absolutely buried.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I get to make all the stuff.
All the stuff.
Yeah.
All the
The
things.
algorithm's its whole other mess. Like I know Kem, you've been struggling to finally get some traction back into the algorithm, and I think Love, you were really struggling for a while with just getting obliterated.
When I got shadow banned for like 6 months.
Dude, I'm
Mhm.
Wait, what
continuously. I had to
happened?
buy Twitter Blue in order to stop like getting shadow banned. I just consistently.
For me, it was like I was making the your character here's, and because it was like I didn't want people to think that like it came with a default outfit, I just wasn't doing anything with that. And apparently, my depiction of Tibby is too realistic, even without the nip-nop, that Twitter's just like, uh-oh, that's not allowed. You can't put that here, and you've put that here a lot, so you get to live in the shadow ban corner. And I'm like, oh, cool, I guess I'll just die then. I'll make a new account. Surely that'll be fine, right? And then they're like, hey,
Right?
guess what? Titty's an
my
issue.
goodness.
Goodbye.
Mhm.
I had to live in Twitter detention for like 6 months, and now I'm just like, okay, well, if you misinterpret
Twitter
this as
hell.
infos that you get, that's your problem. I have to fight with Twitter about this now. I'm sorry.
I kind of just given up on Twitter. I'm like, if you guys find me, you find me. If it's faded for you to see me, then it's fine. If not, then oh well.
Are you kidding me? Hold up. You're one of the best Twitter people I know. I have been.
Twitterers.
Yeah.
Wibbers.
I just make silly posts, but like if people
No.
don't see it, because the thing is, I tested the what is it? One of the things that I saw was like if you use hashtags, right, you get like somewhat noticed, right? And I've been using it every now and again, and the only thing that I've noticed is I get bots following me, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm just not gonna use that anymore because it's just not worth it. If people want to actually find me, they'll see me. When the
Yeah.
stars align, they'll see me. If not, then I am perfectly okay with living in my own little bubble, my own little small little, I don't know, following that I have right now.
I find instead of using hashtags, just putting the words in the post works the same way.
Yes.
Except it doesn't get bots directed. But honestly, Zara, I've been using your Twitter as a reference for some people on how to use Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
really?
for people who don't
Genuinely,
know,
yes.
for people who don't know, Jira actually does a lot of research on like good ways to get into the algorithm. She's constantly kind of looking at like ways to
Looking
grow.
at the trends, man.
Yeah. So like Jira's constantly trying to figure out new like what's the current best way to get a good algorithm hit, because you know when you're a small streamer, getting that algorithm hit's kind of
Okay, I'm gonna say
It's
I'm gonna say
important.
right now, like Cam, remember when you sent the this type of girlfriend, and it shows like the different types of
Yes.
like qualities?
Yes.
I told Donut about that. I made a
Mhm.
plan. So whenever I have these plans, I have like a little notebook right next to me,
Mhm.
and I write it down. I have like the plan set down, and I was going to make like different types of like VTuber girlfriend, but using this model, changing the color, changing everything, using different props because I figured out how to use props. And then what ends up happening? I see like two people for the VTuber sphere that used it, right? And I'm like, this is a new trend that's happening, and so I'm gonna see if this will actually boost something within my algorithm, and it just doesn't hit. So I don't know.
Oh
I
my
feel
god, it
like-
absolutely hit. Listen, we're all small right now.
Yeah.
It freaking hit. It like, dude, it
I
hit.
know,
That is
like, I
like the
feel
right
like I-
posting.
I feel like
Holy-
I can sense when these trends are about to happen, because the whole choosing the bear trend, when I was still like playing like video games, or I might still play video games, but there's one game that I was playing on stream, right? And it was called The Ratchler, and it's been an ongoing joke between me and Donut that I choose the bear. Like I was like, in the game The Ratchler, it's basically the Bachelor, but it's just with a bunch of rats. And oh my god.
What in the
Rats.
fuck? Anyway,
Iconic.
Anyways, sorry.
Hold
so
on, let me get
basically,
to the Ratchler.
you go on dates with different types of rats, right? And
This is like how to phone boyfriend, right? I know
yeah,
about this.
it's kind of
sure.
like that, but
pigeon
it's
game.
it's basically speed
Is that
dating,
season
right?
3 of The Ratchler? Oh.
Yes, I played
There's
that.
multiple. Oh my goodness.
So there's
Ratchler
there's
streams
three.
when? What?
There's
Please?
three different games, and I played that game, and at the very end of the first game, right, I had to choose between two different people, and one of the rats' name was called Bear, and I'm like, I chose the bear, right? And I made a joke. I'm like, I guess this is on par with what I am, because in Baldur's Gate I also chose the bear, and then the whole choose the bear movement happened on Twitter and everywhere else. I'm like, guys,
The original bear
understand.
chooser.
I swear one day I will like be caught up with the trends.
You guys want to know a secret?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Don't use hashtags.
Mm-hmm.
Don't use hashtags. Twitter now basically deboosts anything with a hashtag.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah, don't use hashtags. Keep an image in your post. If you see of me posting, keep an image in your post. Keep it under the limit. Don't use too many emojis unless you're using these things called cowmoji, which are like Japanese emojis, but they're basically used with symbols that are already there, right? If you use too many emojis, Twitter will actually think it's like a spam post. Yeah. Also, try to post things as a question.
Yes.
Because weirdly, Twitter picks up on that too. Like, there's like a whole thing. I'm not good at marketing, but I do like doing the Twitter, and I have learned that certain things get more engagement, and this was all learned because I was trying to stop being so shadow banned. And while it did help, I did eventually have to get Twitter blue. But I will say, if you're using hashtags, don't do it. Don't do it, because Twitter sees that and immediately down boosts it. Immediately deboost your post.
That's what I've noticed, and that's why I'm like, I'm just not going to use hashtags anymore. Like, I feel like Twitter is just a lost cause for me. I'm just like, I'm not.
No, you got
my
this.
God,
Don't worry about it.
Sarah, please. You're literally my inspiration on Twitter. Just
Statistically speaking,
but don't
okay,
ignore the
like-
numbers. Your content is peak. Please don't let the numbers dissuade how
It's
you
not-
post.
It's not really just the numbers. It's just more of, I'm trying to figure out Twitter's algorithm. I'm trying to understand it because it changes so often. Like, I went to school to become a researcher, and so I like looking at these things and trying to figure out what is the better way of going around this, right? What are some new things that I can do, right? And because we're part of VTuber sphere, I'm trying to think of ways that would help, smaller VTubers to be able to blow up like others, or not. I guess not blow up, but at least be seen a little bit more,
So part of the issue with how Twitter's algorithm works is you essentially have these little pockets within pockets. So while we are all within the VTuber sphere, let's say that the 5 of us are within a pocket within that sphere. That pocket does not connect with other pockets within the VTuber sphere directly. It's kind of like a really long daisy chain. So while we're over here in our sphere and people who are in adjacent spheres will see that post, people all the way at the other side of the daisy chain will not see that post because of these little micro bubbles that Twitter creates. Statistically speaking, in the sense of whether or not your post, regardless of whether it pops off really hard or not, if you're getting 10% of your engagement from the amount of what's the word? Impressions that you have on that post, then that is a good rate to hit. I know it sounds 10% sounds really low.
No, 10% is better than 1.
Yeah.
Because the post that so when I was looking at the the people that have liked my tweets, like a lot of them come from followings, and then others came from bots, and I was just like, this is so frustrating.
Yeah.
I hate these bots. All these graphic bots, artist bots.
Oh,
Oh,
Peeper.
Yeah.
something I've found success in with Twitter.
Sorry, that's Peeper. She's mad that I'm still awake at 2 in the morning. Oh, 1 in the morning.
Almost.
Something I've found successful with Twitter is reposting your own stuff. So if you do a good post, repost that not once, not twice, like multiple times. Keep it in circulation, because the algorithm definitely won't. It's not gonna be putting stuff up in a recommended feed like YouTube is. The only way you can keep your own content in circulation is by retweeting it.
Yeah.
Plus, it means it keeps your feed, like if someone new comes to your Twitter, it means that you can have a really nice looking feed, because that's all they'll see about you.
Yes.
That's also like a huge like generalized marketing strat. Like, I don't use Instagram anymore, but being able to like recycle content over and over again is like really a necessity on Instagram, especially with their lackluster algorithm. And a lot of like successful content creators on like TikTok and like people who post on like YouTube Shorts will also recycle the same content over and over again. And like the concerns like, oh, you know, like people will see it again, and the answer is well, even if they see it again, they won't notice that it's a different video because it's still the same video.
Yeah.
For clarification though, for Twitter specifically, I don't mean like repost whatever tweet you made. I mean like retweet it. Like retweet your own tweet. You can repost stuff like maybe a year or like a few bits down the way, but if you're constantly posting the same images, like same image, like say you have one really good PNG and you're like, I want to like spam this because it looks really hot, that can get you shadow banned because they'll think you're a bot spamming the same image. Whereas if you retweet your own stuff, it means that it keeps it up in circulation and you're not getting heaps of double ups, and you're much less likely to get thought that you're a bot.
Yeah. Because again,
also, turns out Den was asleep.
Yeah. See, I was like,
funny.
it's the very slight chance that Den's actually asleep for once.
Yeah, Den messaged back. It was like, what? And I'm like, it's okay, don't worry about it.
That's so funny considering you're talking about how they don't sleep.
I know. Well, that's the thing, right? As soon as you say it, that's when the trend has to break. And to be fair, I'm gonna go ahead and out Den on this. But they've literally been staying up until like 7 in the morning every single day for like weeks.
Busted.
Oh, that's kind of like me in this past couple days.
Rat.
It's like, because and again, I know this because I also have terrible sleep schedule, and the thing that sucks is, so me and Jira have equally terrible sleep schedules, right? But the problem is our sleep schedules overlap in like the weird way. So like Jira will nap, disappear, and then wake up when I'm about to go to sleep at night. So Jira will wake up at like 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning when I'm about to pass out. But when I'm going to sleep at 3 in the morning, I was probably talking to Den, which means it's 6 in the morning for them, and they just do that consistently. So
yeah, no, Den goes through these cycles where they don't sleep, and then cycles where all they do is sleep. And it would seem right now this is a I don't sleep cycle.
But yeah, I was gonna say something about the whole impressions thing, because that's also a similar thing that you see in like YouTube videos, right? Is I think the amount you generally want, I think it's the same thing. I want to say it's like 10% is like really good, and you don't really think about it as being good, but when you consider that an impression is literally somebody who saw it in passing, right? And then somebody interacting with it, like that's actually a lot of people. So it's like if you get 1,000 impressions on like a video on YouTube, that's 1,000 people who happen to see it in their feed. If 100 people click on that video, that's a huge amount. I think generally speaking, like most people will see like 1 to like 3% interaction, and like that's considered like okay. And then once you hit like 5 to 10, like that's huge at that point.
Of what? Oh, of when Twitch, yes.
Of
like
engagement
Yes.
versus impression. Yeah, it's
Yes.
10%'s the ideal goal. Anything over that is just phenomenal. Unless you're working with like a paid service like Ko-Fi or Patreon,
Mhm.
in which the expected good, like the goal percentage is 1%.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, statistic, and that came out from Patreon themselves like years ago, was that statistically speaking, if you've got, I'm not even gonna phrase it like that because it's 3:30 in the morning and I can't do math.
Yeah, we should probably start
Statistically
considering the
speaking,
wrap up.
like, yeah, you're only gonna see a 1% return off of your like free social media following.
And like that kind of translates to like basically moving people from like, if you're trying to get people to move from like Twitter to Twitch or YouTube to Twitch, right? You're not expecting a 1-to-1 transfer. You're expecting something much more similar to like again, if you get a fraction of those people who are interacting on basically a site where you're gonna get much more interaction to a site where you typically expect less, you're looking at a much lower transfer rate. You'll see people who have like thousands of followers on Twitter, and it just doesn't always translate into thousands of followers on Twitch. It's just not the way it's gonna be, right?
Something I also find interesting, and I know this can be very easy to fall prey to, is being a bit upset when your numbers are a bit low if you're a streamer. Like, you can't help it every now and then, associating numbers with quality.
Yeah.
But anytime, like, if you're live streaming, you're essentially being like, hey, I don't care what you're doing right now. You are gonna stop that and you're gonna watch me. And that is a huge ask. So the fact that anyone would want to do that is crazy. You know, like, that's a lot that you're asking them, because everyone has their own lives and responsibilities and passions. So I don't know, I found that has helped my mentality, because you know, you can't help but feel a little bit low sometimes if numbers aren't performing how you want it to be. But if you're live streaming again, it means a lot that anyone has spent time to pause, just check in on your stream.
Yeah. 100%, I agree.
Is nice.
Yeah,
So thank you guys for watching us yap.
Yeah,
Yuppie.
it's kind of late in the morning, so
No.
What are you guys doing up then? Holy, get out of here.
yeah. So normally I would do roll call, but because Mix It Up broke, my list is so messed
Why
up.
would it have broken? That's
What
so weird.
happened?
You should
It's
probably look into
so
that.
crazy.
You should probably look into that.
That's crazy.
super weird.
Yeah, it's so borked. I see people's names on here like 3 times. Like, what happened? I literally would have to sift through it to like filter people out and make sure I don't get names wrong. So I'm just gonna, unfortunately. Oh, I like how Kem changed scenes on there.
Oh. Hello.
Hi, Kem.
Okay, bye.
Welcome back.
Bye.
That was
Bye.
Kem trying to change my scene and end my stream. Excuse me.
Oh.
Kim says later.
Stream
Tim
I said
this
it's
is my
time. I
stream.
said,
This
listen,
is
it's
my
time,
stream.
guys. It's time to go to bed.
So I'm not gonna be able to do the roll call. Thank you guys for coming in, and again, thank you to everybody who joined us. Yeah, thank you guys for stopping in.
We had a good yap.
Good
Yap Fest
Great yap.
2024.
Oh, yeah,
we
this
need to
is-
do this more often. This is so fun. Very
Yes, I want more
cathartic.
yap
Can we
sesh.
just do can we just have like donut, and I say can we because you're gonna be hosting it. Can we just do it like like a little, like, you know, we meet up at the cafe and we just yap, you know?
I mean, that's
Kinda
what's
friends
Yeah.
going
do.
on.
I'm super.
I
Yeah,
know,
I'm super
but
interested.
I'm just
I like that.
like,
I'll draw
Okay,
us all custom drinks.
Yap Cafe.
that'd be so.
Yes.
It's so funny too because it's like I very much was just like kind of sitting here in the back doing my own thing while I let you guys do yap, like, you know, exactly like people coming into the shop.
yeah. So like, you know,
Cafe El Yap.
It's-
yap cafe when?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yap
we just
Cafe.
need cafe ASMR in the background.
Yes.
Oh my god, get the 3DO out and you just like pour
God.
coffee into the ears or whatever.
That's a
I
great
have to
idea.
sit here and do coffee ASMR while you guys yap.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We can
Wait,
order
you know what
drinks
though?
from
There
you,
are.
and you like pour them out.
Oh, and then
so
you
good.
make chat their own like cafe like coffee drinks and whatnot. You
Mhm.
know,
Have it as a redeem for
Yeah,
sure.
Yes.
for mixing
Or
up.
like,
And there
God.
are
chat can
like,
order us
you
drinks.
can
Oh my
get
god, chat could
coffee
order us
noises.
drinks.
Yes. Chat can order drinks. Okay,
write
listen.
this down, donut.
Right, this
Somebody,
what an
it's
interaction.
too early.
Mix it up
It's too late
breakdowns
for
to
me.
send you
Early?
later.
My brain stopped, guys. I'm so sorry.
It's
I'm gonna look
okay.
at really weird
listen,
TikToks
we
and
came
get
up
high.
with good ideas. We came up with good ideas.
And Quinn says, it's been such a privilege to meet everybody, even the ones sleeping right now.
It has been so privileged to meet you. Oh my gosh, thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
So,
I feel like I know this person. I
Matt.
don't know. No, banned. Get out.
the number of bots that have popped in today, I want to say we've had like 6.
We've had a lot, but okay, you've been streaming for almost 8 hours.
That is true. We are approaching
This
8
is
hours.
pookie-pookie all over again.
This is like a full
So,
shift.
Yeah, it is a full shift. Wow, I really did a full shift here at the cafe today.
Oh my God.
Wild.
You earned $2. Good job.
Oh, yay! Woohoo! So we're gonna set up to raid over to Aji.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Aji doing
Oh, I'm just
music.
streaming now.
Yeah, Aji doing music. So we're gonna go
Let's
raid
go.
over to there. So I'm gonna set this
Music.
up.
Gee, what the heck?
Yeah. You know what? Raid message. Let's everybody hit Aji with the Aji. What the heck?
Gee, what the heck?
Actually, what?
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 Aji, what the heck? Yeah, everybody hit Aji with
Aji,
Aji, what the heck?
Gee, what the heck?
So,
What?
but yes, thank you all for joining me. Thank you everybody who did the interviews. I know I reached out to you guys, and again, I meant to have things to you guys a lot faster than I did. I'm sorry that some of it was kind of last minute, but thank you guys for participating. It was very fun. I'm very happy with how things turned out. All right,
It's inspiring. You did a great job.
thank
everyone
you.
killed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody did great. I think everybody interviews very well. Okay, all right. I'm gonna put us on end screen. Thank you guys for joining. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and or night, depending on your time
Yay.
zone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.